Well, good morning and happy Tuesday to everyone. As we begin this 57th day of the Aurora movie theater shooting trial, we are, of course, resuming with Phase 2 with mitigating witnesses. Yesterday, we heard at great length from Dr. Jeffrey Metzner, one of the state psychiatrists who was appointed by the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo to interview the gunman. Of course, he testified during the guilt phase of this trial for the prosecution. Yesterday testified for the defense. Of course, Dr. Metzner found that the gunman was legally sane, but did have a severe mental illness. And of course, this mental illness can be considered a mitigating factor. And of course, that's something the defense wants the jury to be conscious of when they go into their deliberations, presumably later this week, to decide if we should move to Phase 3, which would be the final phase before deciding on the death penalty, or if the gunman should be sentenced to life in prison and the process should stop here. The other person we heard from, probably the most memorable for you and certainly for us as well, was Christine Holmes, the gunman's sister, younger sister, speaking yesterday about their relationship, their family, their childhood, and their youth together, calling their parents supporting and loving, discussing the ways that their parents attended all of their events in school and drove them to sports, and we're always there to help them with homework and things of that nature. So a memorable bit of testimony, the first time we've heard in court from any member of the family on either side. So with that, let's replay a bit of what Chris Holmes had to say about her brother, about their family, starting with how she found out about the shooting that he is now convicted of perpetrating.
I want to talk to you a little bit about when you heard about this case. Everything you know about your brother, were you shocked?
Yes.
Was it completely out of the blue for you?
Yes.
Completely out of character for him?
I thought so.
Since this case, have you been able to visit with your brother?
I've only been able to see him once.
Okay. Do you know what time frame that was?
I want to say it was around May 2014.
Okay. How was that visit for you?
It was pretty good. He was more responsive than I thought he might be.
Okay. Did you think he was happy to see you?
I thought so.
Okay. Were you happy to see him?
Yes.
Did he seem different at all to you?
Yes.
How?
His eyes seemed a lot different, and his whole demeanor in general was a little bit different than when I had previously seen him.
Mm-hmm. Did he seem emotionally uncomfortable at times?
Depending on what we were talking about, yes.
Okay. Was that different for you?
I would say so. Yeah, it was a lot of one-word answers instead of what would normally be a complete sentence.
Okay. When you were growing up with him, you're his family. Did it always seem kind of more comfortable around you guys?
Yes.
Did you get the feeling that that was a little bit different when you went to visit him?
A little bit. I think there was some tension.
Mm-hmm. But some happiness to see you?
Definitely. I think we were all happy to see each other.
Okay. Have you also come to court?
I have.
Okay. To see him?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
I've been to the hearings twice, and it was nice, even just to be in the same room.
Is some of this kind of hard for you to talk about?
Yes.
Did your brother acknowledge you when you came to court to see him?
He smiled.
Did you share that smile with him?
I did.
How about writing him or sending him cards? Have you been able to do that?
Can't bring myself to do it, really. I'm kind of scared. I was kind of scared, too.
Okay. Kind of confusing, not knowing everything that's going on with this case.
Right. I wasn't sure. I was told that everything that I wrote could be used in the case, and I didn't know how everything worked, so I was really scared too.
Okay. Did you know that your mom had been writing him?
Yes.
Was it important to you to let her know to send your regards to your brother?
Yes.
Did you do that commonly?
I tried to. Whenever I was with my mom, I would definitely try to.
Do you know that your mom sent him some photos of you?
Yes.
Okay. If I can approach with D-TR-172, 170, and 171.
Yes.
We move for admission of those three exhibits.
Objection.
All right, without objection, they're admitted. That's D-TR-170 through 172 inclusive, and they may be published.
If I can get 3180. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, this is at my grandma's retirement complex, and my brother's on the right and I'm on the left.
What are you doing?
We are riding bikes. Well, I'm riding a tricycle.
Is that something that you remember doing with your brother when you were little?
Yes, and as we grew older, we did it as well. We both rode bikes.
Did you know your mom sent him this photo? In the
Yes.
jail? How'd you feel about her sending that?
I thought it was good. It showed that there was a time when we were happy.
And if I can get 3179 and tell us about this picture.
That's me on the right and my mom on the left.
And when was it taken?
Pretty recently.
Okay. And there's a similar one, if I can get 3178.
That's my dad on the left and I'm on the right.
Taken at the same time as the other picture?
Yes.
What was the... Why did you guys take these pictures?
My mom wanted to send them to him.
So you knew that was the point when you took the photos?
Yes.
I think this might have been around your birthday last year,
Yes.
which would have been around December.
Yes.
Was it important to you that your brother see your support in these photos?
I would say so. I think it was important that he knew that I supported him at all.
Is that part of what you were trying to convey in taking these photos and having your mom send them?
I would say so.
So what is this a photo of?
This is a photo of my brother's autobiography board from 9th grade.
Like the one that we saw that you did?
Yes.
And what's in the bottom right-hand corner?
There was supposed to be a picture there, but I took it off.
When did you take it off?
2 minutes after I found out what happened.
Why did you take it?
I took it because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if the FBI or whoever was in my home at the time was gonna take everything from my house. So I wanted one big... Sorry.
It's okay.
I just wanted one picture of us.
And can I get 1046, please? Is this that photo?
Yes,
What are you guys doing in this photo?
we're flossing.
Where is this photograph now, the one you took from the board?
It's in my room. It's my current room.
Do you take it out on occasion?
Occasionally.
How do you feel when you look at it?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Sad. Just sad.
I want to
Good morning, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Higgs, Ms. Nelson, and Ms. Spengler, and the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Stitch McGuire, Mr. Edson, and Mr. Edwards. We are outside the presence of the jury. We have a couple of more jurors who are sick today. They're alternates. So what we're gonna do is have them sit together in the top corner and hope that that helps the other jurors. They've actually asked us to do that because they don't want to make everybody else sick. They're concerned that they're going to make everybody else sick. So we'll have them all sit together in the top corner, and then during the breaks, at their request, we'll have them not quarantine, but sort of quarantine. We'll have them in a room all by themselves. We have 3 different jury rooms. And again, this is at their request. They're just concerned that they're going to make everybody else sick. So that's how we'll proceed. In terms of the discussion that we had at the end of the day yesterday, as counsel know, I had my staff email you the jury instructions for phase 2, at least the draft of it. And so you should have that, and then we'll pick a time to have a discussion about them. As I mentioned yesterday, I think it makes sense to have at least an initial discussion today if we can. If we have some time at the end of the day, I would like to do that. There was also a discussion at the end of the day yesterday with respect to some family videos that the defense intends to introduce today. And the people objected to 5 of them. I had a chance to watch those 5 that are in dispute last night. And neither side has cited any authority on this point. And what I did is I applied Rule 403, the rules of evidence apply. And so I viewed the tapes with Rule 403 in mind. So let me go through them. I'll give you the easy decisions first. Disc number 2572, and is that how they're gonna be marked? I just wanna make sure there's a good record.
Your Honor, those are our internal numbers. Those will not be the exhibit numbers. They don't have court D-TR numbers yet.
But these numbers appear on the actual disc and will remain on the actual discs.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think the record will be clear about which ones I'm referring to. Number 2572, and that's, again, these are the defense's numbers. This shows a video, apparently, of when the defendant was a small child, and he appears to be at some school function, I believe. I can't really tell. And whoever is recording, then for about 5 or 7 seconds, sings a portion of a Christmas song. That's nothing like what was involved in the prosecution's video that I ordered redacted pursuant to the case law. There's nothing about that which causes me concern under Rule 403, nothing about that which I believe will evoke strong emotions from the jury. So the objection is overruled with respect to that aspect of disc number 2572. Disc 2580 it's not a song. There's no music involved. It's a some sort of prayer or grace right before a meal during a holiday at the Holmes's family or Holmes's household, apparently. The jury has already heard evidence in this case about at least Mrs. Holmes's religion, and has heard testimony related to a church that Mrs. Holmes and her family did some work at in preparation for a big event. So this is nothing that's going to be new to the jury, and I don't see anything about this particular recording that is going to be unduly or unfairly prejudicial to the people in any way. 2581 is a recording of the defendant and apparently his sister playing the piano, and they're playing a Christmas song, but they're playing the piano. So there's probative value there because they're playing the piano together, and it's part of his background. In terms of whether there's any prejudicial effect, again, I don't even know if this is during Christmas. This is him and his sister playing the piano, and they're playing a Christmas song. And I think it's a Christmas song that, I believe it's Jingle Bells, but I'm not sure. And it's one that I think a lot of kids play when they're learning to play the piano. So again, this is nothing that is going to evoke strong emotions from the jury or that is going to elicit a response, an emotional response from the jury that's improper, or that in any way will interfere with the jury's ability to exercise its reasoned moral judgment.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
my understanding was that video was 2576. No, okay, I am wrong.
Yes, I think you are. I think 2581 is about the piano playing. 2576 is about dancing. I think it's the defendant and his sister dancing, and they're dancing to Christmas music. And that was probably the closest call for me, 2576, and then the other one was 2574. And 2574 appears to be a recording or several different recordings put together. So it's not one single incident or event. It appears to be recordings of separate things. And let me take up 2574 first. It's only the last 15 seconds or so, and I think what it shows is the defendant's grandmother holding the defendant as a baby, and then there's some Christmas music in the background. That is similar to the Christmas music or the holiday music that I require the prosecution to redact from the recording related to Veronica Mosher Sullivan. 2576 is the defendant and his sister dancing, and there's Christmas music in the back. And not all of the recording is dancing, just part of it is them dancing, and then there's Christmas music in the back for that part of it. So again, like 2574, in the disc that's marked 2576, we have different recordings of different things. And so the question is, should I require the defense to redact those two discs? And so I asked myself, well, what's the probative value of the music? And it doesn't have a lot of probative value. It has marginal probative value because it puts the event in context. For example, the dancing in the one video in context, and in the other video, it's just grandma holding the defendant as a baby, and apparently it's during Christmas. But and so it puts the recording in context again in terms of what is being celebrated at the time. So it has marginal probative value. The question is then, is there a risk or danger for unfair prejudice? And here's where I think the recording of Veronica Mosher Sullivan is different than these recordings. With Veronica Mosher Sullivan, we have a recording of a little girl who was 6 years old at the time of the shooting, an innocent little girl who was killed at the time of the shooting. And then you would have a recording of her celebrating perhaps her last Christmas with Christmas music playing in the background. Clearly a risk for evoking strong emotions from the jury, which is why the case law worries about that type of recording. On the other hand, in 2574 and 2576, these two discs, you have family videos of a defendant who has now been convicted by this jury of a mass murder in which 12 people died and dozens of people were seriously injured. Not the same thing. Is there a risk here that of unfair prejudice? In my view, no. Is there a risk here that this is going to evoke strong emotions in the jury? In my view, no. I don't think so. Is there a risk here that the jury is going to be overcome with emotion and passion, and the jury is going to make a decision not based on reasoned moral judgment but for other reasons? Again, in my view, no. So although I could have gone either way on these two discs, and I think within my discretion, I would have been, I would have been well within my discretion to go either way on them. I just don't see a need to have them redacted. I just don't see the concern. So for those reasons, all of the objections are overruled. So, Ms. Hicks, you may retrieve the discs. All right, are the parties ready for the jury at this time? Mr. Brockler, do you have something?
Two things, Your Honor, if I could. One that I'd like to put on the record here, and that is I've been working diligently to try to honor the court's order about presenting the PowerPoint to the opposing side. And I, this morning, received a copy of, I think, the tentative PowerPoint that Ms. Brady intends to offer. For me, the struggle is, Judge, because of how defense theory intensive these portion of the instructions are, what the limitations that will be placed upon my argument by what the court instructs the jury as far as the specific mitigation raised by the defense theory. It's difficult. I'm trying to anticipate where they're going with some of these things, but it's difficult to finalize it or put it all together. And I know we're going to work tonight to get those things done. And I guess I'd ask the court for a little bit of grace in terms of getting it to them in a time that's sufficient for them to review it, to object, for the court to review it, and then make its individual rulings. And I know that Ms. Brady indicated and the court had thought that we might get to closing arguments on this phase Thursday afternoon. I don't know that I could be ready to give them something 2 days prior to Thursday afternoon, which I think would be this afternoon. We won't have even heard, I believe, from the parents at that time. So that's one thing I wanted to raise to the court's attention. I want to fulfill the court's order on this. And then the other thing, Your Honor, if Ms. Brady and I could approach, and I've spoken to Ms. Brady about this.
Let me address
Yes,
that
sir.
first issue first. Ms. Brady, what's your position?
Well, Your Honor, I can just tell the court what I did. I put together the sort of pictures and demonstrative things that I am 90% sure I'm going to show to the jury during closing. And so I gave those to Mr. Brockler today. I understand his concern because we are still going and instructions need to be finalized. But I think if he could put together sort of a good faith set of slides and get those to me as soon as possible. And if all, he and I and you, if we can all agree that if things change, we'll ask the court's indulgence in getting some of those changes made at the last minute. But I think there shouldn't be a problem with getting some sort of starting set done today so that I can take a look at them.
That's what I was going to suggest, Mr. Brockler, is at least sharing some of the slides that you already know you're going to use. Even if it's just a starting set, and then perhaps by tomorrow, at some point, you can both exchange a pretty final set, and then the three of us can have a discussion at the end of the day tomorrow or sometime late tomorrow, and I can make rulings on any objections. Would that work?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great, let's do that then, okay?
Can we approach on the other matter?
You can. Are the parties ready for the jury, Mr. or Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, one thing I simply wanted to raise now is because we're expecting defendants' parents to testify perhaps this morning, and I'm anticipating, based on the fact that they've recently been discovering us letters that the defendant's parents wrote to the defendant in jail, that they're going to anticipate to introduce those through his testimony. There are more than 40 letters from the defendant's mom to the defendant, and I think 4 letters from the defendant's dad to the defendant in jail, and we would object to all of those on the basis of self-serving hearsay. They are, letters, the kind of letters you write to somebody else, but they are hearsay, first and foremost, and they're self-serving. And the parties that are testifying can testify about what they were talking to the defendant about, but we would object to the letters as being hearsay, and under 403, they're unduly prejudicial. They're designed to evoke sympathy from the jury that is not based on the appropriate mitigation that can be introduced at this phase on his background and his history, and they're not relevant. So we would ask that they not be allowed to be introduced.
Okay, Ms. Brady?
Your Honor, we plan to have the parents testify this afternoon, so if we could address that in a little bit. We do have a witness who needs to catch a flight, so if we could get through that witness as soon as possible, that'd be great.
Okay, that's fine. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Judge, also, can I just say quickly before they come in, I'd like to speak to the court, even at the bench if necessary, about what to tell the jurors before we begin playing the video testimony. So,
Yes, I was gonna call you to the bench and ask you, because I plan to give an instruction. So, yep. Please be seated, everyone. Record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom again. And good morning, folks. It's my understanding that 3 of you are sick now. 4, oh, we got 4 of you sick now. Okay. So I'm going to issue an order that the rest of you cannot get sick. All right? So what we've done is we've placed the 4 of you who are apparently sick in the top corner and hopefully keep the rest of you safe. Use sanitizer whenever you can. I have my little sanitizer here, so use sanitizer when you can, and move. You can move around. And I'll ask the people in the top to cover their mouth when they sneeze, and use Kleenexes if they can to try to protect the rest of you. All right, and then during the breaks, we'll keep those 4 individuals in one room, and then the rest of you in the other 2 rooms. If everybody wants to move, there's more space. If you want to move one more over, there you go. All right. No offense to the rest of you, to the 4 of you. All right. With that, let's get back to the proceedings. At the end of the day yesterday, we had a witness whose testimony we were not able to complete before the end of the day. And that witness is Harry Soren Carr. So I'll call Mr. Carr back on the witness stand, and then I'll allow Ms. Higgs to proceed with the rest of her direct examination. Mr. Carr, good morning again. Thank you for coming back. Have a seat, please. I remind you that you're still under oath. And Ms. Higgs, you may resume the rest of your direct examination at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Where we left off yesterday was talking about this video. So if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may. And for the record, I overrule the objection to exhibit number D-TR-279. So that exhibit is admitted and it may be published.
Excellent. All right. May I approach and get the exhibit?
You may. Actually, Ms. Higgs, I think I was going to require you don't have to give it back to him, but I think I was going to require you to establish one piece of additional foundation. Go ahead.
Right. Your Honor, that was my confusion.
No, it was actually my confusion. Go ahead.
So, and we talked about this disc yesterday. You recall that?
I do.
The video that you have viewed with footage of what it was like for you, similar to what you did when you were participating with the Corazon de Vida Foundation and the orphanage down in Tijuana. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Now, you viewed this disc, and this is not an exact replica of what you did, but it is a fair and accurate representation of the activities that you were involved in with that organization.
I would say so, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, now we move for admission.
All right, with that additional foundation and over the people's objection, it is admitted.
So we would like to publish D-TR-279 for the jury.
Go ahead. The records reflected the defense just finished publishing Exhibit D-TR-279.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carr, when you went on this trip with Corazon de Vida, there was like a $20 or so sort of donation fee that you paid as part of going on this trip, is that right?
I think so,
Yeah.
yes.
And was that, in your experience, did the kids really enjoy the volunteers coming down to the orphanage?
It seems so, yes.
Did they seem happy
I think so,
to see you?
yes.
And you played games with them and ate with them, is that right?
This is a leading question.
Sustained?
Did you play games with them and eat with them?
Yes,
Give them gifts?
yes,
Okay. And brought them some supplies? Did you do that?
yes.
And overall, was it a pretty long day?
I believe it was probably around 12 to 14 hours total.
So was it sort of a commitment for you to go down there for that full day?
Yeah,
Okay. Was that something that was rewarding for you?
It's irrelevant, it's rewarding to this witness.
Sustained.
Do you think that for the volunteers it was rewarding work?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Carr, I want to talk to you about the last time you saw James Holmes, and that was December of 2011, is that right?
yes.
And can you tell the jury about that get-together, how that came about?
We met up in Los Angeles. We chose LA because it was pretty much the halfway point for all of us. And we met up at a restaurant and went to go see a movie,
What was the restaurant?
BJ's restaurant.
Okay. And how long were you guys together at the restaurant?
Maybe an hour or two?
Okay. And then you were at the movie together?
Yes.
Afterward, did you stay and hang out anymore?
No. I drove back up.
And when you say you drove back up, where was that?
Sorry, I drove north to Santa Barbara.
Who was the one who put that get-together together?
I don't recall exactly. I can't recall.
Okay. Now, when you guys were together at the movie, were you doing much talking?
No.
Okay. So all the conversation, was it at dinner?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes at dinner, was he similarly kind of less talkative than the rest of the group as he had been before?
Yes.
And when you asked him questions about, before this, were you aware that he had moved to Colorado for school?
I found out that he moved to Colorado earlier in 2011. I sent him a text message seeing if he wanted to meet up in Southern California, and he replied that he had moved to Denver.
Okay. So you weren't aware of that before he moved?
No.
When you guys got together in December of 2011, when you asked him questions about Colorado, did he tell you much about what was happening there?
No.
Okay. Was that common for him that he didn't talk much about himself?
Yes.
And do you recall speaking with the FBI on July 20th and telling them that you thought that Colorado seemed to change Jimmy, but you just weren't sure how?
I recall reviewing that transcript. I don't recall what I meant by that specifically.
Okay. With regard to Mr. Holmes in general as part of your group, I want to have you speak to that a little bit right now, okay?
Okay.
Are there, this group of guys that you hung out with in college that we've already talked about, would you say that any of them are real kind of social butterflies?
Not particularly, no.
Were all of you relatively quiet types?
For the most part, but I would say we're more introverted, each of us, but together we were pretty comfortable with one another, so we were pretty outgoing with each other.
Okay. How was Mr. Holmes in that group relative to the rest of you?
He was still pretty quiet. he wouldn't willingly give information out. It was more that we had to ask him questions if we wanted to know what was going on with him.
Okay. When you asked him questions, was he willing to talk?
Somewhat.
Yeah. But he didn't initiate those conversations?
Not really, no.
Would you describe him in that way as kind of a private guy?
Yes.
In the years that you knew him in college, did you learn much about did he talk much about his family or his upbringing?
Not really, no.
How did you find out information about his family and upbringing?
I don't remember how, but it was maybe my second or third year that I found out that he had a sister.
Okay.
I don't recall her name even. Just for example, he had a shirt that said Maui on it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him if he went to Hawaii, and he said that he took a vacation there.
Okay. So that was not something that he volunteered to you?
No.
Okay. Did you also find out about his father's trip overseas in the same fashion?
Yeah, he had another shirt with the Turkish flag on it, and I asked him where he got it, and he said that he got it, from what I remember, that he got it from his father who took a business trip there.
Okay. How often did you go to his dorm room or his apartment?
I can recall one time going to his dorm room our freshman year,
Mhm.
and one time going to his off-campus apartment our junior or senior year.
And that was in the entire 4 years of college?
Yes,
Again, you would describe him as a private guy.
yes.
With regard to his, let me ask you this. Even though he was quiet, even amongst your group of quiet friends, would you consider that you became a good friend of his during those 4 years of college?
I would say so, yes.
And in all of that time, would you ever describe him as an arrogant person?
No.
And can you think of examples as to why you would not describe him that way?
I mean, his sense of humor was self-deprecating. He was never really mean or made fun of other people, even just in a joking manner.
Would he make fun of himself?
Yes.
And when you all may make jokes about him, how did he respond to that? Did he laugh along?
He went along with it, it seemed.
Okay. Didn't take offense?
No.
All right. Did you ever see him, would you ever describe him as a mean or angry or mad person?
No.
Okay. I think there was the only occasion that you knew him that you saw him get what you could even potentially describe as upset. Do you recall what I'm talking about?
Yes. There was an occasion where we were in the dormitory's computer lab playing a game, and we had a mutual friend that was, I guess, playing around in the game and killing him in the game, kind of on purpose, even though they were on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
And he suddenly got up and just walked out.
Okay. Did he yell or stomp or say anything?
No.
Did you even notice that he had left?
I did.
Okay. And did you guys, I think you talked to him later, was it ever a problem?
I don't think we ever talked about it again.
Okay. Is that the most you have ever seen him get what you could even call as upset?
From what I can recall, yes.
And could you even tell whether he was upset or just bored or just leaving?
Well, it was out of his... I've never seen him do something like that before, so it was out of the ordinary, it was unusual, but I wasn't alarmed by it.
Okay. How would you describe him? You said not angry, not mean, not arrogant. What words would you use to describe him?
introverted but easygoing.
Okay. Would you call him a sweet and gentle guy?
I think you could use those words to describe him, yes.
Okay. Would you say he's a calm, reserved person?
Yes,
Now, at the same time, he could laugh with you guys.
yes,
Sustained.
Could he laugh with you guys?
yes,
On occasion, could he get animated?
yes,
Okay. Was he the type of person that ever tried to be noticed?
I don't believe so.
Did he like to be the center of attention?
I wouldn't say so.
Would you say it's the opposite?
Yes,
Did he ever like brag about being smart or what he knows?
no,
Okay. Would you describe him as modest?
yes,
Would you describe him as humble?
yes.
When you heard about this case, is what you heard about this case shocking to you?
Very.
Absolutely unlike anything you've ever known about James Holmes?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Was it absolutely unlike anything you've ever known about James Holmes?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Orman, do you have any cross-examination?
Did you know that during the time you knew this sweet, gentle guy, he had a long-standing hatred of mankind and wanted to kill a lot of people?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you know that during the time you knew this guy, he had a long-standing hatred of mankind?
Objection, also argumentative.
Overruled.
I didn't know.
Did you know that he had a desire to kill lots of people?
I think that misstates the evidence and it's argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
I want to talk about this last time you saw the defendant, and that was at a restaurant in Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, your impression of him was that he was exactly the same as you remembered him from college,
Yes.
and that he didn't seem any different from when he was in college.
No.
Is that correct?
That's
I'd probably
correct.
ask the question about, and you know what, if you want to, if this will make you more comfortable, you can pull that microphone closer so you don't have to lean down, and it's pretty sensitive. You probably don't need to do that. You can if you want. I want to talk about this orphanage in Tijuana. How many times did you do this?
I went once.
And you paid, I think you said like $20?
I believe so.
And that was really for the bus ride?
I think so.
Because like, it costs money to run a bus down there, right?
Yes.
And how long was the bus ride?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe 4 hours?
Each way.
Yes.
So, and then you talked about a stop in San Diego.
Yes.
Is that included in the 4 hours?
I'd say so, yes.
So about eight hours on the bus. And then I think you said you spent 11, 12 hours during the day doing this. Is that right?
From the moment I got on the bus to the moment I got off the bus, I would say 12 to 14 hours.
14. You're probably better at math than I am. So that would be something like 4 to 6 hours down there in Tijuana.
Yes.
And was the entire time spent at the orphanage, or did you make any side trips?
The entire time in Mexico, we only stopped at one orphanage.
Okay. The honors program at UC Riverside, can you just tell us what that is?
You had to apply as an incoming freshman with your application to University of California into the honors program. You had to have a certain standing to be accepted, and you had to maintain a certain standing to stay in it.
Were there other requirements?
You mean before?
No, I'm talking during school.
You had to take, there were seminars you had to take.
How about a community service requirement?
I think there was.
And was this trip to the orphanage a component of the community service requirement?
For me, yes.
Do you know if it was for the defendant?
I don't know.
I don't have any further questions on cross-examination. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hicks, do you have any redirect?
Just briefly, you fulfilled your community service requirement with the 1 day at the orphanage, is that right?
I think so.
And when you're talking about being on the bus for so long, it's quite a distance from LA down to Tijuana, is that right?
Yes.
And then it took some time to cross the border.
Yes.
It wasn't an easy trip for you to do.
Not particularly.
Okay. I don't have anything else for you, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Orman, do you have any recross?
I don't. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Sir?
Any objection, Mr. Orman? No. All right, Mr. Orman and Ms. Hicks, would you approach for just a moment? Sir, you're free to go. Thank you for coming back. Okay, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense calls John Gonglak briefly.
Good morning again. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Sir, you've testified in this trial before, but why don't you go ahead and state your name for the record to remind us about it, please?
John Gonglak.
And could you spell your last name, please?
Sure. Gonglach.
Thank you. Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gonglak, you're an attorney, not an attorney, you're an investigator with my office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, if I may approach with D-TR-262?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gonglak, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
And was this an exhibit that was introduced by stipulation of the parties on Friday?
Yes.
And what is this exhibit of?
They're bank records from James's account from USAA.
Okay. On the front page, is there an affidavit?
Yes.
And who signed that affidavit?
The records custodian that testified in this case, Diane Mathis.
Okay. And she testified in the previous case, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to, it's not every bank record, is that right?
That's right. It's just a few pages of it.
Okay. And if you go to page 2 of that record, what year is that record from?
2006.
Okay. And so you would know that that would be Mr. Holmes' first year in college?
That's correct.
All right. And is there an entry there of a payment to Corazon de Vida?
Yes, there's an entry that has a transaction date of 11/04 2006 for $25.
Okay. And if you go to page 3, is there another entry for Corazon de Vida?
Yes, there's an entry on December 4th for Corazon de Vida for $25.
And what year is that?
I'm sorry, 2006.
And if you go to page 4 of that document, is there another entry for Corazon de Vida?
Yes, so this statement is dated 2007, and there's an entry for April 4th for Corazon de Vida for $25.
Okay. And then on the last page of that, is there another entry?
Yes, there is, and it's dated 2007, and there's an entry on September 25th. Sorry, these are really small. For Corazon de Vida for $25.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. Orman?
So these are for the bus trips, is that right?
It's not clear what they're for.
So you don't know?
I don't.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Higgs?
No, sir.
The jury does not appear to have any questions, so you may return to your seat. Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Lois Spann.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of law, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Lois Elaine Spann, Loiselaine Spann.
Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Can you please tell the jury what city and state you live in?
I live in Poway, California. It's a neighboring city in Penasquitos. It's in San Diego.
Okay. And do you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
I do.
How do you know them?
I attend the same church that they attend. I know
Right.
them through church.
And do you have some sort of role or job at the church?
I work for the church. I am director of congregational life. My job is I support and care for the people inside the church.
Okay. When did you first meet the Holmes family? Do you remember?
I can't give you a date or even a year. I think the first time that Arlene and I really, our paths crossed was at a women's retreat. I knew of them. They usher. I'd seen them around, but I think it was at a women's retreat that we actually got to know each other. And then through different things we've been involved in college moms and just different events.
And have you met the entire family at the church?
I have. I know Chris probably better than James.
Okay.
Because she was involved at a women's retreat that I coordinated.
And James was not at the women's retreat?
Yes, no.
All right, Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-280 and 284.
Yes.
Your Honor, we will not object to any of these if they're being offered.
Ms. Brady, are you offering 280 and 284?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, by stipulation, D-TR-280 and 284 are admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, can I start by showing Ms. Spann what's already been admitted as D-TR-273?
You bet. Go ahead.
Ms. Span, is this the church that you're a member of and where you work?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If we can publish D-TR-284, number 719. Ms. Span, can you tell the jury what this is, please?
This is a certificate that we give to our new members once they join the church. It's signed by the senior pastor and it has the date of the day that they were received into membership.
And what's the date there at the bottom?
October 20th, 2002.
All right. And if we can show the jury D-TR-280, please. Ms. Span, can you tell the jury what this is a picture of?
This is taken on Easter Saturday, the day before Easter. We have an event. It's like a one-day vacation Bible school. It's a one-day, it's called the Cross of Victory, and there are 4 stations that the kids travel around to where they have a story time, a snack time, a music time, and this is actually, they have outdoor, that's a wired cross that the kids put together all the flowers and build, and then it's on display on Easter morning.
Okay, and in this picture, do you see James Holmes?
I do.
Is he the one in the button-up shirt that's open?
The blue shirt.
Okay.
Dark blue.
What would he have been doing in this picture?
He was volunteering, helping with the kids, helping, I think because he's with this child, that they are volunteers that take groups of children around to the different stations, and this is at the flower station.
And that would be a volunteer position he would have?
Yes. You can see his name tag. The volunteers all had name tags on.
Okay. And is this something that you run and you participate in?
I don't run it. I participate in it. I was a Sunday school teacher for 10 years, and I had a 3rd and 4th grade Sunday school class that I took and participated with every year.
Okay. Are you still friends with the Holmes family?
I am.
Do you stay in touch specifically with Arlene Holmes?
I do.
And do you support their family?
100%.
And do you care about their family?
Very deeply.
And does that include James Holmes?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edson. Do you have any questions for Ms. Span?
Just a couple, if I may, Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
Morning, Ms. Span.
Hi.
I just have a couple of quick questions. To be fair, you really don't know the defendant or have really ever had much contact with him, is that correct?
I have not.
In fact, when interviewed by a defense investigator, you mentioned that your path has never really crossed the defendant's path, is that correct?
I will say that I have seen him at church in the past when he was much younger, but no interaction.
When would you say the last time you saw him in church would be?
Long time ago, when he was younger.
There's no further questions, thank you.
All right, do you have any redirect?
Are you aware how long ago it was that he actually lived at home or lived in that area of the church?
I know when he left for college,
Okay,
a long time ago.
all right. Thank you.
Any recross, Mr. Edson?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, and the jury does not have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Ms. Span, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense calls Lori Bidwell.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of law, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Lori Oberreiner Bidwell, LORI-OBEREINER-BIDWELL.
Ms. Bidwell, I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone closer to you
Okay.
so that we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
There you go. Thank you. Ms. Higgs, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Bidwell. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you tell this jury where you live
Where I live now,
in general? Yeah.
I live in Oak Hills, which is Salinas, California.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
I've lived there since 1990, moved into town, into Monterey area for a number of years, and then moved back last summer.
Okay. When you lived there in the 90s, did you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you know James Holmes?
Yes, I did.
Did you recognize him here at council table?
Yes, yeah.
How did you meet the Holmes family?
I was out front playing with my son. I have a son that's a year younger than Jimmy's younger sister, and we were out front playing, and Arlene was walking the sister down the street, and she stopped and she introduced herself. She said, "I just moved here," and she gave me her name and her daughter's name, and she said, "How old is your son?" And I gave her his age. He was 1.5. And she said, "Oh, good, my daughter's 2.5. Maybe they can be friends." And they, from that day forward, were glued at the hip. They were together constantly for 5 years until the Holmes moved to San Diego. So we had a lot of contact with the family.
Okay. And your contact with the family, did that continue after they moved as well?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall about what year it was that you first met Arlene and James's younger sister, Chris?
I remember exactly because my son was born in 94, so it was 95.
You said that they became joined at the hip. Did your son spend a lot of time at the Holmes household?
He was either there or she was at our house, but yeah, about half and half. Mhm.
When your son would go there, or Chris would come to your home, would you go with your son, or Arlene would come with Chris?
We usually helped him cross the street, but that was about it.
Okay, and so Chris would come play without her mom with your
Yes.
son?
Yes,
Did you ever have any concerns about Chris coming to your house?
none,
What about your son going to the Holmes house?
none.
Now, was this in the Oak Hills neighborhood?
Yes, it was.
Okay, the jury's heard a little bit about that neighborhood. Can you describe what that neighborhood was like from your perspective?
The neighborhood was a very family-oriented neighborhood. We had a lot of young parents with many, many young children throughout the neighborhood. There were actually two separate groups. There were the kids that were Jimmy's age, and then there were the kids that were my son's age, and they interacted very well together. They mostly were siblings. And everybody played together. We had family picnics, we had family barbecues, we had 4th of July parties. Jimmy would put on a Halloween haunted house for the younger kids a couple of years in a row.
When you are referring to someone by the name of Jimmy, is that how you know James Holmes?
Yeah, that's how I've always known him. It's always been Jimmy.
Okay. You said there was a group of kids in that neighborhood that were all sort of around Mr. Holmes' age.
Yes, mm-hmm.
What did they do in the neighborhood?
Rode their bikes, they did some skateboarding, played some ball, just, normal kid activities.
Were the parents in this neighborhood also involved with their kids, sort of playing in the neighborhood, watching them?
They were involved with their kids. We didn't really watch them that carefully because it was a very good neighborhood, but the parents were all friends. They were all together. Like I said, we had many barbecues where everybody was there, the children, the parents. We had birthday parties, then all the kids would be there and all the parents would be there.
Do you feel like you got to know the Holmes family fairly
Very well.
Okay. I would like to approach with two photos, D-TR-128 and D-TR-30.
Yes.
Your Honor, if they're being offered, we will not object.
Ms. Hicks, do you want to offer them into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, without objection, they're admitted. That's D-TR-128 and D-TR-30. and they may also be published.
Thank you. How would you describe Jimmy's interaction with that group of kids in the neighborhood?
He was a member of the group. I mean, they all were very good friends. They were very close. There were very few squabbles, and if there were squabbles, it wasn't Jimmy. There was one little boy who liked to, he was, I won't say a bully, but he was, liked to be in charge. It wasn't Jimmy. Jimmy was one of the laid-back children in the group.
Okay. And if we can get 512, which is D-TR-130. And can you describe where this is and what this is for the jury?
That's my backyard. That would be at a barbecue that we had, or it was either a birthday party or just a barbecue we had in the backyard, and that's obviously Chrissy, Jimmy's sister, and then Jimmy, and the two next door neighbors' boys to me that were all friends, and we were just having a neighborhood gathering.
Ms. Higgs, is it D-TR-30 or 130?
130, thank you.
130, okay. So the record stands corrected. It's D-TR-130, not 30. Thank you.
Okay. Is this representative of how the kids kind of interacted and
Very much so, yes.
how would you describe the kids in this picture?
Laughing, having a good time, goofing with each other, just playing with each other. They were, the three of the boys were just all tickling each other, playing with each other, pulling each other's hair, just normal children things.
Okay. Did you ever see James Holmes, when he was little in this group, mean to any of the other kids?
No, never.
Okay. And how about with you as an adult? Was he respectful? Can you describe him?
When he was younger, Jimmy was rather shy. He would respond because Bob and Arlene were very good about making sure their children were well behaved, and he would answer your questions and he would talk to you. But would he come up to you on his own and talk to you? No, he was rather shy as a youngster.
Is that with the adults?
Yes.
How about with the kids?
No.
Okay.
No.
And if we can get D-TR-128, which is 686. Can you also describe this photo for the jury?
Same type of thing. I believe that's still my backyard. I know other kids. Jimmy's throwing his face into the picture on the right. The one in the center on the left is my son. Those are two of the other older boys on either side of my son.
Okay. Also kids from the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Again, is this sort of a typical photo of these kids?
Very typical photo of these kids.
You said that Arlene Holmes and Bob Holmes made sure their kids were respectful with you all. Who was the disciplinarian amongst the two?
Oh, my. They pretty much shared it equally. I guess I would say Arlene.
In your experience with her kids, did they listen to her and respond to her?
They did.
Okay. What type of mom would you describe her as?
A very good one.
From what you saw, did she seem to be involved and interested in the kids' lives and school?
Yes, I mean, that was actually from the very beginning, because like I said, they had just moved there. Jimmy had met the neighborhood kids, but Chrissy was only 2.5, and so she made it a mission to go and find a friend for Chrissy, which is why she was walking her around the block. So yes, she was very, very involved.
Can you describe, just in general, the nature of this family? Was it a quieter family? Was it a...
Yes, actually, the parents and Jimmy and Chrissy were quieter than some of the other families in the neighborhood. Very, very honest people. They did multiple things as a family many, many times, not just with the neighborhood, but they themselves did, group family activities a lot.
Can you describe Bob Holmes at all for the jury, your experience with him?
Bob is quiet. He's, I don't want to say standoffish, that's not the right word, reserved. He's rather reserved and very quiet.
If I may approach with D-TR-281, and I'm going to show the prosecution.
Yes.
Again, Judge, we will not object.
Okay, Ms. Hicks, do you want to admit it?
Yes, please.
All right, without objection by the people, then D-TR-281 is admitted and may be published.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do. That would be Jimmy, my son, and Chrissy.
And can you tell, is this in the Oak Hills neighborhood? Or is
I don't
this-
think so. It looks more like we're in a park or something.
Okay. So did your family do activities outside the neighborhood with the Holmes?
Yes, we did.
You said that the kids also did haunted houses in the neighborhood.
Jimmy and a couple of the other older boys put on a haunted house for the little guys, yes. They did it a couple of years in a row at the Holmes house.
How would you say that at like the haunted houses, James Holmes would interact with the young kids in the haunted?
He was really good about taking the younger kids around. I mean, he would hold his sister's hand or well, my son didn't want him to hold his hand, but he would, put his hand on my son's back and walk him through the haunted house and show him different things. They had things like grapes, which, were eyeballs, and Jell-O, which was a brain, things like that. And he'd, help them put their hands in and touch them and play with it. And, they wasn't something where they were jumping up behind and yelling at them or making them scared, but, just wanting to, have them experience with them.
Now, you said that your son is a year younger than Chris.
Yes,
And then Chris is 5 years younger than Jimmy.
Correct.
Than Mr. Holmes. How was James Holmes with your son?
very good. He because my son was there so often, and like I said, Chrissy and my son were glued at the hip, he kind of became a younger brother. But Jimmy was really good with him. Jimmy had, they had no problems with each other.
How did Mr. Holmes and his sister Chris react or respond to each other when they were younger?
They were very much typical siblings. Yeah, they were spats. There was, pushing and shoving, and no, I get the front seat, no, you get the front seat. But they were actually very good to each other.
Okay. Would you say that James Holmes took care of his sister, protected his sister when need be?
Yeah, I would. I would say he did, and I would say that Chrissy, being the younger sister, would definitely try to harass him at times, and so would my son.
Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary than you would expect for good little kids?
No, nothing at all.
Now, with regard to them leaving, you said at a certain point the Holmes family moved from this neighborhood.
Yes, they did.
Do you remember when that was?
Oh, let's see, probably 2000, I'm guessing. It was about 2000, because I'm thinking my son was 6, and Chrissy was 7, and Jimmy was 12. Okay. And they actually stayed at our house for a couple of nights while our house was tented before they moved.
Okay. When they actually drove away, can you describe that for the jury?
That was heartbreaking. My son was 6, as I said, and Chrissy was 7, and Chrissy's in the van, peeled to the window, just face plastered to the window and screaming. And my son's throwing himself on the ground, crying and kicking his legs. And Jimmy just had tears in his eyes. He was 12, he was older, but he just had tears in his eyes, and they waved and they drove away.
Sad? Were they sad to leave?
Yes, very much so.
Tell the jury about the contact that you had with the family in the years after they moved from Oak Hills.
The first year they were gone, my son and I by ourselves went down and we stayed at the Holmes house. And then it was either the following year or later that same year, my husband, my son, and I went down, picked up Chrissy and went north to a motel there so we can go to Legoland. And then went back to the motel and went swimming. Then we went back to the Holmes house and had dinner with the family. We have seen them every year since then because they come up and visit, they came up and visited Bob's mom when she was alive, and then they started coming up and visit his sister. Then they'd come up and visit his sister and his brother. So every time they came up, and it was normally around Thanksgiving, they would get in touch with us and we would all get together.
When you say his sister and brother, whose sister?
Bob's sister and brother.
Okay. When you went down to see them, where were they living?
They live in San Diego.
Okay. You said you went down there with your son so he could visit with Chris?
Yes.
Was James Holmes there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And At that point, was there concern that he was having trouble making friends down there in the neighborhood?
Yeah, there was a little bit, because it was all new to him, and some of the major activities, soccer and things that he loved to do, he just, he didn't know anybody, so he was a little withdrawn from it, yeah.
Okay. With you guys, with your family, how did he interact as he got older?
Actually, as he got older, he became much more, I don't want to say confident, but much more communicative. He'd known us for so many years that it was easier for him to converse with us. And we used to have some very nice, very friendly conversations. He was very amusing. He had a great sense of humor.
Okay. When, well, if I can approach with D-TR-282 and 283, and I'm going to show those to the prosecution.
Yes.
So people have no objection to these.
Would you move for their admission?
All right, without objection from the people, D-TR-282 and 283 are admitted and may be published.
If I can get 509, please. Mrs. Bidwell, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And who all is in this photo?
Chrissy, my son, my husband, and Jimmy.
Is that in order from when you're
Left to right.
Okay. And where is this taken?
At our house, we had moved into town for a couple, about, I think, 6 years while our son went to school before we moved back out to Oak Hills. So this is at our house in town.
Would this have been one of the times that the Holmes family came up to visit?
Yes, I'm thinking it was November for Thanksgiving. They were up.
Okay. Do you recall exactly what year this photo was?
Yes, I do. It was 2010.
Okay. At this age, can you describe how James Holmes interacted with his family?
When they would come up, they made it a point always, and it was really rather fun. We would always play a game. Usually it was apples to apples or something of that sort. And so we'd all sit at our dining room table and play. And Jimmy had a great sense of humor. His answers were always quite intelligent, but quite intriguing and very funny. So we'd sit there and we would play games, board game or apples to apples type game for a while.
Would you say he was comfortable in that environment in your home with the family?
Yes, I would.
Okay. What if he lost the game?
He was fine. He was actually laughing about it. We would actually laugh about it if he lost.
Okay. How did he interact with his sister and his mom and dad?
Very well. We were all having a good time and laughing and enjoying ourselves.
How did he react with you? Did he continue to be that respectful boy that you had known?
He did. He did.
Now, if we can get D-TR-2567. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photo of?
For Chrissy's birthday in 2009, she decided she wanted to go on this raft trip through a place called Elkhorn Slough, which has sea otters and seals and things like that. It's just north of where we lived. So we went on this raft ride for her birthday.
Okay,
Ms. Hicks, I'm sorry, for the record, is this D-TR-283?
yes.
Okay, you said 2567, I'm assuming that's your...
Internal number.
Your own number, internal number. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Your Honor. Can you tell us who all is in this photo?
Starting from the back, that would be Bob and Jimmy and my son and Arlene. Don't know who's behind. Oh, that must be Chris behind with the red hat on. She has her hat on, so I couldn't tell. My husband and me.
Okay. And do you recall this trip?
Yes.
And can you describe James Holmes for the jury on this trip?
He was the same. We had a really enjoyable time. We were looking at the different sea otters, and they were doing their little flips in the water, and we were all laughing about it. We had a really good time. Then we went out to a restaurant for lunch, and I know the year because Arlene was teasing him that now that he was 21, he could have a beer, which he declined. But so I knew it was 2009 because he had turned 21 that December.
Did you have much opportunity to observe Mr. Holmes with strangers?
Not that much, because, when we were in a group, he would converse with us. I know might be my impression that when she said he could have a beer, he was a little embarrassed because, she was telling him he could talk to the waiter, and he wasn't that comfortable with that, would be my impression.
Okay. Overall, overall, in describing James Holmes, would you ever describe him as a rude person,
No,
a selfish person,
no,
a manipulative person,
no,
a mean person,
no,
a person that wanted to be the center of attention?
oh, no, he would rather not be the center of attention.
A person that was a poor loser?
No,
A person that was upset or mad all the time?
no.
Okay. How would you describe him?
Jimmy was rather shy and could be very quiet, but he, like I said, was intelligent and had a very good sense of humor, and when he felt comfortable, he had no problem talking and having fun and, opening up to people. If he was in a crowd that he didn't know people, he was just reserved and quiet.
Were you shocked to...
Yes, I was.
Was this in any way part of in the character of the person that you know as James Holmes?
No, and actually when I first heard it on the news, I called because I thought this can't be possible.
Okay.
And
Over the years, did you come to care deeply for the Holmes family,
yes, very much.
including James Holmes?
Yes,
Are they important to you,
they're very important to me.
including James?
Yes,
Would you say that you love the Holmes family
I would.
and James,
I would.
and you support them,
Yes, I do.
and you support James Holmes?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mrs. Bidwell.
Yeah.
Mr. Edson, do you have any cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, and the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena? Ms. Higgs,
Yes, Your Honor.
any objection?
No, thank you.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, it's 10 after 10. Let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Please make sure you follow all my admonishments. Stay healthy, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes, all right? Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has now exited the courtroom. Everyone, please be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people? No? Anything on behalf of the defense?
No.
Okay, I'll see you after the break. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
Good morning again. Phil Tenser joining you from the 7 News newsroom as we make our way through the morning recess. It is now 10:10, which would put us back in the courtroom at 10:30. Of course, that is Mountain Time. We're here in Denver. Court is in Arapahoe County, a few miles south of us, Division 201, where Judge Samore is the chief district judge there. He is going to come back, and at some point before the parents of James Holmes testify, yes, that is the breaking news, the headline, the marquee banner for the day now that we know the parents, Robert or Bob and Arlene Holmes, are going to testify today. We know that we have a couple of witnesses the defense wants to be able to check off their list, people who have flights scheduled for later today that they want to get done. We know Bob and Arlene Holmes have been in Colorado, have been staying in Colorado since the trial began. They've been sitting in the row directly behind the gunman, so on the left side of your screens and the left side of our camera angle. sitting in the first row of the gallery, according to all of our colleagues who have been in the courtroom. That's where the parents have been sitting, and they are going to get out of those chairs and get onto the witness stand for the very first time at some point later today. But first, we've heard from some friends, church friends, neighbors, a volunteer who volunteered along with the defendant in California and headed down into Tijuana to work with orphans, an orphanage down there. People who described, neighbors who described the gunman as quiet, church friends who described how their relationship with the family, the Holmes family as a whole. And at this point, the parents are going to be coming up soon. We're going to get these other witnesses off the list, check them off, and then the judge will have to hear some final arguments about letters written. The prosecution is objecting preemptively to letters that the parents have written to the gunman. That they said there was more than 40 of them, and they want to have those discussions. They objected to them as hearsay, and so we'll have to have an answer to that before Robert and Arlene Holmes take the stand later today, but certainly that is what is on the docket for this afternoon. In the meantime, while we make our way through the rest of this break, about 17 minutes left to go, we have some replays, some of these friends and neighbors who have testified during this phase 2, and we'll listen to that for a few minutes and rejoin court as soon as court resumes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live?
Portland, Oregon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency department nurse at Oregon Health Science University Hospital. I've worked there 37 years in the emergency department.
All right. Can you please tell the jury if you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
Yes, I do.
How do you know them?
I went to nursing school with Arlene, and we went to nursing school together. We became friends. We actually, in the summer of nursing school, we backpacked around Hawaii for 30 days. And over the last 40 years, we've remained friends. Every year, Arlene would send a Christmas card, handwritten, front and back, which told about the joys of her family, which identified with how we were with our family, and we had that in common. They also came up to visit us with their children.
When did they visit you? Was that in Oregon?
Yes, in Oregon.
And when approximately would that have been?
Well, I know the ages of the children.
That's fine. How old do you think the children were?
Chris was 3, and then James would have been 5 years older, 8.
Okay. And what do you remember about when they came to visit you in Oregon?
That they were so excited to be on vacation, and they were so happy. They came and visited us in our home, and they pulled a travel trailer, a camper. We all went to OMSI, which is a museum, science and industry. They camped at the campsite, and the next morning my husband and I and children met them, and we went out to breakfast, and then they took off in their camper. And I just remember just seeing how happy they were and thinking what a wonderful, happy family.
What do you remember specifically about James during that visit?
He was a young. Our sons were 9 and 12, and they were fun little children. We went to OMSI. They did the little games together, and they were interested in the games, and they seemed happy and well-behaved, polite. They came to our house, and we all sat and visited, and they sat with the mom and sat with the dad, and it was just a nice visit.
Did James seem to interact well with your boys?
Yes.
Were there any problems at all during that visit?
No, there was no.
Anything strike you as odd or unusual about their family?
No, they were very loving.
What kind of a mom do you see Arlene as?
Well, very devoted to her family, spending her life nurturing the children. And she would write this on the Christmas cards, Christmas letter, front and back, detailing everything that they did over the year and just the joys of raising the children and just very loving and with the goal to nurture their children and have them be good, wonderful people.
What did you think when you heard about the shooting in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Total devastation. I read about it in the newspaper and I saw the names was Holmes, James Holmes, and I immediately said to my husband, "Oh my God, this is James Holmes." Totally devastated for all the 12 people who were killed and the 70 who were shot and injured. Just terrible, terrible massacre and just terrible. And I'm so sorry for all of,
I'm going to object at this point.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And at that point, did you reach out to Arlene and let her know that you support her?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
Sustained.
Do you continue to support Bob and Arlene and their family?
Yes, definitely.
Does that include James Holmes?
Excuse me?
Do you continue to support James Holmes too?
Yes, I do. I believe he has a mental illness, which is like a
I'm going to
cancer.
object and move a strike.
Sustained. That last answer is stricken, so the jury will disregard it. The jury should treat it as though it never heard it, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ask your next question, please.
I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Edson, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for her either. Ms. Brady, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
Ms. Bonanno, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Dennis Bonanno.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Dennis Robert Bonanno. Spell my last name?
I think your wife might have just spelled it, but you can spell it anyway, just for the record.
Bonnono.
And first and middle names, do they have common spellings, Dennis
Yes.
and Robert?
Yes, they do.
All right. Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Was that your wife that we just heard testify?
It is.
Do you also live in Oregon?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
Yes, I have for a lot of years.
And how did you come to know them?
My wife went to nursing school with Arlene. I'm closer to Arlene than Bob. And we did a lot of things together before we got married. And that's how I knew Arlene, and we followed them through the years. My wife would always get Christmas cards every year, even though we were miles apart doing different things. And we've known them from afar, followed them through, we have two boys, they have two kids, and Carol would tell me about their progression, and that's how we've known them.
Did the Holmes family one time visit your family in Oregon?
Yes.
What do you remember about that visit?
I remember them coming up in a travel trailer when their kids were real young, ours were very young, and they were just two wonderful kids, played with ours, did some activities up in Portland, Oregon, and I just thought they were a loving, caring family as well as ours.
Now, how old do you think James Holmes was during that visit, just approximately?
Yeah, I don't really know, but I know that he was probably about this high. Played with our kids. And they had interactions and just had a good time.
And when you held your hand up, it looked like maybe 4 to 5 feet tall. Is that
Yeah.
a good estimate? So a young boy?
Yeah, young boy. Yeah.
Okay. What do you remember about him? Any impression you had of James Holmes?
Just quiet, very polite, much like their parents. Just a great little kid.
Did he play with your boys?
Yes, he did, and our kids were older, and you know, I remember him as a little shy kid, and our kids are kind of shy at that, and I thought their interactions were as normal and great as any kid.
How did he seem to get along with his sister Chris?
She was considerable littler and great, a loving brother.
How did he seem to get along with his parents?
Great, very, as good as kids you can expect.
Anything unusual that you noticed about James or the family?
Oh, no, not at all.
Do you support their family?
Oh, very much so. I mean, their family, I look at them the same way I do our own family. In all the developments, in all the interactions, through Carol, probably kept more in touch. They're just a loving family. The Holmeses always wanted to know how well our kids did throughout the years and in school and their activities, and we wanted to know about them. And we were always very proud of their kids and all their achievements. Their family mimics ours.
Were you shocked when you heard about the shooting of July 20th?
It flabbergasted me. I couldn't believe it. It was so horrific.
I'm going to object to this point's relevance.
Overruled, but he's answered the question. Ask your next question.
Your Honor, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Do the people have any questions, Mr. Edson?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
He may.
Any objection?
Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Bidwell, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you tell this jury where you live,
Where I live now,
in general, yeah?
I live in Oak Hills, which is Salinas, California.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
I've lived there since 1990, moved into town, into Monterey area for a number of years, and then moved back last summer.
Okay. When you lived there in the 90s, did you know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you know James Holmes?
Yes, I did.
Did you recognize him here at council table?
Yes, so, yeah.
How did you meet the Holmes family?
I was out front playing with my son. I have a son that's a year younger than Jimmy's younger sister, and we were out front playing, and Arlene was walking the sister down the street, and she stopped and she introduced herself. She said, I just moved here, and she gave me her name and her daughter's name, and she said, how old is your son? And I gave her his age. He was 1.5. And she said, oh, good, my daughter's 2.5. Maybe they can be friends. And they, from that day forward, were glued at the hip. They were together constantly for 5 years until the Holmes moved to San Diego. So we had a lot of contact with the family.
Okay. And your contact with the family, did that continue after they moved as well?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall about what year it was that you first met Arlene and James's younger sister, Chris?
I remember exactly because my son was born in 94, so it was 95.
You said that they became joined at the hip. Did your son spend a lot of time at the Holmes household?
He was either there or she was at our house, but yeah, about half and half. Mm-hmm.
When your son would go there, or Chris would come to your home, would you go with your son, or Arlene would come with Chris?
We usually helped him cross the street, but that was about it.
Okay. And so Chris would come play without her mom with your
Yes.
son?
Yes.
Did you ever have any concerns about Chris coming to your house?
None,
What about your son going to the Holmes house?
none.
Now, was this in the Oak Hills neighborhood?
Yes, it was.
Okay, the jury's heard a little bit about that neighborhood. Can you describe what that neighborhood was like from your perspective?
The neighborhood was a very family-oriented neighborhood. We had a lot of young parents with many, many young children throughout the neighborhood. There were actually two separate groups. There were the kids that were Jimmy's age, and then there were the kids that were my son's age, and they interacted very well together. They mostly were siblings. And everybody played together. We had family picnics, we had family barbecues, we had 4th of July parties. Jimmy would put on a Halloween haunted house for the younger kids a couple of years in a row.
When you are referring to someone by the name of Jimmy, is that how you know James Holmes?
Yeah, that's how I've always known him. It's always been Jimmy.
Okay. You said there was a group of kids in that neighborhood that were all sort of around Mr. Holmes' age.
Yes.
What did they do in the neighborhood?
Rode their bikes, they did some skateboarding, played some ball, just, normal kid activities.
Were the parents in this neighborhood also involved with their kids, sort of playing in the neighborhood, watching them?
They were involved with their kids. We didn't really watch them that carefully because it was a very good neighborhood, but the parents were all friends, they were all together. Like I said, we had many barbecues where everybody was there, the children, the parents. We had birthday parties, then all the kids would be there and all the parents would be there.
Do you feel like you got to know the Holmes family
Very well.
I would like to approach with two photos, D-TR-128 and D-TR-30.
Yes.
Your Honor, if they're being offered, we will not object.
Ms. Hicks, do you want to offer them into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, without objection, they're admitted. That's D-TR-128 and D-TR-30, and they may also be published.
Thank you. How would you describe Jimmy's interaction with that group of kids in the neighborhood?
He was a member of the group. I mean, they all were very good friends. They were very close. There were very few squabbles, and if there were squabbles, it wasn't Jimmy. There was one little boy who liked to, he was, I won't say a bully, but he was, liked to be in charge. It wasn't Jimmy. Jimmy was one of the laid-back children in the group.
Okay. And if we can get 512, which is D-TR-130. And can you describe where this is and what this is for the jury?
That's my backyard. That would be at a barbecue that we had, or it was either a birthday party or just a barbecue we had in the backyard, and that's obviously Chrissy, Jimmy's sister, and then Jimmy, and the two next door neighbors' boys to me that were all friends, and we were just having a neighborhood gathering.
Ms. Hicks, is it D-TR-30 or 130?
130, thank you.
130, okay. So the record stands corrected. It's D-TR-130, not 30. Thank you.
Okay. Is this representative of how the kids kind of interacted and?
Very much so, yes.
How would you describe the kids in this picture?
Laughing, having a good time, goofing with each other, just playing with each other. They were, the three of the boys were just all tickling each other, playing with each other, pulling each other's hair, just normal children things.
Okay. Did you ever see James Holmes, when he was little in this group, mean to any of the other kids?
No, never.
Okay. And how about with you as an adult? Was he respectful? Can you describe him?
When he was younger, Jimmy was rather shy. He would respond because Bob and Arlene were very good about making sure their children were well behaved, and he would answer your questions and he would talk to you. But would he come up to you on his own and talk to you? No, he was rather shy as a youngster.
Is that with the adults?
Yes.
How about with the kids?
No.
Okay.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Hope you had a good break, folks. Thanks for coming back. Ms. Brady or Ms. Higgs, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Mark Bidwell.
Come around this way, please. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Mark Cipriani Bidwell, M-A-R-K, C-I-P-R-I-A-N-I, Bidwell, B-I-D-W-E-L-L.
Thank you, Mr. Bidwell. I'm going to ask you to move the microphone close to your mouth so that we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Higgs, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am good.
Lori Bidwell, your wife?
Yes, she is.
Okay. I'm not going to review all the information I did with her, with you, but I want to kind of start out by asking if you too know the Bob and Arlene Holmes family.
Yes, I do.
How long have you known them?
Since about 1996.
Over 20 years,
Yes,
or about 20 years?
about 20 years, correct.
Okay. Now, I understand that your family used to live in the Oak Hills neighborhood when the Holmes family lived there?
Yes,
Okay. And was that in the, 1995 to 2000 range?
correct.
Did you, well, just briefly, I know the jury's heard a lot about this neighborhood, but from your perspective, how did the families and kids and people in this neighborhood interact?
They functioned very well together. We were like-minded parents looking out for our children, allowing them to play. It was a very safe neighborhood. We gathered many times for parties that we had, just backyard parties with the kids and where everybody interacted. We knew everybody, everybody knew each other, and it was a very good neighborhood.
During those years, you recognize James Holmes seated here, correct?
Yes, I do.
And what was the name that you called him by?
Jimmy,
Always?
always.
Okay. When you knew James Holmes in those younger years in the Oak Hills neighborhood, can you describe the kind of kid he was?
He was a very normal child. He played with his friends. He was about 5-6 years older than our son. So he played in a different group, but when we gathered for parties and we saw him on the street, they all played very well together. Never saw any incidences of anybody not liking each other or anything on that order.
How did he interact with your son?
Our son was his sister's friend, and they were 5 years older, and he was rather protective of them.
When you would see him interact with other younger kids in the neighborhood, would you use that same word, protective of them?
Yes, I would.
Would you say he was really good with the younger kids?
Yes, he was very good with them.
Is that something that kind of stood out for you as different from some of the other older kids in the neighborhood?
No, actually, everybody looked after everybody else there.
Okay. Everyone got along really well?
Yes, they did.
With regard to James Holmes' interaction with the group of his friends there in that neighborhood, would you say he was on the inside of that group or sitting on the outside of that group?
Jimmy was on the inside. They all accepted each other, and they all hung out together and did what guys do when you're young.
How would you describe the Holmes family in general at that time?
They were to my mind, they were a very good family. We got to know them little by little due to our son interacting with their daughter. Our parenting ideas were very similar. We always held our kids accountable to whatever they did, even though they were very young. And we became good friends over the years.
Would you say they were concerned parents,
Yes,
good parents,
yes,
good family?
yes.
Overall, relative to other families, were they more on the quiet side, more on the loud side?
They were more on the quiet side.
The jury has heard that your family continued to stay in touch with the Holmes family even after they moved out of the Oak Hills neighborhood. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you describe sort of the times, the kind of interactions that you had with them after they moved away?
One time we went down to visit them, and it was probably a year after they moved from the Oak Hills neighborhood to San Diego. We had a great time. As time was going on, we were watching Jimmy grow up a little bit, and he was beginning to interact with adults more, rather than yes sir, no sir type thing, actually having conversations. And
I'm
Go-
sorry.
well, as the years went on, we got together at least once a year. Bob and Arlene and Chrissy and Jimmy would come up Christmas time or Thanksgiving time to see his relatives, and they would always make time to stop by and see us for a while.
As Mr. Holmes got older, can you sort of describe who the adult he became for the jury?
He, how do you explain that? You just could watch him develop and become more comfortable with himself and beginning having little jokes with adults, little political type conversations, and Jimmy was becoming a very enjoyable person.
And you had known him since he was very young. Was he comfortable with your family?
I would say so, yes.
Well, were most of your interactions with him sort of in the family home, in the family group?
Yes.
Not a lot of interactions with him or opportunities to observe him sort of out in the world with strangers from your perspective?
No, we did not.
Would you ever, in all the years that you've known him, would you ever describe him as the type of person who was like a poor loser?
No, I never saw that.
Okay. What about arrogant?
Definitely no.
Okay. What about self-centered?
No.
Was he ever rude or disrespectful to you?
No.
In fact, was he the opposite of that? Of all of those things?
Yes.
Okay. Over the years, well, when you heard about this case, is it fair to say you were shocked?
Yes.
I'm going to object to this point, Judge.
Justine, rephrase your question, please.
Is there anything about when you heard about this case, is that at any way consistent with the character of the person that you know as Jimmy Holmes?
No, it was not. It took us completely by surprise, and we didn't even, actually took a little while to put the name together with actually knowing who it was.
Okay. Over the years, have you come to care for the Holmes family?
Yes, very much.
Judge, I'm again going to object.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, very much.
Would you say that you have come to love the Holmes family?
Yes.
Again, I'm going to object.
Overruled.
And does that include James Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. Are these people, the entire family, a family that's important to you?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, they are.
And does that include James Holmes?
Yes, it does.
Do you support this whole family?
Yes, I do.
And do you support James Holmes?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Bidwell.
Mr. Edson, do you have any cross-examination?
No, Judge, thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we call Ann Hestan.
Good morning. Come around this way, please. Yes, if I could have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My full name is Ann Elizabeth Heston. My first name is spelled A-N-N. My middle name is spelled E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H. And my last name is spelled H-E-S-T-A-N-D.
Ms. Hicks, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Heston.
Morning.
Where do you live?
I live in Watsonville, California, Monterey Bay Area.
Is that near Salinas or Castroville?
It's about 15 miles from Castroville, north.
How long have you lived in that area?
I moved to Santa Cruz County in 1974, and I moved to Watsonville in 1977.
What do you do for a living currently?
I'm a retired teacher, but I still volunteer in classrooms, and I still take temporary assignments, and I volunteer for hospice.
When you were a teacher, how long were you a teacher for?
I taught from 1974 to 2008, 34 years.
Did you ever teach at Castroville Elementary?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall having a student in your class by the name of James Holmes?
I recalled Jimmy, is what I called him.
Okay. And what grade did you have him in?
I had Jimmy in second grade. It was a 2-3 combo classroom.
What is that?
That's when 2 grades are combined together. So we had some second grade students and some third grade students. And at the time, the style of teaching was less prescribed than it is now, so the children kind of moved through the curriculum that was appropriate for them.
Was it a fairly small elementary school?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay.
I think we had, maybe three of each grade. It was very small. It's a very small community, and it served a very small area. The children lived right in town, or it's an agricultural community.
Mhm.
So they lived in town or out in the rural areas, and then there was one subdivision where people lived that worked in Monterey and Salinas.
And kids would also come from that
Yes,
subdivision?
and Jimmy lived in that neighborhood.
Okay. Can we get, it's already been previously introduced as D-TR-220, I think it's 959. What is this?
It's the class picture.
Okay, are you in this photo?
I'm in the top row next to Mrs. Garcia. She was the principal.
Okay. And is this the second, third grade class that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And where is the student that you knew by Jimmy Holmes?
He's right down at the bottom right.
Can we call that out? Is this how you remember him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
When I received the letter from the public defender's office, reminding me that I had been Jimmy's student.
Teacher.
I had no awareness of the incident because I had been in the back country during that.
Relevance.
Whoops.
Sustained, and actually, there's not a question posed, so ask your question, please.
When you first heard from us, were you able to immediately recall this child, Jimmy Holmes, that you remembered in your class?
Instantly.
Yeah.
I went right to what I instantly remembered.
Okay. It was pretty long ago, but he stood out for you, is that fair to say? Yes?
Totally. I mean, he stood out. I remembered his wonderful smile.
If I can approach with some exhibits, D-TR-287, 286, and 285.
Yes.
You will look at the first one, D-TR-285. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the report card that I wrote for Jimmy throughout the year.
And that's something that you're required to do as a teacher?
Yes.
Part of the records that you keep at school?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, she has to write it down, so we have to.
Oh, yes, it's part of the record.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move for introduction of D-TR-285.
Ms. Pearson?
No objection.
All right, without objection, D-TR-285 is admitted and may be published.
2605. So can you, some of this is hard to read, it might be easier for you on the copy that you have, I don't know. But can you just tell the jury what, did you have James Holmes in your class for a full entire year?
Yes, I did.
So describe how this report card is set out.
Well, it has the several subject areas because we grade students on their academic ability, and then we also grade them on their citizenship and work habits.
Okay.
That's down at the bottom of the left-hand side. And then the first quarter, we don't give grades because we meet with the parents, and so that is a verbal report on the student's progress. And then the second and third quarters and the fourth quarter, we comment. And at the bottom of the report card is the grading code.
So what were your comments about James Holmes in the second quarter?
In the second quarter, it says, Jimmy continues to show steady improvement. I am especially pleased with his writing skills. His something and reports are flowing much more naturally.
And with these students, are you teaching them all day long, every day throughout the
Yes.
school year? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then what does it say there at the bottom?
Thank you for monitoring his homework and projects.
Does that indicate to you the parents' involvement when you're thanking
Yes.
them? Okay. So in that bottom comment, thank you for monitoring his homework and projects, that's referring to Mr. and Mrs. Holmes' involvement with James?
Right, and supporting Jimmy in his education.
Okay. And what were his comments in the second quarter?
Jimmy has been such a hard worker this quarter. I am very pleased with his progress and his work habits.
Is that how you remember him as a student?
Yes, I remember him as being very hardworking, very resourceful, and conscientious. That's how I remember him academically
Okay.
as a student.
Now, I'm sure that over the years, you have had some disruptive students in your classes.
Yes, I have.
Was James Holmes ever one
No.
of those kids?
Never.
Can you describe for the jury socially how he interacted with the students in his class?
James was very friendly, very considerate, very playful. He was exuberant. The other children always liked to play with Jimmy when it was recess time. They wanted to run around the playground with him. He was helpful. Because it was a 2-3 combo, we had various levels of ability in the classroom. And he was very helpful with the other students and would applaud their success, and the other children would applaud Jimmy's successes in the classroom too. He was very well liked.
Okay.
And the whole classroom was a really wonderful group of children.
That was what I was going to ask about next. Was this sort of a special class in that regard?
I would say so. Combination classes are often very difficult because of the wide range of abilities. And it's not just academic abilities, it's levels of social and emotional development. So you have a very wide range. And this class was very cohesive and very cooperative and also very spirited and fun-loving. We had a lot of fun. But I always knew that they would be respectful of me and respectful of one another.
Ever worry about leaving them with a substitute teacher when you had to?
No, and that was a very significant year for me because I was out for an entire week due to the death of my mother, and I was so relieved that I had such a wonderful class and I could just call a friend and have her take over and not have to worry about anybody in the classroom who would be disruptive or aggressive.
Can you take a look at D-TR-286 there before you? And is that, what is that?
Well, it's a little picture. At the beginning of the school year, we had a project where we read Rumpelstiltskin, where the young mother's trying to guess Rumpelstiltskin's name. And then it was a get acquainted with the other students project. And then the children drew a picture of themselves and wrote their name on the paper. And so that was from that project.
And do you remember, do you recall that that's the picture that the student you knew as Jimmy drew?
This is the picture that Jimmy drew.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we would move for introduction of that photo, D-TR-286.
No objection.
Without objection from the people, it is admitted.
And if we can just publish that, that's 2571. And when you, this is not a photo that you kept in your records.
No, it would be something that would have gone home with the students. But we would have had it in a book and we would have read it again and again so the children learned each other's names.
And when you saw this, you immediately recognized that this was from that Rumpelstiltskin story.
Yeah, I knew what it was from.
Now, if you can also take a look at D-TR-287. Oh, it's not introduced.
Ms. Pearson, are you objecting to D-TR-287?
I am, Your Honor. There are several things in it that I object to.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Higgs.
Do you recognize that sort of packet of items?
Yes, I do.
Are those items that were part of, did you have a project, a thing that you did with your class with regard to sending them postcards?
Yes, it was part of a geography project, and so the students studied different national parks in the state of California, and then I collected postcards from those parks, and then the students had to pretend that they went to the park and write a postcard home to their parents about the park, which they visited.
Mhm.
And then we walked to the post office and mailed the postcards. It was a whole geography unit.
Was it also part of that geography unit that you would send postcards?
Yes, when I traveled, I sent the students postcards so that they could be aware of a larger world.
And was there also an occasion that you sent postcards off into space?
Oh, we did. There was some opportunity with NASA and perhaps the Naval Postgraduate School where we could send postcards to outer space, so we did that too.
Was that all part of the same sort of
Mhm.
geography unit?
Right.
And is that what is reflected in D-TR-287?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of D-TR-287.
Your Honor, I object to several things in there. May we approach?
Yes. The objection is sustained on foundational grounds, but Ms. Hicks, I'll let you attempt to establish more foundation. Thank you.
Ms. Heston, if you look at pages 4 and 6 of that document,
Does that include the cover?
yes. It's the two postcards that are
Mhm.
signed by a person named Jimmy.
Right.
When you look at the handwriting on those postcards, does that seem to be the same handwriting to you?
Just smaller, same handwriting.
One seems a little neater.
One's smaller and probably more focused because he was trying to fit it in a smaller space.
Okay.
And it could have been at different times of the year.
Okay. And as part of what you're studying, teaching in second grade is partly handwriting?
Yes.
Okay. And those are both postcards from the student that you knew by the name as Jimmy?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the last page, that contains a news article.
Yes,
Is that where you got the idea to have the kids send postcards into space?
it is.
Your Honor, we would again move for admission of D-TR-287.
Any other objection based on that additional record, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, then D-TR-287 is admitted and may be published.
And we're just going to go through this fairly quickly if we can pull that up. Now, this is not a packet that you kept. This would have gone home to his
Correct.
to his parents.
Correct.
Okay.
It was a packet that probably went home at back-to-school night or open house.
Is that toward the end of the year?
Mhm. So it was a collection of projects from throughout the year.
Okay. When you saw this, did you immediately recognize this project you did with that class?
Yes, I mean, it brought back to mind all the things that we did.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2. So this would have been one of the postcards that you had the kids pretend to write?
Right,
Okay.
that's correct.
And if we can go to the next page. And then, what is this?
This is the research that he was doing on Mount Shasta, preparatory to writing the postcard.
Okay. And if we can go to the next page. And then this would be the postcard that you,
That he wrote pretending that he had been at Mount Shasta
the first one was to you and this one is to his parents?
to his parents, and this is the one that we took to the post office and mailed,
Okay. And you can see the stamp on there?
20 cents.
And you mailed it home to his parents?
Yes.
And if we can get the next page? Another part of the project?
Yes.
And if we can get the last page? Now, this is another postcard?
And that was the back of the fairy tale one.
Okay, all right. Also part of the same project?
Right.
And then the last page? And we're not to the last page. And what is this?
Well, when I traveled, I sent postcards to the children, and the children were grouped in the classroom. And Jimmy and Katrina and Sarah were in Jared's group, so I would send a postcard to each group, table group in the classroom.
Okay.
And that's the postcard that I sent to them.
All right. And the next page? That is the last page. So this is the article you read where you got the idea?
Right, and then we sent our postcard to outer space.
The kid's pretty excited about that?
Very.
Okay.
It was a class that loved learning.
Including Jimmy?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you ever have any problem with James Holmes, your student Jimmy, in your class?
I never ever had a problem with Jimmy in my classroom.
Was he always respectful?
He was kind, he was respectful, he would he loved to take things to the office. He was always offering to do that. He would help other children. I never had any problems with Jimmy.
Okay.
As I said, when I received the letter, I instantly pictured this wonderful child.
How do you feel about the students in your classes?
Well, when I have the students in my classroom, they are my child for the year. And I don't mean my child as a student, but like they are, my own child for the year. And I care deeply about their development, not only academically, but socially and emotionally.
Does that attachment continue even after they're not in your class?
It does continue, and I actually keep in touch with many of my former students.
Was James Holmes a student that you kept in touch with?
No, I did not. They moved after a couple of years.
Despite that, do you still feel, do you still care for him?
Yes, I do.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you still support him?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Heston. I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearson, do you have any questions?
Just a couple. So, ma'am, the defendant was in your second grade class, and he did the kind of projects that kids do in second grade. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And when's the last time that you saw him?
I saw him in 1996.
So almost 20 years ago.
It is almost 20 years ago.
And you have no knowledge of what kind of a person he turned out to be, do you?
I know from newspaper.
Personally, you didn't
No,
see him
no,
in
no.
middle school, high school,
No, I did not.
college?
No,
Didn't see him after college?
No.
You don't know what kind of an adult he turned out to be?
no.
Do you have any redirect, Ms. Hicks?
Does any of that change the fact that you care for and support him?
Doesn't change anything at all. I have a very vivid memory of Jimmy. And I cared for Jimmy in 1996, and I still care for Jimmy.
Do you have any recross?
No, Your Honor.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Call your next witness, please. Yes. Members of the jury, as a result of some scheduling conflicts, there are witnesses who could not testify here live, and so they came in and their testimony was video recorded in advance. And the defense is going to show one of those recordings at this time. I want to instruct you that you should not consider that testimony any differently than you would live testimony, just based on the fact that it is video recorded. You should consider it the same as you would if the witness were testifying live here in court. Does that make sense to everyone? Everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. Okay, with that instruction then, Ms. Brady, do you want to proceed?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, just so the record is complete, we are going to tender to the court D-TR-288, which is a copy of the testimony that is going to be played now. And there were 3 exhibits with this witness, which we can't publish because the video will be playing, and so I do have copies for the jurors.
Okay, do you want to distribute those now?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, give them to my staff, please, and my staff will distribute those. Thank you. And my court reporter is not going to be taking down what is in the recording because there's a record already of the testimony.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, and for the record, my staff is distributing the exhibits that were admitted. What exhibits are they? Ms. Higgs, do you know?
Yes, they're D-TR-98, 99, 100.
Okay, thank you. And folks, we're gonna publish these exhibits the same way we published other exhibits in the past. That is to say, we're gonna give each of you a copy so you don't have to pass the original from one person to the other. And then we will retrieve your copies when the recording has finished playing. All right, there aren't enough copies, so why don't we publish it later, Ms. Higgs? Okay, let's start playing D-TR-288. We'll publish those exhibits later, folks.
Okay, Your Honor, the defense calls Paul Carrer to the stand.
All right. Come around this way, please. If I could have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Please be seated. Could you please turn the microphone around so that it faces you to make sure we can all hear you? And then would you please tell us your full name for the record and please spell your first, middle, and last name?
Okay. Paul Henry Carter, K-A-R-R-E-R. I'm nervous.
And the first name is Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And your middle name is Henry, H-E-N-R-Y?
Correct.
All right, you may proceed with your direct examination, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carr, it's okay to be nervous. It's an odd situation. Can you tell us where it is that you live in general?
I live in Monterey County. It's on the coast of California. It's about 17 miles from Castroville Elementary School.
And where, is that northern, central, southern California?
It's exactly middle California.
Okay. How long have you lived there in that area?
28, 30 years.
Okay, quite some time.
Yes.
What do you do for a living there?
I'm an elementary school teacher. Currently I teach 5th grade.
How long have you been a teacher?
Oh my goodness, since 78, 34 years, give or take.
You said right now you're teaching 5th grade. Have you always taught 5th grade?
No, I've taught college in Korea. I taught English in Samoa. I did student teaching in England, 26 years at Castroville Elementary School. 3rd grade for a while, 4th grade for a while, but 5th grade forever.
Okay. How long is forever? Does that go back?
Probably 20 years.
Okay. So sometime in the mid-90s, is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a student by the name of James Holmes in your 5th grade class?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what year that would have been?
1998, 1999.
Okay. I want to speak with you a little bit about your experience with James. Did you call him James when he was?
It's difficult for me to call him James, or even Mr. Holmes seems very strange. He's Jimmy.
Okay.
And he's Jimmy to me.
I want to ask you, I know you're a little bit nervous, to let me completely finish my question so we're not talking over each other. As you know, it's being recorded, and I want to make sure the jury hears everything that you have to say, all right?
Yes.
Okay. So before we talk more about Jimmy, I'd like to talk to you about what does fifth grade look like, teaching a class in fifth grade?
Okay, fifth grade usually is comprised of about 30 kids, give or take. Usually 15, if you're lucky, 15 boys, 15 girls. Fifth grade is a very nice time, which is why I've done it for so long. Fifth grade teachers in California teach all subjects. So math, reading, English, science, social studies, art, all of those things. It's a very nice time because the kids, to be honest, don't really know about sex or drugs yet. They're at their peak. I have a daughter, and they become unpleasant later, and that's not true in fifth grade.
Okay, so sort of before the teenage.
They're admiring, and you know, the little chocolate bars on your desk, and they're sweet, kind.
Are they with you all day?
They are with me all day. You know, except for lunch and breaks.
Right. So, but every subject.
Every subject all day.
Was that the case in 1998 and 1999 when you had Jimmy in your class?
Yes.
And tell me when did the school year start and finish?
You mean month-wise?
Correct.
Okay. School begins early in August and ends early in June. So around August, for example, this year, August 7th or so, we have to go back to school, and then we finish June 5th or 6th, depending on where weekends are.
Okay. So
It's been that way forever.
I'm counting.
It's we have 185, 187 school days per year in California.
So that would be a full 6 months of time throughout a period of about, what, 10 months that you would actually be in daily contact with Jimmy?
Full 6 months?
Well, you said 187 days.
I'm going to object to it being referred to as Jimmy. The court's been very clear that people will be referred to by their last names or as the defendant.
Sustained. I'll let the witness, if he wants to refer to him as such, he can, but counsel should refer to him as Mr. Holmes. Go ahead.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes.
That's awkward since it's...
The objection remains sustained. All right.
Let me recommend.
Previously.
Can you tell me a little bit about Castroville Elementary School, how big it was, what grades it contained?
Sure. Castroville Elementary School, at that time?
Yes.
Okay, at that time, we were K through 5th grade, K being kindergarten, and there was about 500 kids, give or take.
And the Castroville community, was it a large community?
Well, it's very small. At that time, it was about 5,000 people.
And were there a couple other neighborhoods around the Castroville town that people would live in and still come to your school?
Yeah, there are two main communities, and one is the community immediately that the school is in. That's kind of Castroville Center. Tends to be low socioeconomic Latino kids there, mostly in agriculture, farming. And then Oak Hills is nearby. So there are two different feeder regions for the school.
Okay. Is this generally a rural and agricultural?
Oh, yes, it's pretty rural.
Mr. Kerr, I'm going to echo what Ms. Higgs said earlier, and that is you need to wait until she finishes her questions. That's okay. You're doing it to me too. That's all right. We do it in everyday life, but here it's important to wait. Even if you can anticipate what the question is or what the end of the question is, you have to wait because otherwise my court reporter can't take down everything that's being said. Okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, Ms. Hicks, you may continue.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
And I'm approaching with D-TR-99. And Mr. Carr, if you could just take a look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
I do. There's a mistake.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Is that the yearbook sort of class photo of the 5th grade class that you had James Holmes in?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of that photo, or have there been any changes?
No changes, but
Have some of the names of the other students been marked out?
all of them.
Yes, okay. Other than that, for those names being marked out for privacy reasons, does that accurately reflect that class that you had with Mr. Holmes?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of D-TR-99.
Is there any objection?
I believe it says 3rd grade on it, not 5th.
And we'll get to that.
Well, I would object to it because it's not a 5th grade picture as he's just illustrated. It says it's 3rd grade.
All right, Ms. Hicks, do you want to make a record about that, or do you want to
Certainly.
ask him about that?
Mr. Carr, you said there's an error on that.
Yeah, it should say grade 5.
Is that
It says
just
grade 3. It's a common mistake.
a typographical error?
Yes.
Same error that was actually in the yearbook that year?
Yes.
Indeed, though, that was a 5th grade class, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of D-TR-99.
With that additional record, is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, it is admitted.
And Mr. Carter, do you see the student that, do you see Mr. Holmes in that?
I do.
Okay. Do you see him seated here at council table with us today as well?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Carter, with that particular class from 1998 to 1995 that's represented in that photo, was there something about that particular class that stood out for you in your memory?
Yes. They're a small group of kids is called a cohort, and there was the cohort in this group of kids that were far above average was just phenomenal. So 5 or 6 kids that were just kind of off the scale for ability and performance. And Jimmy was one of them, and he, to be honest, was the leader of the pack, which is why I remember them. It's unusual to have 5 or 6 kids from that area just shine academically.
Was this a class that a lot of teachers remembered going through Castroville Elementary?
Yes, and we would fight to get them.
When you say a cohort of 5 or 6 students, do some of those students still live in the Castroville area?
Yes.
Have you kept in touch with some of them?
Yes.
Have you had occasion over the years to talk to them about that class and about James Holmes?
Yes.
I just want to be clear for the jury, some of those discussions with them, has that kind of refreshed your memory about things that happened way back in 1998?
Yes, I didn't remember, and they brought it back, and I went, whoa, correct.
After talking with them, do you have an independent recollection of some of those things?
Yes.
It's okay. Some of those things that we're going to talk about here in a minute.
Yes.
All right. And also to be clear for the jury, the last time that you saw James Holmes, that was in 5th grade, correct?
Yes.
You have not kept in touch with him, nor he with you since then?
No.
So let's talk about this smart group of kids. Describe how they interacted with each other.
There were 5 or 6 of them, and they had a wonderful ability to pull not only themselves up, they were very competitive with each other, but it pulled up even the lower kids. Usually there's a bell curve in class. You have super high performers, medium performers, low performers. And this high group that Jimmy was a member of, they just pulled everybody out together. And it was a pleasant rivalry. The kids were not mean-spirited. It was a really nice thing to see, very unusual, which is why I remember it.
Did it pull the class up behavior-wise?
Yes. Yeah, it was a nice class in every way for academics and behavior.
Okay. I want to now sort of have you describe a little bit about James Holmes specifically within that group. What do you recall about him and his demeanor?
I recall he was very pleasant. He smiled. He was a smiler. Well-kept, kept, dressed neatly, caused me no grief. The kids liked him a lot. And there was no dark side. I trusted him a lot.
Okay.
In fact, and he and another kid, Tris, can I say names?
Yeah.
He and another child, Tris Chun, were really running things, and they had this rivalry going. But they finished their work all the time. So what does a teacher do with, you have to do this balance all the time of high bullied kids, low bullied kids. And me and Jimmy and Tris and a couple other kids would finish their work. And it wouldn't be wrong. What do you do? So they said, can we start a computer, can we do a website? And I said, basically, okay, what's that? Because this is a long time ago. And so they wrote code. They did a website. Jimmy and Tris did a website. And they did the coding, and I didn't know what the heck they were doing, but I trusted them to do that. They sat in the corner where I would have my back to them, so that means I trusted them. And they did it, and they say, so don't tell me how you did this because I don't get it. How does it work? And, it's like that. And things like that. And there's no way I would ever trust kids to do that unless they have the ability, and I know they're going to accomplish the task. And this is just so good in so many ways. It also sets a precedence for the other kids in class because they think, hey, if I do my work and I do something to completion, maybe I can do something like that too. It just pulls everybody up.
Sounds like
And it was way out of my ability.
Okay. It sounds like Mr. Holmes, James Holmes, did a little teaching himself.
To me, for that, yeah.
Do you remember anything about that website that you had back then that they made?
Yeah, I do. They showed me, and they were doing line coding, which was like Chinese to me.
So let me stop you there for a second. You're talking about line coding?
Yes, to create the website in those days, you had to write code, HTML, I believe it was, and it's laborious. It's not like now you go click, click, move, click. No, these sentences and code. It's another language, and it's not one that I knew. So they did that. But the thing that I remember the most about it was they put on a world that rotated. And the purpose of this in the end was so the parents and the kids could see what homework was. What are we going to do for field trips? Please read X amount of books. It's an update, so the parents could check.
Were you impressed with his work?
Well, very much so.
I want to, if I can approach the witness with two other documents, D-TR-100 and D-TR-98. I've already shown them to the prosecution.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Carr, if you can look at those for a moment and then look up at me when you're done. Oh, excellent, thank you. One last question. Did Mr. Holmes appear to thrive in your school?
Yes, he did. He did really well. He did really well. He got awards regularly. And
yeah, we're going to talk about those two documents. I know you're looking at them. Are those, the first document, I believe, is sort of a grade report for that year, is that right?
Yes.
Is that a report that you are required to keep in the course of your duties as a teacher at the school?
Yes.
And is that a report that you filled out, sort of the meat and potatoes of that grade report?
Yes, my report card for him.
Okay. And it covers what time period?
We had 4 semesters then, and this is the first 3 semesters of that year.
Does it appear to accurately reflect your handwriting and what you wrote on his grade report?
Yes, especially the part I can't read that's smudged, that's me. Yes.
And is that something that your school actually keeps in the regular course of its business in education?
Yes, we're required to.
Your Honor, I would move now for the admission of, I think that's D-TR-100. Can you look at the number on the back?
DTR-100.
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, D-TR-100 is admitted.
Thank you. Can you just sort of read for us and talk to us about what is written on that report card for your students?
Okay. It's an assessment of academics, and he has all A's and 2 B's for 3 semesters, and then I comment on each semester. And you want me to read the comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. So for first semester, it says, "Wow, what a neat kid. Handwriting is serious and frightening. He has 8 A's and 2 B's, and he's on Teacher's Honor Roll. Teacher's Honor Roll is special at that time. There was regular honor roll, and then this is like the Yale School of Awards. He was on Teacher's Honor Roll. And then also I taught the kids chess, and so I wheedled in my own little chess grade on here. That's an addition on all the report cards. And it says the chess grade was just for fun, but he got A-, A-.
Was that not really a real grade?
It's fake, but it was for fun because the kids would come in at lunchtime and play chess with me.
Okay.
And then I wrote second semester 8 A's, 2 B's. Jimmy can get sloppy with his writing. Mine's messier. Teacher's honor roll again. And then 3rd semester, same thing. Teacher's honor roll. So I mean, he was there always.
Okay.
And not a word about negative behavior because it wasn't an issue.
I'd like you to look at the second document, D-TR-98. Now that paper actually represents 2 documents, is that right?
Yes.
And are those the types of sort of cards or notes that you would send back home to your students' parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
I used to try to do PR with the parents, positive PR. And so it's good to send a positive note home to parents about kids, because then when you have grief later on, you've kind of gone over the rough part and you have something in your pocket to go for. So this is a positive note to Jimmy's parents. Can I read it? It's short.
Not yet. Do you recognize your signature on those of us?
Yeah.
Recognize your handwriting?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that also something that you did commonly in the course of
I
your...
still do this.
Do you recognize the stamp on there?
I do.
You still have that stamp?
I do.
Your Honor, we're going to move for admission of D-TR-98.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, it is admitted.
All right. If you could read those one at a time?
Sure. All right, so the one is for parents. It says, "Dear Holmes, thanks for letting Jimmy set up my computer with net zero vacation." So that means we must have had a break. I'm going to guess that I'll have on my Christmas vacation. He continued to work on it. So this is a thank you for doing that.
When you say he continued to work on it, what are you talking about?
The computer website.
Is that what you're referring to when it says net zero?
Yeah, net zero is a provider.
Okay.
And probably was free back then, so that's why we use net zero then.
Okay. And the second note?
Okay, second one is whenever the kids did a project, I would always give them an assessment, and it's always good to give feedback to the kids and the parents. So I can't remember what the project was, but he did a project, so it says, "Great project, thorough questions, and interesting." Paul Carr, and I put an A on it, and a stamp, and I had my little swirl, because sometimes the kids would forge these. So it's forgery proof, this one.
Is that something Jimmy ever did, or Mr. Holmes ever tried to do?
He didn't need to.
Right. You also talked about I want to back up a little bit to that computer project that you talked about. And I just want to ask you some questions about James's work on that, or Mr. Holmes' work on that project, okay? You said allowing him to do that meant you knew you trusted him. Is that right?
Yes.
Was he able to work pretty independently in your class?
Oh, totally. That's why he got to do that.
Was he, you said he got all A's and just a couple B's. Was that reflective of his work all the
Oh,
time?
yeah, absolutely.
Good student?
Yes. And in fact, as they look at this first semester, he increases in the amount of A's that he gets each semester because he's improving.
Do you have any memory of him ever being disruptive in your class?
No, I mean, he was a 5th grade kid, and he may have done small stuff, I don't remember. But if there was anything big, I would have remembered. Such is not the case.
Now, do you have any recollection of meeting his parents at all?
No, and that's usually a good thing.
Explain that.
We have parent conferences twice a year, and usually the parents that we need to see, those kids don't come. And the parents that their children do really well, we don't need to see them. Did I misspeak? Did I say that correctly? Or did I flip it? Look, can I say that again?
Absolutely.
All right. Children whose parents I need to see don't show up. And kids who do really well, their parents show up, and there's not much to say to them. I can't. They look familiar to me, actually. So.
You see them here in the
Yes, I do. But usually, if there's no problem, then it's not locked into my brain.
So the fact that you don't have a recollection of them would mean you probably didn't have any issues at all to explain to them?
Correct.
Okay. You do a race, a running race with your students in your class.
When I was younger back then, yes.
Explain what that race is and why you do it.
Okay. At PE time or recess, I would race the kids. And so this is many years ago. And when the kids were good, I would give them tickets. And tickets are, if a kid gets X amount of tickets, I would buy them pizza, or if they're gabbing and they're in trouble, I would say, hey, I want 5 tickets. It could be a punitive thing. But if they beat me in a race, which no one had ever done, they get 25 tickets. So we all line up and we run a quarter of a mile to the fence and run back. You know, and everybody wants to beat the teacher, right? And I'll tell you the truth, I gave it everything I had. And he beat me.
See the first kid to do that?
He beat me. Yes, he was. Because the kids in the class wouldn't let me forget.
Do you recall how he reacted to that?
I don't, but I'm sure he was pleased with himself.
Was he a good sport about it?
Probably.
Can you tell us what impressed you the most about James Holmes when he was in your class?
That he was high ability. And quite often when kids are super high, there's not a balance there. Sometimes they need a lot of attention. And he was balanced. He had it all. He was like a Renaissance child. No, he was. And because he had academic ability, the kids liked him.
Is he a popular kid?
Yes. You know, they played together. The kids were telling me they played soccer at his house. They messed around, you know, but he was just even and positive and smiled and attentive.
Was he ever rude or impolite with you?
No, I don't think so.
What about with the other kids? Ever mean or calm to the other kids?
I don't think so.
That's something that would stand out to you.
Yeah. And plus, you know, kids have a reputation that comes to us from the previous class, and if there was trouble, I would have heard it, and it wasn't.
So you were aware that James Holmes had been in Castroville Elementary for several years before he got to your class?
And it was a very desirable class, and the teachers say, oh, you're going to get Jimmy and Chris and Michael, and that's a good thing. But yes.
How does, generally is that school a fairly small school? Would you describe it that way?
We are now, currently we're kindergarten through 6th grade, so we have a whole other group of kids. We're about 650. We're packed.
But back then it was smaller?
Yes, oh yeah.
The school as a whole, did you kind of really treat these kids as your own?
Oh, I always do. Yeah,
And you do especially?
yeah, I still do. I help many of them still. I have some that go to prison, and I visit them during the summer when there's school is out. I invite them to come to Monterey. We have a pizza party. Not all show up, but that's how I maintain contacts with my kids.
Especially the ones that stay in the area?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jury why it is that you chose to come testify here today on behalf of Mr. Holmes?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Motion to ask to approach.
Yes, please. Okay, the objection is sustained in part and overruled in part. Ms. Hicks, you may proceed as we discussed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carr, did the kid that you knew by James Holmes, when he's in your 5th grade class, did he have an impact on you?
I use it then.
Yes.
He's a really bright kid. He's the kind of kid in his group, or the kind of kid that makes teaching very rewarding. And he makes you want to keep on doing what you're doing, and he was an example for the kids. And, he's shown a little light on, for example, the computers and example. I mean, he was teaching me something.
Is this a kid that you cared about in particular?
Yeah, yes.
Would you say that you continue to care about him in some sense?
That's why I'm here.
You support him?
Very much so.
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
I can read what this says. I figured out what I wrote on the report card. No, we're done.
No, that's fine.
Okay. It says, wow, what a neat kid. Handwriting, he's serious, he's highly productive. And then also says, Jimmy can get sloppy with his writing. He sacrifices length sometimes for quality.
Did you try to put some sort of criticism in there?
Yeah.
And that was all you could come up with regarding him? And I'm glad that you stopped me because I forgot to approach with this, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
D-TR-101. Mr. Carr,
Is your microphone back on, Ms. Hicks?
it is
Okay.
now. Sorry.
That's all right.
Mr. Carr, did you have a chance to look at that video just previously?
Yes, I did.
And are your initials on that?
They are.
Is that a short video clip of James when he was receiving an award at your school?
Yes.
And did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have moved for admission of D-TR-101.
Any objection, Ms. Pearson?
Could I ask a voir dire question?
Yes.
Do you know when that was taken? It's undated, isn't it?
It had to be in that year. It would be it's an award assembly, so we had an award assembly each term. So it would have been at the end of one of the semesters in 1998 to 1999.
And you know that that's during the year you were teaching him and not one of the other years that was in the elementary?
I'm in it with him.
Okay, no objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So tell us a little bit about these award ceremonies that you would have at the end of every semester.
Okay. We try to be positive and give positive reinforcement for the kids. It's really good for the parents to see that. It's very uplifting. It encourages them. And so this particular one was, I believe it probably was at the end of an award ceremony. He could have received many other awards during this, and probably did. But this one that I looked at was for attendance. Okay. So that means he had 100% attendance. He went to school every day.
And you recognized yourself on that video?
And my voice, I recognize my voice as well.
Okay, and which person are you?
I am wearing a white shirt, and I'm on the left.
Okay. Kind of back by the table?
Yes.
We're not playing it right now because the jury's not here, but I want them to understand that when they do see it.
Yes, and I'm wearing glasses.
And there's a person there that's announcing. Do you know who that person was?
Yes, that's our principal, Lori Bloom-Sweeney.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Okay, the objection is sustained in part and overruled in part. Ms. Hicks, you may proceed as we discussed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carr, did the kid that you knew by Jimmy, James Holmes, when he's in your 5th grade class, did he have an impact on you?
He was then.
Yes.
He was a really bright kid. He's the kind of kid in his group, or the kind of kid that makes teaching very rewarding. And makes you want to keep on doing what you're doing, and he was an example for the kids. And, he's shown a little light on, for example, the computers an example. I mean, he was teaching me something.
Is this a kid that you cared about?
Yeah, yes.
Would you say that you continue to care about him in some sense?
That's why I'm here.
You support him?
Very much so.
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
I can read what this says. I figured out what I wrote on the report card. No, we're done.
No, that's fine.
Okay. It says, wow, what a neat kid. Handwriting, he's serious, he's...
Is that the end of the,
No, Your Honor, for some reason it skipped back.
Oh, okay.
So we can move forward if you'll just give us a moment.
All right.
Your Honor, it's going to take us a minute because we can't listen to it without playing it. So my suggestion is that we break for lunch and give us a chance to find where it skipped.
Okay.
And we can finish playing it after lunch.
All right, we'll do that. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Please make sure you keep my advisements, or you follow all my advisements during the break. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here in an hour and a half, okay? Thank you. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom now. Everyone may be seated, please. Do you want to respond to the objection on the letters, Ms. Brady? Are you intending to introduce those letters this afternoon?
We are.
All right.
Your Honor, I would state that they're not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They're being offered to show the jury that his mother and father continued to support him after July 20th as he is incarcerated. And there was discussion between Mr. Holmes and Dr. Reed about contact with his family and whether his family continued to support him. And I think those letters are indicative of their continued support of their son. We offer it mitigation. So we would ask the court to allow us to introduce that. Would again cite the court to Paxton versus Ward and the 5th, 6th, 8th amendments to the U.S. Constitution and Colorado Constitution, and would argue to the court that all of this goes to his background and character and the nature of the family that he comes from.
Your Honor, if I could respond. Could I respond more specifically to what some of these letters contain?
Yes.
Your Honor, there are 4 letters that the father writes to the defendant, and he writes about current football games, current soccer games, getting his own haircut, about tax season, about what they were doing at holidays while the defendant was in jail. He writes about the weather, about people getting flu at work, about getting his wife's car worked on. He also writes about knowing that the defendant is going to go to Pueblo and about what he ought to expect and how he ought to prepare for that. With Mom's letters, she writes a lot about what she's doing, books she's reading, her book club, exercising, what's going on with the neighbors, the weather, what she's doing at work, going golfing with friends. And then she also writes a lot about how she's educating herself about mental illness, that she thinks there are biological changes that occur that she's trying to understand, that she believes that early diagnosis and treatment is essential for mental illness, that she knows that the defendant didn't choose this, that she's going to the annual conference for NAMI, the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, that she's sorry that they didn't know he was ill. She talks about how she prays for the victims, that she's sorry for this, and that she forgives the defendant. And then she recounts memories of their life together. So there are a number of things that are written in these letters that are completely irrelevant. I mean, the activities that they have outside without the defendant have nothing to do with anything and are very much self-serving hearsay. But there's also a lot of statements in here that are inadmissible evidence. It's not appropriate for them to talk about mental illness or mental health or the attempts to educate themselves about this. And this is just sort of a backdoor way trying to get in something that's otherwise inadmissible. So we would object to these letters in their entirety. By my count, there are 44 from the mother and 4 from the father.
You have a copy of the letters that I can quickly review during the lunch break?
I have the exhibit, if I can get it back to Mr. Brockler, I can report to you.
Yes. Mr. Brockler, do you mind if I review those during the lunch break?
I don't, Your Honor, and before the court takes that break, this is something I was just handed. There's other objections we have to things they intend, it appears, to introduce through the father also, but one step at a time. I have no objection to the court taking those letters to review over lunch.
Okay. All right. Why don't you, can somebody hand me those letters, please?
Your Honor, with regard to the letters between Arlene Holmes and her son, we gave these to the people a long time ago, and I didn't anticipate dealing with it today, so I don't have them all in a stack. I have them sort of separated out. I don't have an easy way to give a copy to the court. I anticipate Mr. Holmes testifying first, and so I can try to put that together for the court over the noon hour.
Okay.
You're marked D-TR-372. This will be the letters from Bob Holmes to James Holmes.
All right. So these are the letters from the defendant's father to the defendant. In terms of the letters from the defendant's mother to the defendant, those are the ones that you don't have available right now, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you give me a heads up, Mr. Brockler, on what the other issue is?
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that the defense would like to introduce through the father some 100-plus documents, including pictures that appear to be cumulative in nature. For instance, there's a whole stack of exhibits that seem to be the pictures of the defendant's basketball team for every year he ever played basketball. Same thing with other sports. There appears to be certificates to the father about him having completed some coaching training program, which seem wholly irrelevant. There are numerous pictures of the defendant with the same family members in multiple and cumulative and redundant settings, Your Honor. And these are things that individually they may have some value other than Dad's certificates for what he did, but there's a cumulative nature to these things. There's also, Your Honor, videos that we've been provided that I have some specific objections to, but I don't know if the court wants to address the photos first, however the court wants to do it.
Why don't you tell me what the objections are on the videos?
So there are some, looks like family videos that also would make many of those pictures cumulative. There's videos of the defendant appearing to play in the surf, and I think that may have actually been played during opening statement. There's some time that he spent, it looks like, with his grandmother. He's getting his hair cut, stuff like that. There are, however, There are, however, what appear to be videos that the defendant's parents made to him since he's been incarcerated here. And that seems to also be irrelevant, self-serving hearsay at best, certainly done in anticipation of litigation here in this case. There are 4 audio discs of messages that the defendant's father, I presume, will say that he left for the defendant during the months of April to June. Also hearsay and not relevant.
April to June of what year?
2012, sir.
Okay.
Voicemails checking in with him. Those two seem to be hearsay and irrelevant, Your Honor. And the discs are broken out a bit by topic, some not. But the cumulative nature of the pictures combined with the videos, at some point it makes all the additional photographs irrelevant. They don't highlight anything unique, and my respectful request would be that the defense identify those pictures and those videos that provide some unique view of whatever it is they're trying to tell the jury about the defendant to spare his life. The other stuff, Judge, I think is hearsay, and there can't be an appropriate foundation laid to expose the jury to these things that Mom and Dad have done in anticipation of this trial.
These are family videos that are in addition to the 17 that you talked about yesterday?
I thought they were all the same.
Okay, well, yesterday the people said they didn't have any objection to those family videos other than the 5 that were identified by Ms. Pearson, so.
That was my recollection also.
Your Honor, some of these aren't, the 2 I'm talking about aren't family videos. I think they're videos of Mom and Dad that I think that they're undated.
But you mentioned some family videos related to, for example, the haircut video with the grandmother and something like that. So to the extent that they're family videos, you've stated that you don't have any objection. So, to the extent you have any objection to anything else, then I understand your objection. But with respect to the family videos, those are in by stipulation. So with the exception of the 5 where I overruled your objection. But do you have copies of the other videos so that I can take a look at them?
I believe that we do, Your Honor. And to make the record clear, I'm not asking the court to keep out those other family videos. I'm suggesting that their existence and their admission makes cumulative many of the other family photographs that they will intend to admit.
I understand now. Thank you. Why don't you hand those to my staff? We'll take a break, and then after the break, we'll proceed, okay? The court will be in recess for the lunch hour. Thank you.
Please rise.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back inside our 7 News newsroom. Certainly, Judge Samore has a lot of work on his agenda for this lunch hour. We heard he was handed 4 letters written by Bob Holmes to his son after he was put in jail for the Aurora movie theater shooting. And we know that the defense has also had a lot of work to do. They're reviewing and gathering 40 or so letters from Arlene Holmes that she wrote to her son. And we have heard previous testimony that Arlene Holmes is the more prolific letter writer to her son, the most prolific in the family, certainly. And that the judge is going to have to review all of those letters before Arlene Holmes can testify. But now we are gearing up, it seems, for the parents to take the stand and carry us through the rest of this afternoon. And we know There are more videotaped pieces of testimony that we saw recorded last week. Those, it seems, are more likely to be played on Wednesday, tomorrow, during the court case. And then, of course, we know that the idea, hopefully, is to wrap this up later this week. We're waiting right now, at this moment, for Dan Recht, our legal analyst, to get on the line. So let's continue to review a little bit of what we've seen today and what we can expect now that the parents are coming on. And certainly that's something we want to talk to Dan about. But with the parents coming on, we know that they've been in court in the row behind where James Holmes and the defense team sit. The first row of the gallery behind that banister or half wall, if you will, that separates the active parties from the viewers in the gallery who are watching from behind on the other side of the room. But they've been there throughout this case, and certainly they have been visiting Colorado for many of the previous hearings over the past several years. At this point, though, this will be the very first time we've ever heard them testify. They've only given a very small number of interviews. They've only given a couple of presentations, of course, the prayer book that his mother published. But the first question we have, now that I know Dan Recht is on the line ready to help guide us through this is going to be the first time that the parents testify. What kinds of questions, Dan, should we expect them to be asked?
Well, I think it will be similar to the questions asked of the sister. And I think they will emphasize the father's, sister's psychiatric problems, and that there's a genetic link between the family and the psychiatric problems that James Holmes has. Keep in mind, the whole strategy here is to humanize James Holmes. The parents will go through his life and, like many other witnesses have done, describe his relatively happy childhood, what he was like, and then the transformation to who he is now as a result of the mental health issues. So that's generally what you're going to see. I can talk about the strategic value of that too, if you'd like.
Absolutely, yes, please, because it certainly seems they've been saving these, if not for the pre-recorded witnesses, it seems like they've been saving the parents for last, and they must have some strategic value. So we'd love it if you'd tell us about that.
Yeah, I think, this is the parent's child. James Holmes, despite what a horrendous thing he did in that theater, is the child of these two people. And when they presumably cry on the witness stand, a lot of the people on the jury are in fact parents also, and their heart will go out to them. And part of the mitigation here is the effect on the parents, the effect on the family. And I think it will make it that much harder for a jury to execute James Holmes, because it will be as if it's killing part of the parents and they did nothing wrong, or hopefully the jury will view that as that they did nothing wrong. So that's the strategy, and it's not a trick, it's not a game. It's real. That's appropriate stuff for the jury to consider.
Since they have this kind of weight, and certainly since they have knowledge of the defendant throughout his entire life, it brings up a question that I know my colleague Marshall wanted to ask of you, Dan, and that's what do you believe the purpose is? How will all these things be tied together with all the witnesses who only knew him, say, during 3rd grade or during 5th grade? Like we just heard earlier today, these witnesses who don't have that tale that the defense was telling during the earlier stages where the mental health deteriorated, went downhill. How is it all going to be fit together, and why, if the parents have the whole tale, didn't we just sort of go to them first?
Well, they weren't, arguably at least, relevant or as relevant to the guilt phase, the sanity phase. And frankly, there's pieces of it that I don't understand either. I don't know if the parents are very stressed or anxious or having difficulty testifying. I just don't know, of course. None of us know. But it's really important here, and you're right that they give the biggest complete picture. The other people that testified about what he was like in third grade or high school or whatever help paint the picture. They're little pieces of the puzzle showing the transformation from being a relatively normal, healthy person to a psychotic person. But it's the parents that can paint the big picture. And they need all these witnesses, though. And that's really important because jurors will believe, if you only put on the parents, jurors will think, well, parents will say anything for their children and to save their child's life. And so it was important for the defense to put on sort of objective people that don't have a dog in the race and that haven't seen him in years and are just trying to be honest with the jury about what they remember about him. So there's a huge credibility, strategic value to putting on those kind of witnesses, which the defense has done.
Sure, it certainly seems like an interesting contrast, but thank you for putting it into context for us. I have one other question passed to me by Marshall, who's going to join us later for the close of the day, especially knowing that he's going to be covering the parents for us, both here on our webcast and on television. But this doesn't have to deal with the parents, and so I wanted to pass this question on to you before we wrap up and take our lunch break, all of us here. But the way that evidence has been handled, let's take, for example, the postcards. The teacher had postcards that the third grade class had written and mailed home, and it was a project. And there was an objection because it sounded like the objection was, well, the handwriting might not be the same. Can you verify this was really something that the defendant wrote when he was in third grade? These little bits of evidence, and of course, it seems like a given. It's going to be allowed, but they have to do these little bits of legal procedure. And so, Dan, if you could take us into Law 101 for a moment, put on your teacher's hat, and explain to us why they are so defined, that they have to follow these procedures for establishing evidence in this way that they have been doing and have been adhering to throughout the case. Why is it so specific, even though everyone knows eventually it's going to be allowed?
You know, let's go back again, to the term you used a little while ago, Law 101. I mean, all of these intricate, seemingly overcomplicated rules of evidence, and that's what you're asking about, are in place for one reason only, and that's to create as fair a trial as possible. Now, some might argue about whether they do that or not, but frankly, as a believer in our American judicial system, I think they do that. I think these rules try really hard to make sure juries and jury trials and trials in general are fair, and that the evidence presented to a jury is in fact what it purports to be, so that it makes it more difficult to have forgeries and fake evidence. And sometimes they seem just technically burdensome, but that's the philosophical roots. Why the prosecution makes objections like that, even if they think they're going to be overruled, it's not clear to me, frankly. Why the defense makes them is because the defense can get an overturned verdict on appeal. The prosecution can't do that. So there's a bit of a different burden on the two parties. And that's an important distinction, frankly.
It certainly is. And thank you, Dan, for joining us this afternoon. We'll talk to you again later today after we hear from at least Bob, if not both Bob and Arlene Holmes, the parents of the convicted Aurora movie theater shooting gunman. In the meantime, while we wait for the rest of this lunch hour for the judge to come back with his preliminary decisions on the evidence that the DA, the prosecution, objected to, things like Bob Holmes' letters, family videos, family photos that the DA said were repetitive, were cumulative to one another. During this lunch break, we're going to take a few minutes, listen to what James Holmes, the defendant's, the convicted gunman's sister, had to say on the stand yesterday. Christine Holmes and then also from some of the college and high school friends who've testified in his behalf here in phase 2, the mitigating factors or circumstances phase of this trial as the prosecution seeks the death penalty. We'll review what they had to say and then come back when we're ready for decisions, and then the parents' testimony later this afternoon.
Is this your brother here?
Yes.
Can you let the jury know what you call him by?
I call him Jimmy.
All your life you've called him Jimmy?
Yes.
Where do you live right now?
Right now I live in San Diego, California.
What do you do there for a living, or
Right now I'm just attending college full-time.
what are you studying?
I'm going to be receiving my certificate in music production, and I am on track to graduate with a bachelor's in computer science in the next 2 years.
How long have you been studying? Have you been going to college?
It's 4 years now.
Okay. Did you have a change in your kind of major and in your schooling at some point?
Several times. I changed majors a couple times, yes.
What did you start out with an interest in studying?
I started out in marketing.
And now you're in music?
Yes, finished music, and now I'm in computer science.
Okay. And is it your intention to kind of combine the computer science and the music together?
Yes, to create music technology programs.
When you made that shift from sort of marketing and that type of a degree and decided to go into music, how did your family feel about that?
They were fully supportive. Yeah, there were no objections or anything by either of them.
Is music something that's always been important to you in your life?
Yes, I started playing music, I believe, around age 8. I started piano and like clarinet and those sort of instruments.
Is that something that your parents encouraged?
Yes, definitely.
Did you ever kind of share that with your brother? I know this jury's heard that he took piano lessons quite some years ago.
Yes, he played both piano and trumpet as well.
Did you share music with him, or were you kind of more passionate about it?
I was kind of a solo artist, I guess.
Okay. Is that something that he supported for you, your music?
Yes, he never had any objections either.
Okay. I wanna shift a little bit, and we're gonna come back to talking about your brother. But I want to talk to you about your family. And let's start with your relationship with your parents, okay?
Okay.
How would you describe your parents to this jury?
Oh, my parents are incredible. Yeah, I feel like I'm luckier than most to have the parents that I do. I think my brother and I are both really lucky. I mean, they've always put a shelter over our heads. They've worked really, really hard to always put food on the table and send us to the best schools and support us in music or sports and whatnot. So, yeah, I love both my parents. I think they're incredible.
Do you think that they were involved in your life, in your school, and things like that?
Absolutely, yeah. They always checked my homework at night and things like that, and they were at every concert and every sports practice or sports game, whatever it happened to be. They were always there.
Did your dad help you with your homework?
Yes, my math homework.
Mm-hmm. And what about your mom?
My mom was more of the English literature, essay writing helper.
Did you see them do that with your brother as well?
Yes, I saw my dad help a lot with my brother. I'm not sure if my mom helped my brother, to be honest, but...
With his schoolwork and such?
Yes.
In your memory, looking back at your life with your family, were your parents, you said they came to like concerts and things that you did?
Yes.
Did they do the same with your brother?
Yes, yeah. My dad coached his soccer team and things like that, so yeah. They were both actively involved in what he was doing.
Okay. And you also went a lot to some of those events when they were going, is that right?
To my brother's events? Uh-huh. Yes, yeah. I would tag along and hand out oranges and things like that at soccer games.
Yeah. Do you think that, did your parents make you feel loved?
Yes.
You said that they supported you and your decisions and your interests. All the things that you described about how you feel about your parents, do you think they gave all that to your brother as well?
I think they did, yes.
Did you see that they showed him love,
Yes.
concern,
Yes.
support?
A lot of support.
Are your parents, between your mom and dad, are they similar or different?
Like my mom versus my dad?
Mm-hmm.
Different.
Describe them personality-wise from your perspective for this jury.
Sure. My dad's a little more conservative and mathematical and analytical, versus my mom is a little more creative and open and free-flowing, I would say.
Mm-hmm. When you say that your dad is analytical and mathematic, how does that express himself? How does that manifest? How does he express himself with people?
He can be very analytical of situations, and it tends to be oftentimes in his head, so he can be a little bit socially awkward, for lack of the correct word probably, but yeah, he has a little bit of social awkwardness because he is so, his brain is always analytically thinking about things.
Which one was the disciplinarian in the home?
My mom.
How did that affect the way you related to her?
We clashed heads sometimes, but I think most daughters probably do with their parents. But yeah, in some ways it strengthened it because she taught me to respect her and respect authority in general. But I definitely clashed heads a couple times with her.
Same with your brother and your mom a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about that that you felt was out of the ordinary between children and parents?
No.
Okay. You said something. Right there about your mom, like you were kind of grateful that she taught you to respect her, that there were things that you got out of that.
Yes.
What would you say were the other important things that your mom taught you, you and your brother?
Both parents instilled in us that a hardworking ethic and to do really well in school, and from a very young age they taught us to treat other people how you would want to be treated.
Do you I may come back to that. In the later years with your mom, as you've kind of grown up into adult, how old are you now?
I'm 22.
You are how many years younger than your brother?
5 years.
As you've sort of come into an adulthood, how has the relationship with your parents changed?
It's gotten a lot better, I think. After I stopped being a teenager, I think it improved a lot. And going away to college and learning how to pay bills and all that it takes and how hard working is, I think I gained a lot of respect for what they both have done.
Okay. So you no longer live at home. Are you off on your own independently?
Correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the differences between your mom and your dad. Can you tell me about their relationship with each other?
It seems to be pretty solid. They never fought in front of us, or I never witnessed them even being really mean to each other by any. They would have clashes, but they were never fighting in front of us or anything. They were always really loving towards each other, very supportive of each other.
When you described your father's demeanor about sort of that he was always thinking in his head and it makes him a little bit socially awkward, was your brother at all similar to that?
I thought my dad was a little bit more, It took him a little bit more time to articulate what he wanted to say than it did for my brother.
Did you see that your brother was also on the quieter side like your father?
Yes.
Did you see on occasion that he was also a little bit socially awkward like your father?
A little bit.
But your father was worse?
Yes.
I know, is it a little uncomfortable testifying about your parents when they're sitting right here?
A little bit.
Okay. I appreciate you being willing.
Thank you.
Now, you talked about some of the things that you have learned from your parents, the respect, the hard work, treating each other as you would want to be treated. I want to ask you about some other things that seemed important to your parents. Was it did you guys go on a lot of family trips together?
Yes.
From when you were very young?
Yes.
Do you recall continuing those family trips even as you and your brother were teenagers?
Yes. They became less frequent as we got older, and when he went away to college, they became even less frequent, but we did still continue them, yes.
Do you think that was something important to your parents, that you guys regularly get together as a family?
Definitely, yes.
Why do you think?
I think they wanted a very strong family unit, and I think it was very important to them that they knew what was going on in our lives.
I'm going to show you a couple pictures. Your Honor, if I may approach, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, and I'll stipulate to the admission of these photographs.
Okay.
I just want to talk with, I'm sorry, can you please just flip through those?
Got it.
Okay. And I know they stipulated for admission, I moved for admission.
What numbers are they?
These are D-TR-205, 263, 264, 265, 266, and 212.
All right, without objection and by stipulation, D-TR-205, 212, and 263 through 266 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. I'm not going to go through every family holiday with this jury. Suffice it to say there were a lot of them.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to talk about a couple of them and have you sort of explain them to your to this jury and what your relationship was like with your brother during those trips, okay?
Okay.
Can we get 1049? So can you tell the jury about what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, so my brother is on the left and I'm on the right, and this is in Big Bear, California on the lake.
Mhm.
And we are playing in bumper boats that have like super soakers attached to the front.
When you say Big Bear, that's in California, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about where in California that is?
It's north of San Diego by a couple hours, kind of near LA too, in that general area.
Up in the mountains?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a place that you and your family went to regularly?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time frame this would have been in?
Probably around it probably would have been around 2008 or so, 2009.
Okay.
During the summer, I would guess.
When your brother was in college?
Yes, he would probably be home for the summer during that photo.
And so you guys are kind of playing
Yes.
in these boats. Were you competitive with your brother when it came to these kinds of things?
Yes.
Was it always good-natured?
I would say I don't know, I was pretty competitive, so I guess so, yeah. It was good-natured, but I did want to win.
Okay. Do you recall having fun with your brother on these trips?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about, if we can get 550. Can you tell the jury about this family trip?
Yes, so this is when we went to Hawaii, more specifically Kauai, summer 2007. My brother's on the right, my mom's on the left, and I'm right in the middle.
Was this one of your favorite trips that you remember?
Yes, definitely. We went snorkeling and did a lot of really, really fun stuff on this trip.
Did you have a good time?
I did, yes.
It looks like your brother is having a good time.
Yes, I think he enjoyed it as well.
Did you guys do that kind of brother, that sibling sort of competition activity thing still?
Yes, we went kayaking and there was a competition between my dad and me and my brother and my mom.
Mm-hmm. Who won?
Well, if you ask me, I did.
Okay.
So.
In those sort of competitions, how did your brother deal with it if he lost?
He didn't seem to care.
It was all good natured.
Yes.
Now, if I can get 555, please, which is D-TR-264. What is this?
This is an autobiography board I did my freshman year of high school.
Okay. Was this something that you were required to do in school?
Yes.
Did you go to the same high school as your brother?
Yes.
Westview?
Yes, Westview High School.
Okay. Do you recall that he was also required to do one of these when he went through school?
Yes.
Okay. And the photo that we just looked at of Hawaii, do you see that one on the board?
Yes, at the very top.
Okay. How come that one made the board?
I thought it was really important because it's one of my favorite family memories.
You talked about sort of your family. It was important to your family to support you as kids, important to your parents, and that sometimes you would also, actually a lot of times, go along with your parents, as your brother, I assume, would go along with your parents when they would come to your activities?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Can we get 1129? And what is this a photo of?
This is my brother's high school graduation from Westview High School.
Okay. What year in school were you at this point?
That's a good question. I was probably 7th grade, maybe? 7th or 8th?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep the timeline straight?
Yeah.
But you were not yet in high school?
Correct.
Okay. And you recall going to this?
Yes.
And did you guys have a celebration or anything about it?
Yes, a lot of our extended family was there and we all kind of celebrated.
Okay. I want to talk to you in a moment about extended family. Well, let me ask you a couple questions now. Was it common for you to see a lot of extended family members over the years?
Yes.
Okay. Your brother, after high school, where did he go?
After high school, he went to the University of Riverside.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever visit him up there?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall what year it was for him in school? Was it first, second?
First.
Okay. And if we can get 1067. Can you tell us about this photo?
Yes, this is at his homecoming for his first year of college at the University of California, Riverside.
Was this a trip you don't look quite so happy in that photo? Was this it? They just caught you off a little bit? Did you want to go on this trip?
Oh, I didn't mind. I thought touring universities was really interesting.
Okay. Was that something that you had thought about doing yourself? Maybe you were going to go to college?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that your parents encouraged you all to do?
Yes.
Do you think it was important for them that you get a good education?
Yes.
How do you feel about that? Are you grateful for that?
Extraordinarily grateful. Yeah.
Okay, so you said a little bit, thank you. You said that you often saw extended family members.
Yes.
So let's talk about some of those family members a little bit. I understand you have some younger cousins.
Yes, 2 younger cousins.
And they are younger than you by how many years?
I want to say by 4 or 5.
Okay. So about 10 years younger than your brother.
Yes.
Do you recall seeing them on occasion?
Yes.
How was your brother, how did he interact with his younger cousins?
Both of them loved him. He was really good with them, and they would do puzzles or they would wrestle him or whatever it was, and they both really, really loved him. Sometimes I was jealous of how much they seemed to really like him. So.
Was that common in your experience that children kind of gravitated toward your brother?
I would say so, just based on the experience of my cousins, yes.
Mm-hmm. Did that bother him at all?
No, I think he liked it.
Okay. Was he patient and willing to spend a lot of time with them?
Yes.
You also, I want to talk about some other family members, in particular your grandmother Helen, and Your Honor, if I may, and your another uncle, and your an aunt. So if I may approach. And I move for admission of these. 152, 153.
No objection, Your Honor, we'll stipulate.
All right, by stipulation, D-TR-149, 152, 153, and 213 are admitted and may be published.
So who's your grandmother Helen?
That is my mother's mom.
Okay. What was her, Helen Eagan?
Yes.
So your middle name comes from that side of the family?
Yes.
All right. Tell me what you remember about your grandmother Helen.
She was incredibly kind and very well-mannered and really patient with us as kids.
Has she since passed away?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about what kinds of things you and your brother used to do with your grandmother.
She lived in a retirement complex, so we would go swimming there and hang out with some of the other kids. And we would go to the movies, or she would take us to the Disney store, different things like that.
If I can get 1007. What's this a photo of?
This is a photo of my grandma Helen on the right, my brother Jimmy in the back, and me in the front. And we are at the retirement complex.
Is that where the pool is?
Yes.
And about how old do you think you are in this picture?
Best guess would probably be 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Putting your brother around 8?
Yeah.
Did you spend any summer, kind of like weeks in the summer with your grandmother?
We mainly spent Christmas with my grandmother, but we did see her occasionally throughout the year.
Okay. She would come see you?
More often we would go see her.
Okay.
She had the pool.
As you got older, did you continue to see her before she passed away?
Yes, we did.
And what kinds of things did you do when you kind of got older?
We would still go to movies, and we would just kind of talk and hear a lot of her stories and things like that.
Did she seem to you to want to be involved in your lives?
Yes.
Did it seem to you, did you feel loved by her?
Yes.
Do you think in watching her with your brother that she loved him?
Yes.
When she passed away, did you ever talk with your brother about that?
No.
Why not?
I think it was really hard on the whole family, and it just wasn't something that we wanted to talk about, I guess.
Was your family, was it typical for your family to talk about feelings?
In some part, but I had never experienced such a close family member passing away, so I don't know if I necessarily knew how to handle it.
Okay. Was it common in your family to talk about difficult things like that?
When they happened, yes.
And talk about feelings about it?
Sometimes, depending on the situation.
Okay. Can we get, who are Dex and Terry?
That is my aunt and my uncle.
On which side of the family?
My mom's older brother is Dex, who was married to Terry.
You said was?
Yes, they have both since passed away.
What do you remember about them?
Both were incredibly kind, and both opened my brother, like they wanted us to be there all the time and loved hanging out with us and doing activities with us. And were very interested in how we were doing.
When you say we and us, who are you referring to?
My brother.
Okay. And you?
Yes.
Did you go visit them quite a bit?
Yes.
Tell me about where they lived and what this place was like that you would go visit.
So the majority of the visits, they lived in Chico, California, which is more like Northern California.
Mm-hmm.
And we would just go, they had their own private like fishing pond, so we would go fishing, and they had horses, so we would go horseback riding and different activities like that.
They had like a ranch?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and your brother go, just the two of you?
I was predominantly with the whole family.
Okay.
But we have gone alone as well.
Okay. If I can get D-TR dash, well, it's 152, which is number 3265. Do you recognize who's in this photo?
Yes, my Aunt Terry is on the right, I'm in the middle, and my brother's on the left.
When did she pass away?
Several years ago, probably, now it's got to be maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay. And when did your Uncle Dex pass?
He passed away in 2012.
Do you know where this photo is?
This is I believe, Lassen National Park.
Is that also in California?
Yes.
Okay. Was this one, was this a trip that you did with your aunt and uncle and your brother?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that this is one of the photos that your mom sent to your brother while he's been here in custody?
I did not know that.
Okay. This was not one of the ones she asked you about?
Oh, maybe she did. She asked me about a couple of them, but I honestly don't remember.
Okay. And if I can get 3266. And this is?
This is my Aunt Terry on the right, and I'm on the left.
Okay. Do you feel that they loved you and your brother a lot?
Yes.
And
definitely.
showed concern for you?
Yes.
Wanted to be around you?
Yes.
Did they have kids of their own?
No, they did not.
Okay. Do you feel that they also cared about your brother?
Yes.
Did your brother and Dex have sort of a special bond between the two of them?
Yes. My Uncle Dexter was very close with Jimmy, and then I was very close with my aunt.
Okay. You talked a little bit about, I asked you about doing the family vacations and that it was important for family to be together. Was one of the things your mom demanded was that you all got together for family dinner?
Yes, at 5:30 p.m.
Looking back at that, did you always like that when you were a teenager growing up?
Sometimes it was inconvenient, but looking back on it, I think it was a very good thing.
Why do you think they did that?
I think it was a good time for all of us to kind of reconnect and see how each of our days were, and I just think it was a good time to spend as a family.
Okay. If we can get, lastly, 994. Can you tell us what this is a picture of?
This is a picture of us at Christmas time.
You're the only one without a Santa hat.
Yes.
Is this common that your mom would get you guys together for family photos?
Yes.
You have a lot of these?
A lot.
Okay. And who's the dog in the picture?
That was our poodle, Rocky.
Did you guys always have pets growing up?
Yes.
What is the first pet that you remember?
We had a Labrador Zuby and a Sheltie named Wimby.
Okay. I'm going to circle back around to that.
Okay.
Do you think it was important to your parents that you had pets in the home?
I think so, yes.
Why do you think that was?
I think they wanted us to learn how to take care of something and how to be responsible for something else. And I think they wanted us to learn different skills in that sort of area.
Okay. If I can get 1076, please. And can you tell us where this picture is taken?
Yes, this is at my Aunt Betty's apartment, who is my dad's twin. And my Grandma Jane, who is my dad's mom, is on the right.
Okay.
Then it's my mom, then me, and then Jimmy is on the left.
What do you remember about your Aunt Betty?
Well, we would go there every Thanksgiving to her apartment, and she was always very nice and wanted to know how we were doing. But I could also tell that she was mentally ill in some form.
Is that something you ever talked with your parents about?
No.
Did they ever tell you what she had been diagnosed with?
No.
Was it ever a concern for you to know that?
No.
How often did you all visit with her?
At least once a year.
Okay. Usually around, what, Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving, yes.
Okay. Is that when this picture was taken, around a Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. I want to now talk a little bit more about your relationship with your brother. And I want to start with, if I can approach your Honor.
Yes.
So I'm going to move for admission of 63268.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, D-DR-163, 267, and 268 are admitted and may be published.
You've already said that you're about 5 years younger than your brother.
Yes.
Can you tell us what your first memories are about your brother?
I have a lot going back to like when we were little and like living in Salinas, and I would play sports with him and like basketball because we lived in a cul-de-sac. So I can remember playing basketball with him when I was really, really little. That's one of the earliest ones I remember.
Okay. When you're talking about Salinas, that's sort of in Northern California, south of San Jose, San Francisco area?
Yes, sorry about that. Yes.
That's okay. Do you recall about how old you were when you guys moved up there?
I would have been 2.
Okay. That's pretty young. And then how old were you then when you moved back down to San Diego?
I was 7.
Okay. So you have some memories of Salinas. I'm assuming that well, if I can get D-TR-163, which is 1016, please.
And Ms. Holmes, if you could move that microphone a little closer to you, please, to make sure we can all hear you. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you. And who is that there in that photo?
I'm on the right and my brother's on the left.
You look pretty young there.
I would say I'm probably about 2.
When you were little, is this your experience with your brother, that he loved you?
Yes, when we were very little, yes, definitely.
That he really cared about you as a kid?
Yes.
Did you know how excited he was to have a little sister?
I did not know.
What does it make you feel like to look at this picture?
Makes me happy, makes me sad at the same time.
Do you know that your brother used to read to you when you were a baby?
That's what I've been told, yes.
He used to try to feed you when you were a baby?
Yes.
As you guys got a little older, do you remember having fun with your brother?
Yes.
Building forts in the backyard, I think?
Yes.
That was up in Salinas?
That was up in Salinas, yep.
And is that where you had the dogs that you talked about, Zuby and Wimby?
Yes.
Did you do stuff with the dogs?
We would play fetch with them. Mainly the Labrador really liked to play fetch, excuse me.
Okay. Do you recall your brother loving those dogs?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
Treat them well?
Yes.
Care about them?
Yes.
Both you and your brother?
Both.
Tell the jury about the secret treehouse.
So he had a secret tree house in Salinas, California that he built with all of his friends. And finally one day I got to see it, but it took a while. But eventually I got to see it. And that's another really early memory that I have. It would probably be like 6.
Okay. When you were in Salinas, did he have a group of friends that he would play with?
Yes.
And tell the jury about how you and your brother got along up there.
We got along pretty well. I am 5 years younger and wanted to do everything that he was doing. So sometimes I could be pretty annoying, but for the most part, we got along pretty well.
Did he let you play with his friends sometimes?
Yes, for the most part, until I got too annoying, and then my mom would kind of have me do something else.
Okay. Do you remember him being pretty social up there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you like having a big brother?
Yes.
Why?
It was nice to know that I had someone who was always there and that lived in the same house as me and that I could talk to.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like he had your back?
Yes, especially when we were younger.
So you said you would get annoying at a certain point in time when he's hanging out with his friends because you always wanted to be around him. When that would happen, did he ever tease you in front of his friends or anything like that?
No.
Embarrass you in front of his friends or anything like that?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. After you guys moved from Salinas, you came back to San Diego, is that right?
Yes.
Now, there's a couple other things actually before I get there that I want to talk about when you were little. And can I get 2409? Do you recognize this? This handwriting?
That's my handwriting when I was very little.
Uh-huh. It gets cut off a little bit at the bottom, but you have the note there in front of you. Can you see the date on it in the bottom?
March 31st, 2001.
Is this a note that you wrote to Jimmy years ago?
Yes.
Can you read it for the jury?
Sure. Dear Jim, what instrument do you like the best? I like how you play the piano. You should play it for me one last time before college. Love, Chris.
You were already thinking about college in 2001?
Yes.
What were you?
I would be 8.
Okay. What do you think about when you read this note?
It makes me think that we used to be very, very close and that I love him a lot.
Can we get the next one, which is 2400? So whose handwriting is this one?
This is my mother's handwriting.
And what's the date in the top right?
January 22nd, 1994.
How old were you on January 22nd, 1994?
1.
Is this a note that your mom wrote from your brother to you?
Yes, my understanding was my brother said it to her and then she wrote it down.
Okay. Can you read that for us, please?
Sure. Dear Chris, I love you, Chris. I wish you could play basketball and soccer with me. I wish you could play light bright. You have soft, cute skin. You are a happy baby. I wish you could play marbles with me. You can when you grow up. You need 4 more years. Love, Jimmy, your brother.
How does it make you feel when you see that?
I think it's very cute, and it makes me know that he really does love me. Even when I was only 1, he was happy to have a sister.
So I want to talk a little bit about how your relationship changed or evolved as you guys got older. You said you were, was it 7 when you moved back down to San Diego?
Yes.
And your brother was around 12?
Yes.
So he was going into middle school and you would have still been in elementary, is that right?
Yes, I was in 1st grade and he was in 6th.
Okay. Do you have fond memories still of that time of continuing to play together, or did your relationship kind of change a little?
I think it changed a little because I think moving was really hard on him.
Mm-hmm. How do you think your relationship changed?
We stopped playing together as much and like playing sports or whatever it happened to be. We didn't spend as much time together.
Okay. What do you attribute that to?
I'm not sure. It might be stress of the move and having to kind of restart everything.
Mm-hmm. Even though you didn't play together, did you still love your brother just as much?
Yes.
Do you think he still loved you just as much?
Yes.
Now, as you go through elementary school and into middle school, and your brother goes into high school, how did your relationship evolve?
As he went into middle school or as I went into middle school? I'm sorry.
As you guys were getting older, you were going up through into middle school, he's going into high school.
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay.
It evolved. We became more distant as I became a teenager, and then after he went into college, it got better, but there was some rough patches when I was a teenager.
What do you attribute that to?
Teenage angst.
Sort of talk to you about some ways that you and your brother are different or the same. Do you think that you're really similar to your brother, personality-wise?
I don't know. I think I've heard my whole life that we have very different personalities, that I tended to be the more extroverted and he tended to be the more introverted.
Okay. What about his, was he like an organized kid?
Yes, definitely very organized, and I was not.
Okay. Did he ever sort of talk to you a lot about what was going on with him or what he was doing or what was going on in school, even when he was living at home?
Not with me, no.
Okay. Did he seem to be more kind of private about that stuff?
Yes.
But did he ask you about what you were doing?
That was more common. Yeah, he would sometimes ask me, especially as we got older.
Did he seem to be concerned about you and how your life was going?
When I got to college, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see him bring a girlfriend home?
No.
Did he ever talk really about girls?
Not really. I can only remember like maybe 1 or 2 specific instances.
Okay. Did you ever see him around girls?
Only 1 or 2 specific instances, yeah.
Okay. Was that pretty awkward?
No. Not like super awkward, no.
Do you remember saying that with girls other than his sister, he seemed to be a little bit more awkward or shy?
Maybe a little more shy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't see it as awkward?
I didn't see it as awkward, but when I did see him with girls, it was also, I was with my parents, so that might have been a contributing factor.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about when you heard about this case. Everything you know about your brother, were you shocked?
Yes.
Was it completely out of the blue for you?
Yes.
Completely out of character for him?
I thought so.
Since this case, have you been able to visit with your brother?
I've only been able to see him once.
Okay. Do you know what time frame that was?
I want to say it was around May 2014.
Okay. How was that visit for you?
It was pretty good. He was more responsive than I thought he might be.
Did you think he was happy to see you?
I thought so.
Were you happy to see him?
Yes.
Did he seem different at all to you?
Yes.
How?
His eyes seemed a lot different, and his whole demeanor in general was a little bit different than when I had previously seen him.
Did he seem emotionally uncomfortable at times?
Depending on what we were talking about, yes.
Was that different for you?
I would say so. Yeah, it was a lot of one-word answers instead of what would normally be a complete sentence.
When you were growing up with him, your family, did it always seem kind of more comfortable around you guys?
Yes.
Did you get the feeling that that was a little bit different when you went to visit him?
A little bit. I think there was some tension.
But some happiness to see you?
Definitely. I think we were all happy to see each other.
Okay. Have you also come to court?
I have.
Okay. To see him?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
I've been to the hearings twice, and it was nice, even just to be in the same room.
Is some of this kind of hard for you to talk about?
Yes.
Did your brother acknowledge you when you came to court to see him?
He smiled.
Did you share that smile with him?
I did.
How about writing him or sending him cards? Have you been able to do that?
Can't bring myself to do it, really. I'm kind of scared. I was kind of scared, too.
Okay. Kind of confusing, not knowing everything that's going on with this case.
Right. I wasn't sure. I was told that everything that I wrote could be used in the case, and I didn't know how everything worked, so I was really scared, too.
Okay. Did you know that your mom had been writing him?
Yes.
Was it important to you to let her know to send your regards to your brother?
Yes.
Did you do that commonly?
I tried to. Whenever I was with my mom, I would definitely try to.
Do you know that your mom sent him some photos of you?
Yes.
Okay. If I can approach with D-TR-172, 170, and 175.
Yes.
Objection.
All right, without objection, they're admitted. That's D-TR-170 through 172 inclusive, and they may be published.
If I can get 3180. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, this is at my grandma's retirement complex, and my brother's on the right and I'm on the left.
What are you doing?
We are riding bikes. Well, I'm riding a tricycle.
Is that something that you remember doing with your brother when you were little?
Yes, and as we grew older, we did it as well. We both rode bikes.
Did you know your mom sent him this photo? In the
Yes.
mail? How'd you feel about her sending that?
I thought it was good. It showed that there was a time when we were happy.
And if I can get 3179 and tell us about this picture.
That's me on the right and my mom on the left.
And when was it taken?
Pretty recently.
Okay. And there's a similar one, if I can get 3178. Who's here?
That's my dad on the left and I'm on the right.
Taken at the same time as the other picture?
Yes.
What was the... Why did you guys take these pictures?
My mom wanted to send them to him.
So you knew that was the point when you took the photos?
Yes.
I think this might have been around your birthday last year,
Yes.
which would have been around December.
Yes.
Was it important to you that your brother see your support in these photos?
I would say so. I think it was important that he knew that I supported him at all.
Is that part of what you were trying to convey in taking these photos and having your mom send them?
I would say so.
So what is this a photo of?
This is a photo of my brother's autobiography board from 9th grade.
Like the one that we saw that you did?
Yes.
And what's in the bottom right-hand corner?
There was supposed to be a picture there, but I took it off.
When did you take it off?
2 minutes after I found out what happened.
Why did you take it?
I took it because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if the FBI or whoever was in my home at the time was gonna take everything from my house. So I wanted one big. Sorry.
It's okay.
I just wanted one picture of us.
And can I get 1046, please? Is this that photo?
Yes,
What are you guys doing in this photo?
we're flossing.
Where is this photograph now, the one you took from the board?
It's in my room. It's my current room.
Do you take it out on occasion?
Occasionally.
How do you feel when you look at it?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Sad. Just sad.
I want to talk to you about some things that your brother was not, okay? In your life growing up with your brother, would you ever say that he was a mean person?
No.
Mean-spirited?
No.
Was he kind to your friends and your family, your pets?
He was kind to all of them, yes.
Would you describe him personality-wise as somebody who was ever like a poor loser?
No.
Would you describe him ever as selfish?
I wouldn't say selfish.
Self-centered?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why you would never describe him that way?
He never wanted to be the center of attention, and he liked to keep how he was feeling to himself so that he didn't burden others. And he just always was looking out for my mom and wanted to make sure that my mom was okay and taken care of.
Was he ever a kid that was getting into trouble?
No.
Growing up, do you think he was a good brother to you?
Yes.
Even during the years that you guys weren't in touch as much?
Yes.
Do you think he loved you?
I think he loved me very much.
You think he still loves you?
I think so.
You've been here today and you've heard some hard testimony about your brother's illness.
Yes.
Was that difficult for you to sit through?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ever think growing up that he was mentally ill?
No, but I didn't know anything about mental illness.
Do you think that this illness is something he ever wanted to suffer from?
No.
Is it important to you in your life to continue to keep in touch with your brother?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Do you plan to visit him when you can?
Yes.
Do you plan to write to him if you can?
Probably more visit than write. I'm not a very good writer.
Okay.
But probably on his birthday, I'll send him a birthday card.
Do you want to continue your relationship with him?
Yes.
In the future, if there's things that you can do to help him, do you want to be able to do that?
Yes, I think it'll be up to me when my parents pass away, so I do want to do that.
After it all, is he still your brother?
Yes.
And do you still love him?
I still love him.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Teach McGuire, do you have any cross-examination for Ms. Holmes?
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
went to the same elementary school, or the same middle school, high school, and college.
And let's start with middle school. What city was the middle school in?
The county was Rancho Penasquitos in San Diego,
Right. What about the high school?
also in San Diego.
What was the name of the middle school?
Mesa Verde,
And what was the name of the high school?
Westview.
All right. So approximately how old would you and James have been when you guys met?
Not sure, like 12 or 13, maybe
Okay.
14.
Middle school age?
Yeah.
All right. How did you meet?
I believe it was in the cafeteria, and then we used to play this card game called like Magic the Gathering.
All right. And this was in middle school?
Yeah.
And I think you said in the cafeteria?
Yeah.
How many kids would get together to play this card game?
Like 20, 25, 30 kids.
Okay. And can you just tell us sort of what the game was about and how you guys got together to play it?
The game involved like having resources like different cards, and you would draw them from a deck, and then sometimes you would use dices to roll.
All right. And that's how you got to know him?
Yeah.
Would you guys do anything else together in middle school?
Occasionally we would, like at recess, we would play together, like football.
And what was James like when he was in middle school?
Describe him kind of like a funny kid, kind of like a goofball.
A
in some
goofball?
ways. Yeah.
And why is that?
I don't know, it's the way he acted sometimes.
Did you guys, besides recess, were you involved in any other sports with him?
No, I didn't really play sports.
Okay.
That's cool.
Let's talk about high school. Did you consider him a friend in middle school and high school?
Yeah.
All right. What about high school? What was James like in high school?
In high school, he seemed like the same person to me. Like the transition from middle school to high school, you know, his personality didn't change at all.
Okay. Did he have friends outside of that group of kids that played cards in middle school?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go over to his house?
I went over once.
Okay. So through middle school and high school, it's approximately 6-7 years, you were only at his house once?
Yeah.
Did he ever go over to your house?
Not too sure on that.
Okay. Was most of the involvement you had with him as a friend, was most of that done at school?
A little bit. I mean, sometimes we would go out to lunch together.
Okay. Anything else you can recall doing outside of school?
No.
Would you consider him a quiet kid or an outgoing kid, a loud kid?
I mean, just pretty normal to me, because I was pretty shy. So I was probably more quiet than he was.
Okay. Were you both pretty quiet?
When I was around him, he didn't seem that quiet to me. So.
When he was around you? Okay. Did you ever meet his family?
I met his mom and sister once.
Was that the one time you went to his house?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know much about his family?
A little bit. Like his mom was a nurse, and his sister, I believe, went to the same school, or she was like younger, but she knew my brother.
Did James do well academically in high school and middle school?
For the most part, yeah, I believe he did.
Okay. Did you ever know him to get in trouble or not get passing grades or anything like that?
No.
Did he study a lot?
I'm pretty sure he did. Well, he started things like earlier than I did. Like he wouldn't procrastinate.
You're a procrastinator?
Oh, yeah.
And I think you said that you two then went to the same college, right?
Yep.
And where is that?
University of Riverside, California.
How was James in college?
For the most part, like the transition from high school to college, he was still the same person.
Okay. Was he still studious?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he graduated as like the top of the class, like 1%.
Did he go out with lots of friends that you could tell at college?
Yeah, from the stories he would tell me, and yeah.
Now, did you hang out with him a lot in college, or you just knew each other, but you were sort of in different groups?
In some ways, I was in a different group just because we lived in separate housings. But we would have this thing like Lost Night, where we watched this TV series Lost together like every week.
So you would see him for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever know James to get in any trouble during college?
No.
Did he ever do anything as far as clothing or hairstyles or anything like that to draw attention to himself?
No, I mean, for the most part, he dressed pretty similar to like when he was in middle school, high school.
How would that be?
Like a white T-shirt underneath with a button-up shirt, like unbuttoned, with jeans.
And is that how you remember him always dressing?
Yeah, and Skechers shoes.
Did you ever see him get into any fights or be mean to anyone in any way?
No.
Did you ever even see him get mad at anyone?
No, he wasn't he was never the type of person that would get mad. I mean, I believe like if he was frustrated, he would just kind of like cool off and leave.
You never saw him yell or fight with anyone?
No.
Did you stay in touch with him after college?
A little bit, like a couple of times I would try to call him, and I guess 6 months before the incident, we all hung out together.
When he was home on sort of a holiday break?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the last time you saw him?
Yep.
Do you consider him to be your friend middle school, high school, and college?
Yeah.
Do you still consider him to be your friend?
Yeah.
Have you said before that he was like a brother to you?
Yes, I did.
And do you still believe that?
Yeah, for the most part.
What's the hesitation?
Just because, like, I know he's gonna go away for a while, and I guess like like trying to distance myself from him.
Is it hard for you to think of him going away for a while?
Yeah, it's tough, but I mean.
Question, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Do the people have any questions, Ms. Pearson?
Just a couple, Your Honor. When you saw him, and that was around Christmas of 2011, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's in December.
And do you recall being asked about how he was at that time
Mhm.
by the defense investigators?
Oh, yeah.
And that you then felt he was just the same as he's always been?
Yeah.
No different than he'd been in middle school or high school or after college?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you have any redirect, Ms. Brady?
Very briefly, during that time, in December of 2011, about how much time did you spend with him?
See, we had dinner, and then we saw a movie, and then we rode back together in the same car.
So, a couple hours?
Yeah.
Right. And it's that period of time where you didn't notice any difference in him?
No.
Did you have any close contact with him after that, between then and July 20th of 2012?
I did not.
Did you ever even speak to him?
No.
Thank you.
Any recross, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
The jury appears to have a question. Sir, give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach?
Thank you for taking part in our lunchtime test to see how many of you are actually watching, because Phil wanted to really know the audience number, so we turned off the sound from time to time. We're clearly having some technical difficulties on some of the replay, and Phil apologizes and is on Scribble now, ready for your wrath. Marshall Zellinger sitting in for the lunch hour here. It's almost 1:30 Denver time. We're anticipating court to be back underway any moment. And what we have left that we know that the parents have been hinted at testifying this afternoon, and it could happen right after lunch. But we also know there's a couple hours, 3 hours perhaps, of the video testimony that was recorded last week of the witnesses that couldn't stick around for this week that the jury still has to see. And talking with Dan Recht, he was thinking that the parents, you would assume, would be the final witnesses called to the stand to leave that with the jury going into deliberation to see if we continue past phase 2. Again, phase 2 is the mitigation phase, where essentially the jury will have to decide if there is enough mitigating circumstances that perhaps the youth of the defendant or some stuff that happened during his life outweighs what they determined were the aggravating factors. And we know that 96 of the 98 aggravating factors presented to the jury were deemed to be present and found guilty, if you will, of those 96 aggravating factors. So if you picture that trial scale, we're already this way. Here's the aggravating side, and now the defense is trying to balance out the mitigating side to see which one is going to outweigh which. Because as the judge has said, if the mitigating factors outweigh the aggravating factors, the jury will then essentially stop this proceeding and it will be a life sentence. If the jury finds that the aggravating factors presented by the prosecution outweigh the mitigating factors, we will move on to phase 3, possibly by the end of this week, early next week, and that is when we know 15 people will take the stand for the prosecution. That could be family members, possibly victims we've already heard from again, family members of the 12 killed, victims that we've heard from that may testify to the emotional part that they weren't allowed to testify earlier, but we heard Lisa Teach McGuire tell the judge yesterday 15 would be called to the stand for that portion. And after that, if we've made it that far, that will be the ultimate time where the jury, as long as they're healthy, 4 of them are sick right now, that's when we'll find out life in prison or the death penalty. What we're waiting for right now, again, is court to get back underway in the afternoon. It's going to be the continuation of that first recorded testimony that we were watching before the break, and court is underway right now, so we'll get you to that recorded testimony and likely the parents after that.
This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Before I start addressing the objections that were advanced before the end of the morning session or at the end of the morning session, let me ask the defense, do you dispute the statements made by Ms. Pearson in terms of what is contained in the letters from the defendant's parents to the defendant while he was in custody after he was arrested on this case? And I know that that wasn't meant as a complete list, but she listed a bunch of subject matters with respect to each sets of letters, and I just wanted to make sure that the defense is not disputing some of those or any of those contents that she mentioned.
Your Honor, at the moment, my recall is poor. I don't recall everything that Ms. Pearson said, so it's difficult for me to address that. I do have a copy of all the letters for the court. It looks rather thick, but there are a bunch of photographs that were also sent with the letters that are a part of this packet. I'd like to submit it to the court as a court exhibit if I can know what number we're on.
Well, hold on, just a moment. Ms. Pearson, why don't you go through that list again, please?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people are objecting to all of the letters in their entirety by my count, and I'm not going to claim that my math is completely accurate, but I counted 44 from Mom and 4 from Dad. That Dad writes about current football games and scores, about current soccer games, about getting his own haircut, about tax season, about what they had done at Christmas when the defendant was in jail, about the weather, about people getting the flu at work, about getting his wife's car worked on. He writes about knowing that the defendant is going to be going to Pueblo to be evaluated and what to expect and how to prepare for that. He writes about going sailing. Mom writes about what she's been doing, the book she's been reading, her book club, exercising, what's going on with the neighbors, about the weather, what she's been doing at work, going golfing with friends, all things that occurred after the date of offense. She also writes that she's educating herself about mental illness, that she thinks that she's learning to understand there are biological changes in the brain that happen, that she believes that early diagnosis and treatment is essential for mental illness, that she knows the defendant didn't choose this, that she's going to the annual conference for NAMI, the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, that she's sorry that they didn't know he was ill. She writes that she prays for the victims, that she's sorry about this, and that she forgives the defendant, and then she recounts memories of their life together.
All right. Ms. Higgs, does the defense dispute that that the letters contain the discussions that Ms. Pearson just went through?
Some of the letters contain some of those discussions. There are a number of letters where she talks also about her daughter, our client's sister, where she talks about past family experiences. So I don't dispute that those are contained in some of them, but that is not the content of all of the letters. And
okay, thank you. All right, let me go through my list, through the list of objections. In terms of the photographs, I haven't seen the photographs. The objection on the photographs is that some of them are cumulative, but I can't tell. So what I suggest is, as the defense moves any photographs into evidence, if the people feel that they are cumulative and inadmissible under Rule 403, they can ask to approach, or they can make an objection and just say cumulative. And then if I need any discussion, we can discuss it at the bench. Otherwise, if I feel it's appropriate, I may have the defense just respond from counsel's table. But likely, if we have to have a discussion, it'll be at the bench. I haven't seen those letters. Let me just preface the rest of my comments by reminding everyone that, as counsel know, the United States Supreme Court has made clear that a state court may not apply state rules of evidence in a per se or mechanistic manner so as to infringe upon a defendant's constitutional right to present mitigating evidence in a capital sentencing hearing. The Supreme Court has also been exceedingly cautious to ensure that a person found guilty of a capital offense is given every opportunity to present potentially mitigating evidence that might form the basis for a sentence less than death. So this is the standard, and I have to be cognizant of that standard as I make rulings and objections to evidence. That's the standard that I've been applying. That's the standard that I continue to apply. And it's a very difficult standard, because it doesn't mean that the rules of evidence go out the window. It also doesn't necessarily mean that I apply the rules of evidence just in the exact same way that I would apply them in the trial part of the proceedings. There was an objection yesterday to holiday music in some of the defendants' family videos. And I think Ms. Pearson, during her argument, compared it to the court's ruling on the victim impact evidence. But the reality is that the law is takes an almost opposite view on the two types of evidence. When it comes to mitigation evidence, the Supreme Court says, hey, we want a defendant who is facing the death penalty to have every opportunity available to introduce mitigation. On the other hand, the case law says, when it comes to victim impact evidence, trial court judge, we want you to be particularly careful. So it's almost the opposite view. We want you to be more careful than you usually would be because this has the potential to evoke strong emotions and to have the jury make decisions on an improper basis. So on the one hand, mitigation evidence, the Supreme Court wants a defendant to have as much opportunity as possible to introduce it. On the other hand, with respect to victim impact evidence, the courts want trial court judges to be as careful and vigilant as possible to avoid the risk that the jury will make a decision not based on each individual juror's reasoned moral judgment, but based on passion and emotion and some other improper basis. So let me move my way through these objections. I talked about the photographs. I'll take those one at a time, or whenever they are offered for admission, I will address them at that time. The next one has to do with the family videos, and the people yesterday said that with the exception of the 5 videos that they objected to in part, and they were only objecting to the part that had music in the background, holiday music, or to the part that involves some kind of holiday prayer. And I've addressed those objections and I've overruled those objections, and I stand by those rulings. The rest of the family videos are admitted without objection. Now, whether those videos then render some photographs cumulative, and whether they're so cumulative that I will exclude them under Rule 403 remains to be seen. That depends on what photographs are offered by the defense. The next thing I have is the certificate. It's a certificate that apparently the defendant's father received for completing coaching training. And so the question for me is, could he testify about that? Could he testify that I was very involved in my son's life, and in fact, I coached his football team or his basketball team or whatever team it was? Not only that, I went and got training for that. I think that's mitigation evidence. I think that's admissible. So I'm going to allow the certificate, and I don't know what unfair prejudice there is to the people. So the objection as to the certificate is overruled. Again, keeping in mind that this is mitigation evidence. In terms of the letters, these are letters that the defendant's parents have written the defendant in custody after this case happened. These are not admissible. And so I am sustaining the objection. This is not a close call for me. There are things in the letters that are improper, that the jury should not get to see. And Ms. Pearson went through them, and specifically I'm referring to any discussion about mental illness and what Mr. Holmes's mother may think about mental illness or about his mental illness. That's improper opinion testimony that is not admissible, and the jury should never get to hear. Even under the standard that applies to mitigation evidence. So this is one of those. Again, I mentioned earlier, my job is difficult because, as I said, what the case law says is I cannot apply the rules of evidence in a per se or mechanistic fashion. But even under that standard, these letters are, in my view, improper and inadmissible. For one thing, they were written after the fact. They were written after the defendant was charged, after the defendant, there was a possibility at least that he would face the death penalty. And some of them may have been written after the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So you have there a motive to include anything you want in those letters with the understanding that they may later be used during the case. They are self-serving, they include opinion testimony, and they include information that, in my view, would in my view, is inadmissible and would affect the prosecution's right to a fair trial. And both sides have a right to a fair proceeding. It's not just the defendant. So even understanding the standard that applies to mitigation, those letters are excluded. There's one other, that there's a video recording, and I don't know which of these discs it is. Let me see if I can find it. You're right, I think it is 2445, and this is the defense's number. 2445 is a video recording of the defendant's parents, apparently made for the defendant. It was made, it's my understanding that this was made after the defendant was arrested in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And essentially, it's just his parents saying hello and telling him that they love him and that they're going to submit, to send letters to him. Same rationale for me. This happens after the arrest. This happens after the charges. This is self-serving. There is a motive there to have recorded this with the understanding that you would then present it in litigation. It has way too many concerns for this to be admissible. So the objection is sustained. This is irrelevant. It is hearsay, and it is inadmissible under Rule 403. Same thing with respect to the letters. Irrelevant, hearsay, and inadmissible under Rule 403 as well. So all those pieces of evidence are excluded. And then you have, I believe the last thing is 4 CDs, audio recordings by the defendant's father, just checking in with the defendant. They're very brief, each of them about 20 seconds, maybe less. And they happen apparently during a couple of months before the shooting. As I listen to them, I wonder why the defense wants them, and I wonder why the prosecution is objecting, but that's not for me to decide. I don't think they have a lot of probative value, but they do show in some way that the defendant's father was checking in on the defendant, and so it goes to the defendant's background, it goes to the defendant's, the type of parents that the defendant has, which goes to his background, and in terms of whether this is prejudicial or not, or unfairly prejudicial, it seems to me that at least arguably this could be viewed as consistent with one of the theories the prosecution has advanced, which is that the defendant was avoiding his parents during the 2 months when he was planning the shooting, and not only avoiding his parents, but even misleading his parents. That's been a theory that the prosecution has advanced. So I think arguably this would be consistent with that. So I don't know what unfair prejudice this would have, and given that it's mitigation evidence, or it's being introduced as mitigation evidence, I will allow those 4 recordings. In terms of the letters, I want to be clear that if the defense wants to ask Mr. Holmes's parents about how they, during the time that he's been in custody, they have continued to care for him, and that they have written him letters, and how many letters they have written, you can do all that. In fact, you could pick up the stack of letters if you wish and ask about that. What I am excluding is the content of the letters. So if you want to ask about how they've continued to support him through this whole process, and how they have written letters, or how they have recorded messages for him and sent them to him, I don't have a problem with you asking that. I think that's fair. I think that's mitigation. But the content of the letters and the content of the video recording, those contents are inadmissible. Let me see if I missed anything else. That's all I have. So those are my rulings on the objections that Mr. Brockler raised at the end of the morning session, okay? If you want to retrieve the letters from the defendant's father and the discs that you gave me, thank you.
Your Honor, what I'm going to do is mark the stack of letters from Mrs. Holmes to James Holmes as C-TR-110. I'll mark the letters from Mr. Robert Holmes to James Holmes as C-TR-111. And I will mark the video message from Bob and Arlene Holmes to James Holmes, which was our number 2445 that we've been referring to it as. It is now C-TR-112.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else before I bring the jury in?
Your Honor, we made a corrected disc of Mr. Kerr's testimony that I have marked as D-TR-288A, and we have queued up to play just the last portion asked back.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll start with that, and then if you want to publish the exhibits that were admitted during his testimony, I can let you do that at the end of the recording.
Thank you.
Mr. Brockler, are you ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Is the defense ready, Ms. Brady?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. By the way, before we bring the jury in, one additional record or explanation I wanted to give you. There were a couple of objections during the morning session to questions about, do you still care about do you care about the Holmes' family and the defendant, and do you support the family and the defendant? I overruled the objections because those questions have been asked repeatedly for the last couple of days of multiple witnesses without objection from the people. So to all of a sudden object didn't make any sense to me. To me, either you object to that evidence or you don't, and you can't object to it with respect to a couple of witnesses after you haven't objected to it with respect to about 20 witnesses. So that was my rationale in overruling the objection. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. The four of you who are sick in the top, are you hanging in there doing okay? Yes, okay, they're all saying yeah. Oh, one of them is having her thumbs up, but she's the one who made everybody sick. Okay. Right. You might not want to show such enthusiasm at this time. All right, folks, you'll remember that at the end of the morning session, the defense was playing a recording of testimony that was done as a result of scheduling conflicts. And I told you at that time that You are to treat that testimony the same way you would treat live testimony. Do you remember all that? Okay, and everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. There was a technical issue, and so the recording had to be stopped just before the end of it. And so at this time, I'm going to allow the defense to play the last part of it, and then we'll proceed from there. Ms. Hicks?
And Your Honor, I'd just like to make clear that we cut out the bench conferences because the nature of that static doubled over the microphone was absolutely untenable.
Yes.
So
It's not that I got fast all of a sudden in my bench conferences. We cut out some parts of it, all right? As impressed as you might have been, I want to caution you that we did that to save some time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor, may we approach? Laura Bloom Sweeney, is she also in that class photo?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Next to you?
Yes.
And is she still the principal there?
No, she's not.
But she was for many years.
Yes.
Do you think that the kid you knew as Jimmy, Mr. Holmes, was a positive influence on your fifth grade class?
Totally.
On all of those students?
Yes.
On you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination? Ms. Pearson?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Carr, my name is Karen Pearson. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. Mr. Carr, you indicated that you had to be reminded from other students about the defendant. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't have to be reminded. They brought it up. So they brought her calls to me, yes.
Are some of your recollections based on them remembering things and you adopting those things?
Adopting? No, they would bring it up in a discussion. And in fact, I said, how can you guys remember that stuff? And they said, Mr.
I asked you not to say what other people said to you. Now, you haven't seen the defendant since he finished your fifth grade class in 1999, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to identify him in the courtroom today. Would it be fair to say the only reason you can identify him is based on photographs that you've seen of him in the news?
He looks pretty much the same.
The same as he looked in fifth grade?
Yeah.
And you didn't know him before he was in the fifth grade, correct?
I saw him at school.
He was in your school for several years?
Yes.
But once he finished fifth grade, he went to a different school?
Correct.
And then you never saw him again, is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know what kind of person you became in junior high?
Correct. Correct.
Or in high school?
Correct.
Or in college?
Correct.
Or in graduate school?
All of those.
Or what kind of an adult he became?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any redirect, Ms. Hicks?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you. May he be released from his subpoena, Ms. Hicks?
Yes, he may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go.
Thanks. Sorry for overtalking.
All right, thank you. That's okay. That concludes the video testimony of Mr. Carr. Okay, the record should reflect that we just finished playing the video recorded testimony that is D-TR-288A. Ms. Hicks?
And Your Honor, if we could just briefly publish the exhibits that he discussed in his testimony.
Yes, you may. How do you want to do that?
I'll just call them out in order.
Okay.
Yep. D-TR-98 were the notes that he discussed. 2568. D-TR-99, which is 964, is the class picture. And D-TR-100 was his grade report. That's 2609. Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please. Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name,
My full name is Robert Milton Holmes, Jr.
and could you spell all your names, please?
Yes, Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T, Milton, M-I-L-T-O-N, Holmes, H-O-L-M-E-S, Jr., J-R, period.
Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yep.
Is James Holmes your son?
Yes, he is.
Have you been here throughout this trial?
Yes, I have,
Almost every single day?
just about.
Has that been hard for you to listen to?
Yes, it's been a difficult experience.
I'm sorry. Can you hold the microphone
Yep.
closer to you,
Okay.
please, to make sure we can all hear you? You can actually move the microphone.
Yep. Okay.
So that it's right up, right by your mouth, okay? Thank you. All right, Ms. Brady?
Can you repeat that answer? It's been difficult for you?
Yes, it's been a very difficult experience.
And have you heard the experts who've testified that James has a serious mental illness?
Yes, I have.
Prior to July 20th, 2012, did you know he was mentally ill?
No, I did not.
Did you have any concerns about him?
We certainly did. I mean, we know he'd broken up with his girlfriend and he dropped out of grad school. And so we made plans to see him. I assumed he might be depressed, but that was our main concern.
Right. Prior to July 20th, 2012, had James ever confided in you the suicidal or homicidal thoughts that he was having?
Nope, he's never expressed anything like that.
Didn't have any idea he was having these disturbing images in his head?
No, I had no idea he was having intrusive thoughts, disturbing thoughts, or anything like that.
Right. Do you still love him?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, he's my son, and we always got along pretty well, and he was actually a really excellent kid.
Let's talk for a bit about you, Mr. Holmes. Where were you born, and where did you grow up?
I was born in Istanbul, Turkey. My dad was stationed there. I was an Army brat, and so until about middle school, we moved basically every year. And so spent several years. My brother was born in D.C., and spent kindergarten in Germany, where my brother got cancer, and then then we wound up back in D.C. And then eventually, after my dad retired, after 20 years, we settled where my mom grew up, which is Monterey.
That's Monterey, California?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes, I have a twin sister, Betty, who was also born in Istanbul, and then an older brother, James Holmes, who was born in D.C. He's about a year and a half older.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I could approach with D-TR-290.
You may.
Mr. Holmes, do you recognize the photograph in 290?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of my parents and our family.
Your parents and your brother and your sister?
Yes.
If I give you a pen, would you mind writing their names just above who's who on that photograph?
I'm sure.
Is there a pen up there or no?
There's a bunch of Sharpies over here. Okay. So just write everybody's name out.
Yeah, and if you could, let's do it this way, like if you put Betty and then underneath maybe you can put Aunt, like what relation they are
relationship
to
Jimmy?
James,
Okay.
yes. Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit D-TR-290.
Mr. Brockler, do you have any objection?
None, sir.
All right, without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
We can publish that, please. And Mr. Holmes, when it comes up, if you could just start at the left as you face the picture and tell us who the people are in the picture.
Sure. From the left is my twin sister, Betty, and then his arm around her is my dad, Robert Sr. Then in the center is my brother, James, and next to him is my mom, Jane, and then I'm on the right-hand side.
So that's you on the far
The
right?
right-hand side, yeah.
Okay. Approximately how old were you in that picture, do you think?
I was probably 17, 18, maybe 16, something, so probably 16, I would say.
And does mental illness run in your family?
Yes, I guess, based on what I've heard, certainly at the trial, and what the investigators have discovered, yes.
Did you know much about the mental illness in your family prior to July 20th of 2012?
Not really too much. Our family actually never talked about it. I knew my sister, for example, had some kind of nervous breakdown when she was 19, and then she had, I guess, gone back to school and work, and then had a subsequent breakdown somewhat later. But I actually never even knew her diagnosis until actually I saw it here in court.
And what about your father?
My dad, I knew had some issues late in life, just before he died, and he had apparently had some. I wasn't sure. I thought they were like obsessive compulsive things, and he had spent some time in the community hospital of Monterey Peninsula psychiatric unit. But my mom generally handled most of that, and she never told us much about it.
And was your family the kind of family that just no one talked about it, or how is it that you wouldn't know what sort of mental illness was in your
Well, with my sister,
choices?
I kind of suspected it was some variety of schizophrenia, but my mom really didn't want to talk about it. And so I don't really know the reasons for that, but in general, it wasn't really something we talked about, what everybody was.
What about Betty? Did she talk about it?
Not too much. She just told me she has a mental illness, and so that was kind of, and she's been on disability for a number of years now, and so but she functions okay with support.
And where do Betty and your brother Jim, where do they live?
My brother's currently in my parents' house in Carmel, and then my sister, she lives somewhat north of there, Santa Cruz, which is at the north end of Monterey Bay.
And your parents?
My parents are both deceased.
We can take that picture down, thank you. Mr. Holmes, was your family, and I'm talking about your parents and your brother and your sister and you, was that family, did you guys talk a lot about your emotions or feelings?
No, I think, I'm sort of similar to my dad. I think we're, scientific. I don't know. We weren't very emotional people.
How do you describe yourself socially? How do you do interacting with other people?
Yeah, I'm probably fairly socially awkward. I would say I'm certainly not an extrovert. I took a Myers-Briggs personality inventory at my company that I worked with, and it said I was highly introverted and non-judgmental. So,
Are you the kind who's the center of attention, or?
No, definitely not.
Do you like speaking to large groups of people?
Definitely not. So.
Are you an emotional person? Do you easily show your emotions?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Is it often the case that you're feeling something inside, but if someone looked at you, they may have no idea how you're feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to figure how I really look to other people. I sort of feel nervous, but I don't know if I look nervous. So.
Okay. Can you tell us where you went to college?
Yeah, let's see. Undergrad, I went to Stanford in math, and then after I graduated from there, I went to UCLA in math, and then sort of like Jimmy, I guess a math career didn't work out because I couldn't get financial aid or financial support. So I switched over to biostatistics, and then and so I stayed in biostatistics for about a year and a half additionally at UCLA, and then decided I wanted to do more theoretical statistics, so I switched to Berkeley and graduated from there.
So did you get a degree at Stanford?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's of science at Stanford.
And then what did you get any sort of degree from UCLA?
Yeah, I got 2 masters, so.
And I think you said math and biostatistics?
Yeah, math and biostat.
And then did you get any sort of degree from Berkeley?
PhD from Berkeley.
PhD in what sort of field?
Statistics.
Are you currently working?
No, I retired in January of 2014.
Where did you work prior to your retirement?
I don't know if I should mention the company yet, but anyway, I worked for a financial services company. We did credit card fraud detection for a lot of the time I worked there. I was in charge of a small team that did international fraud detection models.
So does that involve like statistic type
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, you look at basically everybody who uses a credit card and their transaction behavior, and you try to model it and predict whether it's going to be a fraudulent transaction or not. And if it's fraudulent, you usually call the person and ask them if they made that transaction.
Okay. How long had you worked there doing that kind of work?
I think it was 12 or 13 years. I started in 2000 and ended January of 2014.
And what city and state was that in?
Yeah, it was in San Diego.
All right. Why did you retire when you did?
Well, I went back to work after the event, the shooting, and then and I worked for a while, but I realized I was sort of not really that engaged in work anymore, and it just didn't seem very important, and I didn't feel like I was doing didn't feel like I was really wanted to continue doing that, so I just and the Christmas break seemed like a good time to just tell them I wasn't coming back for the next year.
Okay, so you've been retired for about a year and a half?
Yeah, a year and a half now.
Okay.
Plus the trial was supposed to be starting at some point, so it's been delayed. So.
Are you married?
Yes.
And who's your wife?
Arlene.
And has she been here for the trial also?
Yeah, definitely.
Can you tell us when and where you met Arlene?
We met at Berkeley. I was a grad student, she was an undergrad. And so we met playing tennis, actually, tennis class. So.
When did you get married?
We got married in 1985. I think we met around 1980 and got married in about 85.
How long after getting married did Arlene get pregnant with James?
I'm not sure when she got pregnant, but anyway, Jimmy was born in December of 87, so I guess you can subtract 9 months from that.
A better question might have been how long after you got married was James born? Approximately 2 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
That's right.
And do you also have a daughter?
Yes, we have a daughter, Chris.
And was she here yesterday?
Yeah, she testified.
And then what year was she born in?
She was born in 1992, almost 5 years to the day. They're both in December.
And 5 years difference between the two?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Where was James born?
James was born in La Jolla, which is actually San Diego. It's San Diego City.
And what was the date of his birth?
December 13th.
Of 87, you said?
87, that's correct.
All right. What was it like for you as a new father when he was born?
Well, it was good. I mean, he was actually the first kid for both grandparents, and at that time, I guess all 4 grandparents were still alive, and so it was a big event.
Your Honor, can I approach Mr. Holmes with D-TR-291, 292, 293, 294, 295, and 296, please?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, if you could just flip through those and tell me if you recognize all of them.
Yes, I do.
And do they all involve photographs of James when he was a baby?
That's correct. Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of D-TR-291 through 295.
So not 296 for now.
Through 296, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brockler?
No objection, sir.
Okay, without objection, D-TR-291 through 296 are admitted and may be published.
If we can start with 291, please. Mr. Holmes, as these come onto the screen, if you could just tell the jury what we're seeing, please.
Yeah, this is our kind of birth announcement for Jimmy, and we sent it to our friends and grandparents and relatives and stuff. So, so he was 7 pounds, 5 ounces, 20 inches, born at Scripps Hospital on December 13th. So.
If we can have 292, please.
Yeah, that's us shortly after we got back from the hospital. So that's just us probably days after we got back.
How were you guys doing being brand new parents of a newborn?
It was interesting. Yeah, you didn't get any sleep for the first few months anyway. So, but he also had colic. I remember that, and so he had to we had a crank swing that we'd put him in, and then drive him around in the car a lot. That seemed to put him to sleep. So, but he was other than that, he seemed to eat and do fairly well. So. 293. Yep, that's us shortly after he was born with his. Okay.
Were you comfortable with a baby?
Yes, it was neat. I had brown hair then. Okay, so,
294, please.
Yep, it's more of the same. Just pictures of Jim as a little baby. He was pretty cute.
Can we do 296 and then 295?
Yeah, this is probably at one of his grandma's, because I know my parents came down, and I think Arlene's parents both came down when he was born, just because he was their first grandkid.
And 295, please.
Yeah, that's him a little older, because by that time he had hair. It seems like he was kind of lacking in hair for quite a while. So.
Great.
Yep.
You can take that down. You've mentioned the grandparents. You said that all 4 grandparents were still alive when James was born.
Yes.
Was he the first grandchild for all 4 grandparents?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
All right, and were they involved with him as he grew up until they passed away?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-297, 298, 299, 300, and 301, please.
You may. Okay.
Mr. Holmes, do you recognize all of those exhibits that I've handed to you?
Yes.
Do they all involve James and some sort of interaction with his grandparents?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of D-TR-297 through 301, and then we can talk about 302 separately.
302 or 392? Was it 302?
302.
Okay, great. I misheard you. All right, Mr. Brockler?
As to the offered exhibits, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Exhibits D-TR-297 through 302 inclusive, or through 301 inclusive, are admitted without objection and may be published.
Thank you. If we can publish 297, please. What's this a picture of, Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, that's an early picture of my dad and my mom with Jimmy, so when he was first born. Because they came down probably a couple of weeks after he was born.
And 298, please.
That's my mom cradling him. I'm not sure whether he's screaming or what, but he's got his mouth open. But anyway, that's my mom and Jimmy.
All right. 299.
Okay. This one's a little bit out of time with the other one since Jim's actually quite a bit older, but this is, I guess, it's somewhere near like a Christmas. We had a christening for both Jim and Chris, and that's my mom on the left, and Arlene and I, and then my brother on my right, and then in the center is Jimmy and Chris.
All right. And so that's your mom?
Yeah,
to
she
the
came
left.
down for this, there was supposed to be a Christmas Eve, what's it, baptism, I guess, for the kids.
And did the grandparents try and come down? Did they make it to like different events that the kids had?
Yeah, they came down, and then when we moved up to Salinas, we were close to my mom. At that time, my dad had passed away, but yeah, in general, we would, they would either come down or we would go visit them for, Christmas and Thanksgiving,
Right.
certainly almost every year.
If we could have the next one, am I on 299?
Yeah, that's kind of a group picture. This is both grandmas. I'm assuming by this time both grandfathers had passed away. And so you've got kind of,
If
as
you
we call,
go from the left and just say who everyone is.
yeah, and the left is me. Next to me is my brother. We called him Big Jimmy or Uncle Jimmy. And then in the middle there is Little Jimmy. And then he's holding his little rabbit ears over Grandma Helen. And then Chris. And then my mom is sort of hidden behind Chris's afro.
So that's Arlene's mom and
Yeah.
then your mom.
Yep.
Right. We can see 300, please. 301.
This is a trip that I think they went to Ames Research Center. It's Grandma Jane and my mom Jane and Uncle Jimmy, who are see the guy in black in the middle. My mom is right next to him, and Jimmy's just below him. They went to a space camp.
And is that
so-
something the two of those?
Yeah, my mom liked to do these, tried to schedule events with the kids where she could take them somewhere and do something interesting, so.
Would you mind taking that pen and just circling your mom and James on the exhibit that's admitted?
Sure.
Great, thank you. We can take that down. And now, the exhibit D-TR-302, that's a writing. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Yeah, this is probably an essay by Jim. When was it? It's got 98 if I read the date correctly. But he talks about where he got his first name. And it turns out we have lots of Jameses and Jimmys running around all over our family. My mom's grandfather's Jimmy, certainly my brother's James. Arlene's brother, we called him Dexter, but his name was James Eagan. So Jim got it. He's writing about how he got all of his names, from the family. And then I guess he'd also talked to my mom because she was into genealogy. And so my mom had traced us back. She was a DAR, colonial dame, and all this stuff. And so she had traced us back, I guess, to Charlemagne or something, right? And so she apparently told Jim about it, and Jim wrote it in this essay.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of 302.
Mr. Brockler?
No objection, sir.
All right, without objection, D-TR-302 is admitted. By the way, Ms. Brady, are you moving the admission again of D-TR-301 with the markings?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any objection? All right. It's readmitted with the markings. by this witness. Go ahead, Ms. Brady.
If I can approach with D-TR-389, please.
You may.
Mr. Holmes, have you seen that before?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a DVD video. Do you want me to tell them what I think is on it?
Did you put your initials on
I
it?
did. I saw it a couple days ago.
And after you saw it, did you put your initials
Yes,
on
I
it?
did.
And so what would the DVD be of?
Yeah, it says Grandma Mary Jane haircut, and so it's Grandma giving Jimmy a haircut.
Your Honor, I would move to admit and publish D-TR-389.
Ms. Clark?
Sir.
All right. Thank you. Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
And, sir, this is your mom again?
Yes.
Okay.
Monday, 29th, 1993, here's Grandma. Let's sit up straight. And if we sit up straight, it'll go real quick. There we go. Just like at the barber. You did very well. Here goes Grandma. Jimmy's 5 years old. I don't know how old Grandma is. Grandma's 65. Grandma's 65. She gets her Medicare now. Gosh, I haven't done one of these haircuts in about 20 years. Well, you gave Jimmy his very first haircut. Did I really? Oh, I remember that. And Granddaddy was there? Yeah. You cut Dad's, you cut Granddad's, and you cut Jimmy's. You cut down the line. Oh, yeah. And you just comb to the back and clip, huh? Kind of forgotten about that, you know?
The woman who we can sort of hear talking, is that Arlene?
Yeah, that's Arlene.
All right. And where was your daughter, Chris, born?
She was also born in San Diego.
Okay. Your Honor, if I can approach Mr. Holmes with D-TR-303 through 314, please.
You may.
Mr. Holmes, if I can first have you look at 303, what is that?
That looks like a map of California.
And does it indicate on that map the different places that your son James has lived in California?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, if I could please admit D-TR-303 and publish it to the jury.
Mr. Brockler, do you have any objection?
I don't, Your Honor. May I have a moment to just speak with Miss Brady?
You may.
For that opportunity, Your Honor. Not only do I not have an objection to this, I don't have an objection to the admission of the other 30 through 314. I don't have an objection to those and to those being published through the testimony of the witness if it will help.
Great. Ms. Brady, are you moving the admission of exhibits D-TR-304 through 314?
Excluding number 307.
Okay. All right, so Without objection, D-TR-303, 304, 305, 306, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, and 314 are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we could put up 303. Mr. Holmes, if you could start at the very bottom of that picture, see where San Diego is?
Yep.
All right, that's where your kids were born?
Yeah, both kids were born in San Diego.
And at some point, did you move to the top of the picture there?
Yes, I guess in 95. At that point, my dad had passed away, and my mom was getting something. I thought she was having some health problems, and so that was the primary reason we moved up. She was in Monterey, and so we moved from San Diego up to Salinas, and so I got a job up there.
Just so the jury knows, if we talk about Monterey or Salinas or Castroville, is that all the general area up there?
Yeah, the Monterey Bay is this indentation with Monterey at the bottom, Santa Cruz at the top, and Castroville, where we lived, actually Oak Hills is kind of right in the middle.
Okay. And then there's a third square on that map over Riverside. Is that where James went to college?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. If we can have 304. Can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, this is probably one of our first family portraits. I guess we got them, we had them done every few years, frequently at a church or just having a photographer do them. But this is probably an early one, probably before Chris was born.
All right. If we can actually see 306, please.
Yeah, that's Jimmy with Chris when she's very young.
And how did he do as a new
He was good.
brother?
He wasn't, there was no jealousy or anything like that. So he seemed to be pretty good with her.
Did he like to hold her and play with her?
Yeah. He was reasonably affectionate. So I don't know if he looks too happy in that one, but yes, he was good with her.
Can we see 308, please?
Yep, there's Jimmy reading to Chris. So
310?
yeah, that was probably one of our first ones after Chris was born. So
And
family
I
portrait.
think you said earlier, James would have been about 5 when, or almost exactly 5 when Chris was born,
That's right.
all right? We can see 311.
Okay, that's on the left is James Eagan, Uncle Dexter, and then Jimmy, and then me to the right, playing a card game.
And Uncle Dexter, is he still alive?
No, he passed away actually in August of 2012 from cancer.
We can see 313, please.
Yeah, this is when we were first in San Diego. So it's from 87 to 95 in Jimmy's life. We were living in San Diego. The street was called Prairie Dog, and it actually was only 1 block long. So that you might see some pictures later where they have a lot of events. This was a very active, lots of kids.
And
in
that's
San Diego.
you and James.
Yeah, that's Jimmy and I playing catch.
314?
That's a picture of Jim, Arlene, and Chris.
And all of these pictures, the approximate age of these pictures that we're seeing, do those all appear to be during the time when you lived in San Diego before you moved
Yeah,
up
kind of the
north?
first time in San Diego.
Okay. Now, you started to tell us about why you moved up to the Salinas-Castroville area.
Yes.
Your mom was getting sick?
Well, she had some health problems. She had some circulatory problems, and so we thought we might be closer, because it turns out from San Diego, it's like a eight or some hour drive to get up to Monterey.
All right, and did you have to find a new job up there?
I did.
And was Arlene working during this time period?
Yeah, she's worked as a nurse. I don't know. Sometimes she had worked part-time, particularly when the kids were young. And then as they got older, she was working more full-time, basically in different nursing professions.
And approximately how old would James and Chris have been when you moved up north?
Yeah, let's see, 95, that's 7, 8. 8. Jim would have been 7 or 8. Chris would have been 2 or 3.
Mhm. And how did the family do with the move to Castroville?
That one I thought went fairly well, because they kind of went from a very active social community in San Diego. There were lots of families with kids, both kids' ages, to Salinas, where it was pretty much the same way. There were a particularly large number of kids Jim's age. And Chris didn't have too many her age, but eventually she found some friends.
And we've heard from some neighbors from that area who described it as a very interactive, friendly place. Was that your take on the neighborhood also?
Yeah, I thought both places were very social.
And while you were living there, did your son James have friends?
Yes.
Did he go outside and play?
Yeah, in fact, most of the time.
Did he have kids over to the house?
Yep.
Did he go over to their house?
Yes.
Any concerns about how he was socializing with kids his own age while you lived in that house?
At that point, he didn't seem to have many problems.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-315 through 328, please.
You may.
Mr. Holmes, if you can flip through that stack and tell me if they all appear to be pictures of your family's life in the Castroville, Salinas area.
You may.
Your Honor, we don't have any objection to the admission of, I think it's 315 to 328.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brady, you want him in, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, without objection, then D-TR-315 through 328 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we can start with 315, please. Can you tell the jury about this?
Yeah, this is, we, in our house in Oak Hills, we were on a cul-de-sac, and so it was this big old pie-shaped lot. But in any case, there was a side yard that really had nothing but weeds, so most of the kids, actually, not just Jim and Chris, would go out there and dig mud holes. And so this is just an example of Jim and Chris.
Can we see 316, please?
Yeah, this is more of it. You can see over the fence is the cul-de-sac's right behind the fence, and they had a basketball court there too. So, but anyway, this is another mud hole.
And at this, James would have been about how old in this picture?
Well, let's see. This looks pretty soon after they moved, so he would have been maybe 8 or 9, maybe something like
Okay.
that. Okay.
317, please.
Okay, this was probably, I don't know, as people in Oak Hills, they celebrated a lot of birthday parties, and I think this was one of Jimmy's. Basically, there were a lot of kids in the neighborhood, and whenever there was a birthday party, they would invite all the kids over for a birthday party. So there was almost like a birthday party every week or something going on. And so this is just a picture of one of Jim's.
All right.
And it's over at a neighbor's house.
And that's Jim sitting on that little stool there?
Yeah, that's Jim on the little hassock there.
Is that you next to him?
Yeah, that's me, trying to figure out what he got. So.
319, please.
Yeah, that's Jim and Chris just sitting on the couch there.
And at this age, how were Jim and Chris getting along?
Yeah, they got along pretty well. Actually, when they were first at Oak Hills, there weren't that many people Chris's age, and so Chris tended to sort of glom on to Jimmy and his friends, and he was usually pretty patient about that, although I think sometimes it stressed him, but he was actually pretty good with her.
320?
Yeah,
What's this?
Looks like I see that's probably Christmas, since I can see a little piece of a fake Christmas tree there. So that's probably us during Christmas, all wearing beanies. I'm not quite sure what the reason is for that, but.
321?
And let's see, yeah, Jim's wearing his Lakers jersey. He liked that. And so. Yes, a Halloween picture. That's Jim and Chris at Halloween, which was a big event. I don't know if Arlene will talk more about it, but Halloween in Oak Hills was pretty big because they'd always do haunted houses, and it turned out Oak Hills was actually out in the middle of farmland. And so what would happen there is all of the people who lived out in the farming areas would bring their kids into Oak Hills to trick or treat. And so we'd have to get like 5 bags of candy from Costco to handle the crowd. But that's how I'd see a lot of the kids that Jim knew, because a lot of them lived out kind of in the boondocks there.
323?
Yeah, that's probably Thanksgiving dinner at Arlene's mom's house. She's in the middle there, and so we would typically spend Thanksgiving either at one grandma or the other, and then Christmas at the other grandma. So
324?
yeah, that's Jim and Chris at Oak Hills, just kind of sitting around, maybe.
325?
There's a whole gang. I think that was sort of a selfie or something, but I think I just barely made it back to the bed.
You think it was on a timer or something?
Yeah, just to get everybody. So that's us in Oak Hills. So.
326?
Yeah, that's probably near Christmas in Oak Hills. So, that's just in our family room, sort of.
That's at your
another
house?
Selfie, probably.
328, please.
Yeah, that's definitely a Christmas picture. We brought our Christmas tree up from San Diego, and it doesn't quite fit, so we had to bend the top over. So.
And it looks like the kids are getting a little bit older in that picture?
Yeah, they're getting older, and we're probably, I'm not sure why we're all dressed up. We're probably going somewhere for a Christmas party.
At this age, in the Castroville, Salinas area, you can take that picture down, thank you, and younger, was your son, James, an affectionate child?
Yeah, he was fine. I mean, he was good with Chris, like children. I mean, he, generally speaking, got along reasonably well. I wouldn't say he was never outgoing or anything, but he seemed to get along with everybody well.
All right. Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-329 and D-TR-390, please.
Yes.
Your Honor, I've seen both of these. Thank you, Ms. Brady. No objection to them being admitted.
All right, without objection, Ms. Brady, I'm assuming you're moving their admission?
Yes, sir.
All right, without objection, D-TR-329 and 390 are admitted and may be published.
If we can publish 390, please. What was that screaming?
Oh, that was a bunch of kids screaming. And so that was like at kindergarten, I think. And anyway, so that was Jim running up and jumping up.
And he hugged you. Did he, would he hug you and Arlene and his sister?
Yeah, he was pretty affectionate. So.
All right. And can you tell the jury about the next exhibit? What's the, I didn't write down the number.
329.
329?
TR-329.
329, you're right. Can you tell the jury what 329 is, please?
It's a Valentine's card from Jimmy to me.
Right, and approximately how old do you think he was when he wrote that to you?
This one looks like he's pretty young, but
Based on the handwriting and the illustration?
Okay, yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what date it is, I'm sorry, okay.
All right. Was there a time where you had to move back to the San Diego area?
Yes, we stayed up in Oak Hills for 5 years, almost. And then at the time, my mom was actually doing much better. And my brother and sister were still up there. So I think we decided as a family it would be best to move back down.
And did you again have to get a new job?
Yeah, I got a new job. I didn't move until I got the job.
And that was at the job you then stayed at until you retired?
Yeah, that's a financial services company.
All right, and what grade in school was James when you moved from Northern California down to the San Diego area?
Yeah, Jim had almost completed, I think, 6th grade at Gambetta Middle School. At that point, 6th grade was part of middle school, not junior high. So he had almost completed it, and so we moved in May of 2000. And then actually, I think he spent the last couple weeks. I thought it'd be a great idea if he would see the new school before summer started. So we moved him back for the last couple of weeks of school down to San Diego and Mesa Verde Middle School.
And Chris would have been about 5 years younger.
Yeah, she was still in elementary school.
Right. How did the family do with this move back to San Diego?
I know Jim didn't like this moving early, so he was pretty unhappy about that. But in general, I thought it actually, we moved to sort of a completely different environment. The street we moved on in San Diego, essentially most of the kids were grown, and there was not much in the way of sort of social stuff on our street. And I think it started where Jim started to have a tough time socializing.
All right. Did the family at some point decide to go see a counselor?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not quite sure how. It was a ways after we moved there. We went to see this counselor, Mel Lipsy, which has been testified about, and we saw him a number of times. He was sort of a family counselor. And so we were concerned. Chris seemed to be making friends and fitting in, but Jim was having a little more trouble. And he seemed to be, much more isolated than he had ever been before.
And were you and Arlene taking steps or trying to do things to get him more involved?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing some of the usual stuff because he did continue, he played soccer practically during this whole time, even when we lived in San Diego, all the way through Salinas and then all the way back. He played soccer essentially every year and was always involved in that. So he had his sports and he was always doing well at school. So in particular, I wasn't super worried about him at that time, but I thought it's better for him to have more social interaction.
So you and Arlene were hoping he would become more socially involved.
Yes.
Now you, the jury has probably seen on some stuff in this case, but the jury has seen Bobo. Can you tell the jury about your nickname Bobo and where that came from?
Oh, I think that was more one of Arlene's nicknames for me, and apparently Arlene's nickname was Goo from her family, right? That's what her brothers all called her, and so I think that's where Jimmy got Goober, right? So he made just his own variation on our nicknames.
Mm-hmm. I assume he usually called you Mom and Dad when he was younger.
Yes, I think so. I don't think it was usually in emails that he used Bobo or Goober.
Those nicknames?
Yeah, I don't think he called us that in person.
What middle school did James go to once you guys got back to San Diego?
Yeah, that'd be Mesa Verde Middle School.
And then what high school?
Westview High School.
During that time, middle school and high school, did James seem to have a lot of friends?
No.
How was he socially compared to when you lived up near Salinas? How was he during these years back in San Diego?
Yeah, and in the first time in San Diego and up in Oak Hills, he always had this group of kids he would sort of run with and hang around, and he didn't have that, at least not that I knew of, because I don't think I ever saw, Earl or Richie. I knew at some point he had a couple friends, but I actually never saw them.
So if
that was unusual.
Did you hear those young men testify about how they were some of James's closest friends?
Yes.
Had you ever met them?
I'd never met either of them.
Had they ever, when you were there, had they ever been over to your house?
No.
Did James bring any other kids over to the house?
A couple of times he might have had a kid over. When he was first there, there was one or two kids who lived down the block that I think Arlene knew their mom and arranged for them to come over, and they played video games a little bit, but they didn't seem to hit it off. So.
And compared to how it was
Yeah.
in Oak Hills?
Yeah, it was quite different.
Okay, less socialization?
Much less.
Your Honor, if I can approach Mr. Holmes with D-TR-330 through 335, please.
Yes.
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to review 330 through 335. Thank you, Ms. Brady, and I have no objection to its admission.
Okay, without objection, D-TR-330 through 335 are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we can show 330, please. Mr. Holmes, does this seem to be a picture in the time frame we're talking about, middle school to high school?
Yes, it is. Jim's probably in high school. Chris may well be in middle school, and it's a church photo of the family.
331?
Yep, pretty much the same age ranges. We're all just sitting around in our living room in San Diego.
And that's at your house?
Yes.
Let's do 3:30.
Might be another one around Christmas if I can see the presents and the edge there.
Let's do 3:33, please.
Yep. This is a little bit older. Jim's high school, and Chris looks like she's getting older too, so.
And where is this picture?
Gosh, this one I can never.
Look at the one on the screen, Mr. Holmes. Is that the one you're
that
looking
one.
at?
Oh, okay. Oh, that one, sure. Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong picture. This one is actually at my sister for several years stayed at a place which offered both room and board. And so during that time, we would have Thanksgiving every year. The reason we did Thanksgiving in Monterey is that was my sister and my birthday. It was right around Thanksgiving. So we'd tend to get together. I'd always see my sister on Thanksgiving. And so that's her in this, La Posada is the name of the place, but it's a place where we had Thanksgiving dinner with the whole family.
And is that Betty there in the dark pink T-shirt?
Yeah, you see Betty here with the pink one with the swoosh, and you got Jimmy to the left, my mom, I think that's my mom hidden behind them, and then Chrissy to the center. Then you can see the left half of my brother's head, so.
3:34, please.
Yeah, after my sister subsequently moved out of this place, which had both room and board, and then she moved to just an apartment. And so after that, we went to this Italian restaurant for Thanksgiving. And so that's my brother and Jimmy having Thanksgiving dinner.
3:35.
Yeah. This we did for both Chris and Jem, where you have a sort of, every year you get their photograph out of their yearbook. And so this is through kindergarten through senior.
All right. We can take that down. During high school, how did James do academically in high school?
As far as, I think he'd always done well academically.
And what did he do for fun or for pastime during high school?
Aside from sort of sports, he was always doing soccer, and he was always, he'd sometimes do paintball with his friends or video games. That seemed to be his main activity.
Did he like video games?
Yes, he'd always played strategy type video games and World of Warcraft. And I didn't know that much about him other than he played those from a very young age.
How was his relationship with you during high school?
It was fine. I mean, I was working most of the time, and he was going to school. And so we'd always have dinner together, but I think our relationship was fine.
How was his relationship with his mother?
I think it was actually okay. I mean, I didn't see too many problems. She was probably the main disciplinarian in the family, so.
And by disciplinarian, what did that look like in your home?
Well, just setting limits, for example, limits on video games, limits on everything. But Jim didn't, he'd always been, he never required much in the way of limits in terms of staying out late or, personal behavior, other than video games and making sure he did his chores. He was pretty easy to deal with.
How about the relationship with his sister, Chris?
It was fine. I mean, they probably taunted each other a little. I think Chris, when she was very little, she sort of hung on to him, at Oak Hills. And then as she had her own friends, they kind of, I guess they drifted apart just sort of, I guess, the way I would have expected, right? She had her circle of friends, he had his friends. They basically had different activities. And so I'd say they probably weren't as close as they were.
Did you see anything that you wouldn't expect to see between a brother and sister during sort of teenage years?
No, I heard all this, there's been this testimony about Jim slugging Chris or something, and I don't remember that incident, and it's probably more that Jimmy remembered it or something, but they weren't combative, little if at all. I mean, I'm sure they got into some fights, but I don't think there was any big fights, and there wasn't violence or anything like that.
All right. Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-336 and 337, please.
Yes.
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to look at 336. I don't know how many pages it is. It feels like maybe 10,000, but I don't object to its admission or publication, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted without objection.
Same position on 337, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That too is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, if you look at 336, does that appear to be a packet with all soccer-related pictures and documents?
Yes, it is.
And do those accurately show how many teams James played for soccer and him with the team members?
Yes.
And have you circled him in those group photos so that the jury can see him?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I can just publish just the first page of 336, please.
Yes, and the markings were made before the admission of the exhibits, right?
That is correct.
Okay, great.
Is that top individual picture, is that James when he was younger, when he played soccer?
Yes.
And then a group picture, and when the jury sees it on the actual exhibit, that's where you've circled him on there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that first page, there are a number of pages like this from different age groups.
Right. That's right.
And if we can go to first page of 337, please. Mr. Holmes, on 337, does that appear to be a packet of pictures of James when he would play basketball?
Yes, it is.
All right. And is this the first picture of that packet?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What do you think his favorite sport was?
I think his favorite sport was soccer, but I think he liked basketball. So definitely
Honor,
soccer.
Excuse me, sir. If I can approach Mr. Holmes with D-TR-338 and 339, please.
You may.
Had the opportunity to look at 338 and 339. I have no objection to their admission or publication.
All right, thank you. D-TR-338 and 339 are admitted without objection, and they may be published.
We can publish 338, please. Mr. Holmes, what is this?
Yeah, this is a picture of Jimmy when we first lived in San Diego. I think he's in a karate outfit. He took karate for a year or two.
Right, and 339, what's that packet?
Yeah, that's a whole packet of all of his taekwondo, I guess is the technical name of it, his taekwondo classes that he took, and all the belts and things that he earned. I guess you earn you earn stripes and badges and belts, different colored belts, the further you get along in karate.
Do you know how he got involved in karate? How did he end up doing that?
I'm not sure. Arlene might know better. I just thought we knew somebody had a karate studio in our neighborhood, and somehow, I'm not quite sure how he got involved, but we took him over and he seemed to enjoy it.
We can take that down. If I can approach with D-TR-391.
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to confirm what's on 391. I have no objection.
All right, without objection, D-TR-391 is admitted and may be published.
We can show 391, please.
Okay. And here comes a goal being fired in by Jimmy Holmes. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I need my goalie gloves.
All right, it worked that time.
Mr. Holmes, what did we just see there?
You saw a couple pictures of Jim kicking a soccer ball in our cul-de-sac and shooting some basketballs in the cul-de-sac.
Are those just clips from home
Yeah, and then there was
films?
one little one of a soccer game there that he was a player.
Okay, and are those things that you and Arlene, types of things you and Arlene would videotape when the kids were growing up?
Yeah, when Jimmy was really young, we did a lot of videotaping. It sort of dwindled over the years, but
I missed that last part, I'm sorry.
yeah, when Jimmy was young, we did a lot of videotaping, but it kind of dwindled over the years.
As you get busy?
Yeah.
Did you, as a family, like to go out and do different things as a family?
Yes.
What sort of things did you like to do?
Well, I guess in addition to the sort of family functions, which we do every Thanksgiving and Christmas, we tried to have at least one camping trip in the summer and one kind of ski trip in the winter where we'd go to, usually more recently we'd go to Big Bear, California, which was mountains close by to San Diego and LA.
Your Honor, if I can approach Mr. Holmes with D-TR-340 through 355, except for 351.
Yes. Yes. Actually, why don't we take our afternoon break? Members of the jury, it's 10 after 3. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please make sure you follow all my advisements during the break. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes, okay? Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Mr. Brockler? Step down and go on break? Yes, you may, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, I've looked at 340 through 355. There are two. 341 and 342 that seem to be still shots of a video that I confirmed with Ms. Brady they're going to seek to admit separately, and I would argue that those are cumulative. Otherwise, I have no objection to the others.
All right. Any response, Ms. Brady?
We have just a less than 10-second clip of Mr. Holmes, 20 seconds maybe, playing with his son in the ocean. One is of James and Lord, and the other one is his dad. With the boogie board, I don't think it's necessarily cumulative. We'll show the very short clip, publish the pictures, but they'll go back. Should be this time.
Can I see the pictures, please?
I can show the court the clip. The court would like to see that.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, as I sit here and think about this, and of course I still believe I'm technically right, I want to withdraw my objection and let's just move on with all this stuff.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Based on Mr. Brockler withdrawing his objection, then I don't have to address it. So enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here after the break in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Please rise.
We've seen some short video clips so far from the youth of the defendant and his family. The father of the defendant, Robert Holmes, on the stand for about 40 minutes or so, maybe less than that. So far, the most compelling testimony, I think, was the very first few questions that he testified that he had not known about any of the suicidal or homicidal thoughts by his son, and that one of the reasons that the family was coming out here was because they had concern for depression from their son after breaking up with his girlfriend, who we had heard from earlier, Gargi Data, and dropping out of school from the CU Anschutz campus. We've heard about the youth and growing up and mental illness in the family, and the fact that the family, the parents, didn't really know anything about mental illness as it related to their son. So we're going to play back for you the beginning of the testimony from the dad, Robert Holmes, which will highlight again in the first few questions. You'll hear probably the most deep digging questions there are, and then the rest is some background so that the jury can get to know the defendant as a person, so that that's in their mind when they're thinking, should he be sentenced to life in prison, or if they're going to give him the death penalty. So we're on break for about 20 minutes. Here is Robert Holmes taking the stand just a short time ago at the beginning of his testimony.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
Is James Holmes your son?
Yes, he is.
Have you been here throughout this trial?
Yes, I have.
Almost every single day?
Just about.
Has that been hard for you to listen to?
Yes, it's been a difficult experience.
I'm sorry. Can you pull the microphone
Yep.
closer to you,
Okay.
please, to make sure we can all hear you? You can actually move the microphone.
Yep. Okay.
So that it's right up, right by your mouth, okay? Thank you. All right, Ms. Brady?
Can you repeat that answer? It's been difficult for you?
Yes, it's been a very difficult experience.
And have you heard the experts who've testified that James has a serious mental illness?
Yes, I have.
Prior to July 20th, 2012, did you know he was mentally ill?
No, I did not.
Did you have any concerns about him?
We certainly did. I mean, we know he'd broken up with his girlfriend and he dropped out of grad school. And so we made plans to see him. I assumed he might be depressed, but that was our main concern.
Right. Prior to July 20th, 2012, had James ever confided in you the suicidal or homicidal thoughts that he was having?
Nope, he's never expressed anything like that.
Didn't have any idea he was having these disturbing images in his head?
No, I had no idea he was having intrusive thoughts, disturbing thoughts, or anything like that.
Right. Do you still love him?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, he's my son, and, we always got along pretty well, and he was actually really an excellent kid.
Let's talk for a bit about you, Mr. Holmes. Where were you born, and where did you grow up?
I was born in Istanbul, Turkey. My dad was stationed there. I was an Army brat, and so until about middle school, we moved basically every year. And so spent several years. My brother was born in D.C., and spent kindergarten in Germany, where my brother got cancer, and then then we wound up back in D.C. And then eventually, after my dad retired, after 20 years, we settled where my mom grew up, which is Monterey.
That's Monterey, California?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes, I have a twin sister, Betty, who was also born in Istanbul, and then an older brother, James Holmes, who was born in D.C. He's about a year and a half older.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I could approach with D-TR-290.
You may.
Mr. Holmes, do you recognize the photograph in 290?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of my parents and our family.
Your parents and your brother and your sister?
Yes.
If I give you a pen, would you mind writing their names just above who's who on that photograph?
I'm sure.
Is there a pen up there or no?
No, there's a bunch of Sharpies over here. Okay. So just write everybody's name out.
Yeah, and if you could, let's do it this way, like if you put Betty and then underneath maybe you can put Aunt, like what relation they are
relationship
to
Jimmy?
James,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit D-TR-290.
Mr. Brockler, do you have any objection?
None, sir.
All right, without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
We can publish that, please. And Mr. Holmes, when it comes up, if you could just start at the left as you face the picture and tell us who the people are in the picture.
Sure. From the left is my twin sister, Betty, and then his arm around her is my dad, Robert Sr. Then in the center is my brother, James, and next to him is my mom, Jane, and then I'm on the right-hand side.
So that's you on the far
The
right?
right-hand side, yeah.
Okay. Approximately how old were you in that picture, do you think?
I was probably 17, 18, maybe 16, something so. Probably 16, I would say.
And does mental illness run in your family?
Yes, I guess, based on what I've heard, certainly at the trial, and what the investigators have discovered, yes.
Did you know much about the mental illness in your family prior to July 20th of 2012?
Not really too much. Our family actually never talked about it. I knew my sister, for example, had some kind of nervous breakdown when she was 19, and then she had, I guess, gone back to school and work, and then had a subsequent breakdown somewhat later. But I actually never even knew her diagnosis until Actually, I saw it here in court.
And what about your father?
My dad, I knew had some issues late in life, just before he died, and he had apparently had some. I wasn't sure. I thought they were like obsessive compulsive things, and he had spent some time in the community hospital of Monterey Peninsula psychiatric unit. But my mom generally handled most of that, and she never told us much about it.
And was your family the kind of family that just no one talked about it, or how is it that you wouldn't know what sort of mental illness was
Well,
in
with
your
my
twin
sister, I kind of suspected it was some variety of schizophrenia, but my mom really didn't want to talk about it. And so I don't really know the reasons for that, but in general, it wasn't really something we talked about, what everybody was.
What about Betty? Did she talk about it?
Not too much. She just told me she has a mental illness, and so that was kind of, and she's been on disability for a number of years now, and so but she functions okay with support. So.
And where do Betty and your brother Jim, where do they live?
My brother's currently in my parents' house in Carmel. And then my sister, she lives somewhat north of there, Santa Cruz, which is at the north end of Monterey Bay.
And your parents?
My parents are both deceased.
We can take that picture down, thank you. Mr. Holmes, was your family, and I'm talking about your parents and your brother and your sister and you, was that family, did you guys talk a lot about your emotions or feelings?
No, I think, I'm sort of similar to my dad. I think we're, scientific. I don't know. We weren't very emotional people. So.
How do you describe yourself socially? How do you do interacting with other people?
Yeah, I'm probably fairly socially awkward. I would say I'm certainly not an extrovert. I took a Myers-Briggs personality inventory at my company that I worked with, and it said I was highly introverted and non-judgmental. So.
Are you the kind who's the center of attention, or?
No, definitely not.
Do you like speaking to large groups of people?
Definitely not. So.
Are you an emotional person? Do you easily show your emotions?
No, I wouldn't say that. So.
Is it often the case that you're feeling something inside, but if someone looked at you, they may have no idea how you're feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to figure how I really look to other people. I sort of feel nervous, but I don't know if I look nervous. So.
Okay. Can you tell us where you went to college?
Yeah, let's see. Undergrad, I went to Stanford in math, and then after I graduated from there, I went to UCLA in math, and then sort of like Jimmy, I guess a math career didn't work out because I couldn't get financial aid or financial support. So I switched over to biostatistics, and so I stayed in biostatistics for about a year and a half additionally at UCLA, and then decided I wanted to do more theoretical statistics, so I switched to Berkeley and graduated from there.
So did you get a degree at Stanford?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's of science at Stanford.
And then what did you get any sort of degree from UCLA?
Yeah, I got 2 masters. So.
And I think you said math and biostatistics?
Yeah, math and biostat.
And then did you get any sort of degree from Berkeley?
PhD from Berkeley.
PhD in what sort of field?
Statistics.
Are you currently working?
No, I retired in January of 2014.
Where did you work prior to your retirement?
I don't know if I should mention the company yet, but anyway, I worked for a financial services company. We did credit card fraud detection for a lot of the time I worked there. I was in charge of a small team that did international fraud detection models.
So does that involve like statistic type
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, you look at basically everybody who uses a credit card and their transaction behavior. And you try to model it and predict whether it's going to be a fraudulent transaction or not. And if it's fraudulent, you usually call the person and ask them if they made that transaction.
Okay. How long had you worked there doing that kind of work?
I think it was 12 or 13 years. I started in 2000 and ended January of 2014.
And what city and state was that in?
Yeah, it was in San Diego.
All right. Why did you retire when you did?
Well, I went back to work after the event, the shooting, and I worked for a while, but I realized I was sort of not really that engaged in work anymore, and it just didn't seem very important, and I didn't feel like I was didn't feel like I was really wanted to continue doing that, so I just, and the Christmas break seemed like a good time to just tell them I wasn't coming back for the next year.
Okay, so you've been retired for about a year and a half?
Yeah, a year and a half now.
Okay.
Plus, the trial was supposed to be starting at some point, so it's been delayed. So.
Are you married?
Yes.
And who's your wife?
Arlene?
And has she been here for the trial also?
Yeah, definitely.
Can you tell us when and where you met Arlene?
We met at Berkeley. I was a grad student, she was an undergrad. And so we met playing tennis, actually, tennis class. So.
When did you get married?
We got married in 1985. I think we met around 1980 and got married in about 85.
How long after getting married did Arlene get pregnant with James?
I'm not sure when she got pregnant, but anyway, Jimmy was born in December of 87, so I guess you can subtract 9 months from that. But.
A better question might have been how long after you got married was James born? Approximately 2 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
That's right.
And do you also have a daughter?
Yes, we have a daughter, Chris.
And was she here yesterday?
Yeah, she testified.
And then what year was she born in?
She was born in 1992, almost 5 years to the day. They're both in December.
And 5 years difference between the two?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Where was James born?
James was born in La Jolla, which is actually San Diego. It's San Diego City.
And what was the date of his birth?
December 13th.
Of 87, you
87,
said?
that's correct.
All right. What was it like for you as a new father when he was born?
Well, it was good. I mean, he was actually the first kid for both grandparents, and at that time, I guess all 4 grandparents were still alive, and so it was a big event.
Your Honor, can I approach Mr. Holmes with D-TR-291, 292, 293, 294, 295, and 296, please?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, if you could just flip through those and tell me if you recognize all of them.
Yes, I do.
And do they all involve photographs of James when he was a baby?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of D-TR-291 through 295.
So not 296 for now.
Up through 296, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brockler?
No objection, sir.
Okay, without objection, D-TR-291 through 296 are admitted and may be published.
If we can start with 291, please. Mr. Holmes, as these come onto the screen, if you could just tell the jury what we're seeing, please.
Yeah, this is our kind of birth announcement for Jimmy, and we sent it to their friends and grandparents and relatives and stuff. So he was 7 pounds 5 ounces, 20 inches, born at Scripps Hospital on December 13th. So.
If we can have 292, please.
Yeah, that's us shortly after we got back from the hospital. So that's just us probably days after we got back.
How were you guys doing being brand new parents of a newborn?
It was interesting. Yeah, you didn't get any sleep for the first few months anyway. So, but he also had colic. I remember that, and so he had to we had a crank swing that we'd put him in, and then drive him around in the car a lot. That seemed to put him to sleep. So, but he was other than that, he seemed to eat and do fairly well. So.
293.
Yep, that's us shortly after he was born with his. Okay.
Were you comfortable with a baby?
Yes, it was neat. I had brown hair then. Okay, so,
294, please.
Yep, that's kind of more of the same. Just pictures of Jim as a little baby. He was pretty cute.
Can we do 296 and then 295?
Yeah, this is probably at one of his grandmas, because I know my parents came down, and I think Arlene's parents both came down when he was born, just because he was their first grandkid.
And 295, please.
Yeah, that's him a little older, because by that time he had hair it seems like he was kind of lacking in hair for quite a while, so.
Great.
Yep.
You can take that down. You've mentioned the grandparents. You said that all 4 grandparents were still alive when James was born.
Yes.
Was he the first grandchild for all 4 grandparents?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
All right, and were they involved with him as he grew up until they passed away?
Yes.
What's this, a picture of, Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, that's an early picture of my dad and my mom with Jimmy, so when he was first born, because they came down probably a couple of weeks after he was born.
And 298, please.
That's my mom cradling him. I'm not sure whether he's screaming or what, but he's got his mouth open. But anyway, that's my mom and Jimmy.
All right. 299.
Okay. This one's a little bit out of time with the other one, since Jim's actually quite a bit older. But this is, I guess, it's somewhere near like a Christmas. We had a christening for both Jim and Chris, and that's my mom on the left, and Arlene and I, and then my brother on my right, and then in the center is Jimmy and Chris.
All right. And so that's your mom?
Yeah, she came down for this. There was supposed to be a Christmas Eve. Baptism, I guess, for the kids.
And did the grandparents try and come down? Did they make it to like different events that the kids had?
Yeah, they came down, and then when we moved up to Salinas, we were close to my mom. At that time, my dad had passed away, but yeah, in general, they would either come down or we would go visit them for Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Right.
Certainly, almost every year.
If we could have the next one, am I on 299?
Yeah, that's kind of a group picture. This is both grandmas. I'm assuming by this time both grandfathers had passed away. And so you've got kind of,
If you go from the left and just say who everyone is.
Yeah, and the left is me. Next to me is my brother. We called him Big Jimmy or Uncle Jimmy. And then in the middle there is Little Jimmy. And then he's holding his little rabbit ears over Grandma Helen. And then Chris. And then my mom is sort of hidden behind Chris's afro.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, sir, we are.
Yes.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Yes?
Does the court have control over the volume?
I do not.
Okay.
You're talking about the microphone for the witness?
For the video clips, it seems like when they start, it's very, very loud, and so I was gonna ask if we could turn it down a little bit.
We could do that, right? Ms. Robinson, do you know?
I don't believe we can.
You don't? Okay. I'll email Ms. McKager and see for sure, okay? Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Before the afternoon break, Ms. Brady was still in her direct examination of Mr. Robert Holmes. Mr. Holmes, I remind you that you're still under oath. And Ms. Brady, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I approach Mr. Holmes with exhibits T-TR-340 through 355, excluding number 351?
Yes, you may.
And while I'm going up there, I would also like to take D-TR-392.
Yes.
Your Honor, I cannot recall if before the break I'd said this, but I don't have an objection to the admission of these things in their publication.
Thank you. Without objection, then D-TR-340 through 355 inclusive, with the exception of D-TR-351 are admitted, and then D-TR-392 is also admitted without objection. And all the exhibits that I just admitted may be published.
Mr. Holmes, we were talking before the break about your family would go out and do things as a family. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and we're going to look at some pictures of those things. If we can have 340, please. Can you tell the jury about this picture?
That's, I think, Jimmy and I at the beach.
When he was a baby?
Yep.
Which beach would you go to, or would you go to a number of them?
There are several different beaches around. This might be Monterey Beach. I'm not quite sure exactly which beach, but we go to a lot of different ones.
Okay. Let's look at 343, please.
That's, yes, bowling. We did a fair amount of bowling, actually, when we'd go up to Big Bear in the evenings after either snowboarding or during the summer, or if we go out on the lake. In the evenings, usually we'd go bowling.
Right, and is that James Bowling?
Yeah, that's Jimmy Bowling.
If we could look at 344, please.
Yes, we did a fair amount of camping, so this is a picture of us on one of our camping trips.
And who are the three in that picture?
That's me on the left, and then Jimmy, and then Chris down in front.
346, please.
This is on a golf trip, Tecolote Canyon, which is a small golf course in San Diego. So it was right near, not too far from where we lived. So we.
And would it be just you and Jim, or would it be the whole family?
This was actually probably a whole family trip.
Mm-hmm. About 352.
Yeah, this was one where San Diego Zoo has a wild animal park that's outside of San Diego, and so we did a a Segway tour of the park, so you could rent a Segway and go all around the park driving those. So that's basically all of us. I'm on the left, then Chris, then Arlene, and Jim to the right.
353, please.
This one looks like we're at probably Big Bear Lake, one of our summer trips. So it looks like we're all getting ready to either, rent jet skis or go out on a boat.
354.
Yeah, I guess we had a boat in this one, and so it was one where you tow a banana boat thing, and so that's typically what we do at Big Bear Lake, is get out on the water a little bit,
Did you
especially
go?
in the summer.
I was going to say, did you go for both summer and winter?
Yeah, every summer we'd go out, and then every winter we'd try to go out to snowboard usually. So.
355.
Disneyland, okay? This is, I don't know how many times we went to Disneyland, not very many, but this was, I guess, where they got their ears, so.
All right. And if we could publish 392, please. That's a video.
Before you publish it, would you approach, please, for just a minute?
Yes.
You may proceed, Ms. Brady.
Before we publish it, I'm told that if we turn the volume down a little bit. Great. Mr. Holmes, can you tell the jury what they watched in 392, please?
Yeah, that looked like a couple of different clips. One of them was a trip to Ventura where Jimmy and I were out in the surf. He was on a boogie board. And then the second one, I think, was the Monterey Bay Aquarium gift shop. So I think that's with Jim sitting on the little seal there.
Okay.
So,
And were those two other examples of things you guys did together as a family?
Yeah, that's right.
You also mentioned camping.
Yes, we had a tent trailer for quite a while, and so we do lots of camping trips with that. Actually, we started with tent trailer and then we started with tent camping and then moved to tent trailers.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-356 through 60.
Yes.
I've had the opportunity to review 356 through 360. Thank you, Ms. Brady, and I have no objection to them being admitted or published.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, D-TR-356 through 360 are admitted and may be published.
If we can put up 356, please.
Yeah, that's Jimmy and I camping, I think, at Dos Picos, and this is an early one because we have that's actually my parents' ancient canvas dome tent.
All right. And 357?
Yeah, that's The guy on the left is Ron Iwamiya, who's a good friend of mine, and we did several, maybe about a dozen camping trips with he and his family. And so in this picture, I think we're somewhere up in the eastern Sierras. We'd either go, let's see, to the, I don't know, up above Bishop, California. You guys in Colorado probably don't know that area, but anyway, it's a lot like the Colorado high country. And we'd go up there and do trout fishing and camping, and we had a good time because he had a young daughter, younger than Jimmy, and so that's his daughter. I think her name is Cammie. So we did a bunch of camping trips.
So that's your friend and his
That's his
daughter.
tent trailer. We had a similar one. So
And then you and James on the right side of the picture?
yeah, that's Jimmy and I right there. So
358, please.
yep, that's another one of Ron and his daughter, and then Jimmy just kind of sitting around the campsite.
359.
That's Jim and Cammie down near a lake. I'm not sure which lake that one is.
How did James do interacting with...
He was good. The kids liked him, right? They pestered him a lot, but he was pretty patient.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
If you can, you should wait until the question is completed
Okay.
before you answer, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. 360, please. And tell us about this picture.
This one was taken at James Eagan, Uncle Dexter's house. He had a little pond on his property, and so he would let the kids fish. I think it was catch and release.
Okay. Let's move on and talk about high school a little bit more. I can't remember if I already asked you this. I apologize if I have. How did James do in high school academically?
Academically, he continued to do very well.
And did he eventually make plans to attend college?
Yes, he did.
All right. And did he graduate from Westview High School?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-361 through 368, please.
Yes.
I've had the opportunity to review 361 through 368. I have no objection to their admission or publication.
All right, thank you. D-TR-361 through 368 inclusive are admitted without objection and may be published.
We could start with 361, please. What is that, Mr. Holmes?
That's a picture taken from in front of Westview High School, and during Jimmy's graduation.
His graduation day?
Yep.
And from left to right?
Left is Arlene, then Chris, then Jimmy, then me.
362?
That's Jimmy and I also in the parking lot of Westview getting ready. I guess he's already gotten his diploma, so probably after.
How did you feel when he graduated from high school?
Yeah, it's good. It's a milestone achievement.
363?
We baked him a cake. Oh, sorry.
What's this picture show?
Yeah, it's his graduation cake.
All right. Did family attend? And
yes, I think you can barely see her, but I think that's Aunt Terry, Dexter's wife, in the background. And so, yeah, there was a whole group that showed up for the
366?
Yep.
Him in his cap and gown?
Correct.
All right. 367? What is that?
That's his graduation photo, or his yearbook photo.
The one that went in the yearbook?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
368?
This one,
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes. What does this show?
This was a ceremony they had at Westview for, I guess, people who got scholarships. And so Jimmy got a Regents scholarship to Riverside, so.
All right, we can take that down. James got accepted at University of California at Riverside. How was he doing around that? How was he acting? How did he seem around that time period when he graduated high school and was headed to college?
He seemed fairly typical. I mean, at that time, maybe in hindsight, we could think maybe he was getting gradually worse, but there was really not a huge, there certainly wasn't any kind of noticeable change in his, sociability or demeanor.
And how was it? How was it the same as far as his sociability or
Yeah,
demeanor?
I think he had a few friends that he hung out with, but generally socially he seemed still pretty isolated. But he was still doing well at school and still participating in sports. So.
And were you, at this age, were you concerned at all about his sort of isolation and
not
reversion?
really. Not really. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Not really. I was kind of the same way. I mean, I don't know. In some sense, his path kind of was very similar to mine.
And so since you saw sort of yourself in him, did that sort of ease any concern that you might have about how quiet?
That's correct.
Okay. At this point, did he have a lot of friends over to the house?
No, still almost none.
Any girlfriends that he brought home?
No.
Right. Did you help him move when he moved to Riverside for school?
Yes, we took a big load, and I guess they had move-in day for freshmen to the dorm, and so.
And he was moving into the dorm?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-369 and 370.
You may.
I've had the opportunity to review 369 and 370. I have no objection to their admission or their publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection then, both are admitted and may be published.
If we can publish 369, please. And what is this a picture of, Mr. Holmes?
This is a picture of Jimmy's dorm room at Riverside, and I think it's on move-in day.
Right, and is that you?
Yeah, that's Jimmy and me sitting at the computer.
And 370? What is that?
That's his diploma from UC Riverside, neuroscience with high honors. So.
All right. Thank you. How often did you have contact with your son while he attended college at Riverside?
Not very often. I mean, I think we tended not to talk all that much. We would certainly see him on holidays and probably try to call him. He wasn't really a phone person, I guess. That's the way I would put it. So he didn't particularly care to talk on the phone. So I found it easier to reach him by email and just kind of ping him every once in a while to find out how he's doing, make sure everything's going okay.
Was this a new thing about him not liking to speak on the phone, or had he always been like that?
As far as I can remember, he'd always been like that.
Okay. And so mainly you kept in touch with him through email?
Yeah, email, or we'd possibly arrange a phone call if we wanted to make sure we could get a hold of him.
All right. How did he do academically at Riverside?
I think he did well.
Did you know much about his social life at Riverside?
Not too much. We went to one event, like a homecoming or something. I'm trying to remember. There was only one or maybe two times we went up there. And so we really didn't know what he was doing socially.
Did he ever bring any friends home, college roommates or friends he met in college?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know Earl and Richie, I guess his high school friends that went there, I think they would still get together down in San Diego.
Did you meet anyone new from Riverside?
No. Well, except when in move-in day, we met Dale, his roommate, and he seemed nice.
Any girlfriends that he introduced you to during college?
No.
After he graduated from Riverside, what did he do next?
Then he was applying for graduate school. And so at that point, I guess he submitted, I don't know, something like 5 or 6 applications. And the ones he submitted were to like these, the really top schools in neuroscience. And, you know, at that point, he didn't have any kind of like safety school, sort of a mid or upper mid tier. He was just applying to these sort of like the best schools in the country. And it turned out they all have pretty rigorous admission, and they have very small numbers of people that they accept. So,
Did he get accepted in
They-
any of those?
yeah, it wound up he didn't get accepted to any of them.
And how did he seem to react when he did not get accepted at any of those schools?
Yeah, I think he was disappointed.
What did he do since he didn't get into graduate school? What occurred next with him?
Basically, he did nothing for a while, and I guess that went on for a few months, and then
Where was he living?
he was just living at home. He had moved back in.
And what would he do during the days?
I'm trying to remember whether he went to the Y at that time, but he'd certainly be playing video games, and he'd stay up late. I guess he kept to his sort of college schedule, which meant during the weekday I didn't see him a lot, right? I'd usually be gone, and then we'd have dinner. I think we'd usually have dinner together.
Did friends come over to see him?
Nope,
Did you know of him to go out with friends during that time?
I didn't. No. Well, occasionally, actually, they would sometimes go to movies, I think. So,
But not very often?
yeah, not very often.
What happened next?
Well, then Arlene suggested that he get a job or move out, and so he went and got a job.
Where did he get a job?
Pill factory. That's really how I know it. So it was some place that made vitamin pills and stuff like that. And so I think we'd heard testimony about it. But anyway, so he got a job at this pill factory working swing shift. So at that point, we saw him even less because he was usually, let's see, in the morning he was sleeping, in the afternoon, evening he was gone. And so we were on like almost orthogonal schedules. So
When you would see him, how did his mood seem to you?
I guess it was okay. I mean, he didn't seem to mind working at the pill factory. So
Right. Did he seem happy, sad?
no, that was one of my worries about him in general. Is it didn't seem like he was happy. So that was if I had a major worry during that time, it was more that he didn't seem like he was happy. He didn't necessarily seem depressed to me, but he didn't seem happy.
Right. Did he do another round of applications for graduate school?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
I don't know too much about it, other than he considered some different schools, still pretty good schools. I mean, he was going for good neuroscience programs because he wanted to go to kind of a highly rated one. And so he did like 6 or 8, I'm not even sure. So he did all the application process himself, and I didn't help him with them or anything. And so, but he went ahead and applied in a second round. And
Did he get accepted at any of those schools?
yeah, my understanding is, I guess he got a second interview at Iowa, but that one he didn't get accepted. And then what was it, Colorado, Illinois, and I don't remember which other. I thought there was another one that.
All right.
So he did this round of second interviews where he had to fly out to the school and spend a couple days there.
All right. And did he eventually decide to go to school in Denver?
Yes.
Was there anything that precipitated him making this second round of applications?
I think he wanted to go to grad school, and he wanted to study neuroscience, and so,
Did you and Arlene encourage him to do that?
yes, I did,
To make the second round of applications?
yes. I don't know that he needed much encouragement, though, because I think he did want to go on in neuroscience.
All right. And he ended up at UC Denver.
Correct.
And how did he seem when he was about ready to move to Colorado?
He was looking forward to it.
All right. Did you help him move to Denver?
No, the way it worked out is I think he hopped in his car and went to Denver by himself, and then we came later and brought his snowboard and some other stuff that he wanted. So
When you came, had school started?
no, I think it was May. So I think he might have started working at these lab rotations that he was doing, and so that may have just been starting. But school official classes hadn't started yet.
And so this would have been May in 2011?
Yes.
Okay. Right when he got to the school?
Right.
Okay. How many times do you think you saw him, let's talk about 2011, May through December. Do you know approximately how many times you saw him while he was in Denver?
I'm trying to remember whether we saw him at Thanksgiving or not. That I actually don't remember. I know we saw him in December,
Okay.
so for Christmas break.
How did he seem in December of 2011?
In December, he was really sick.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, he just really looked sick and weak, and he didn't seem to be doing very well at all. And so we took him over to Kaiser, and I guess the doctor checked him out and determined he had mono. And I don't know too much else about what the doctor gave him. The doctor prescribed stuff for him. And
For the mono?
yeah, I guess for the mono.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure what he talked to the doctor about.
And
the doctors don't tell us.
I'm sorry, by the time he went back to school in January, how was he seeming at that point?
I think he was a little better. It seemed like most of December he spent kind of sleeping and resting, even though we drove over to see his Uncle Dex and his Aunt, I guess his Uncle Dex, because Aunt T might have been gone by then. So.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah, we went over, we drove over to see his Uncle Dexter, and his aunt had already passed away by then. So.
Did you have much contact with James from January until July of 2012?
Not much, just emails, and I guess we talked to him at least once, so.
Did you begin to become concerned about him in the spring of 2012?
Yes, we knew he had broken up with his girlfriend, and I guess we also knew, the way he put it was the professor in his second lab got peeved, as I think that was the expression Jim used. And so we knew some things weren't going very well there.
Right, and were you speaking to him on the phone during this time to get this information?
No, it was mostly email.
You did speak to him, though, on 4th of July, 2012?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the jury how James seemed when you spoke to him on the phone? First of all, did you have to arrange that, or how was it that you had a phone
Yeah,
call?
I think we did set it up by email, as I recall, or some either text or email, I'm not even sure which. But we did set up a phone call for around the 4th of July. And so we talked to him then, and historically, when we talk to him on the phone, we get yes or no answers and, little content. But this time, it was quite different. We were concerned that because at that point, we knew he was dropping out of school. And I think he had sent an email stating the fact that he was not going to continue at school. And
had you also heard from Dr. Fenton by that point?
Yes, she had called, I think, in June 11th.
Tell the jury about that first.
Yeah, she called Arlene, and my secondhand understanding of the situation was she had called to let us know that he was dropping out of school, but didn't really provide any more information. He was that he was seeing a psychiatrist, or had seen one, so, and was planning to drop out of school. And we didn't know had seen a psychiatrist at all. And we didn't know he was dropping out of school, but that's all she was able to tell us. And I kind of personally put it down to HIPAA type stuff. I know there's these privacy laws that she didn't tell us much, and that's part of what motivated us to get on a call with Jim just to find out what's going on. But she also mentioned that Jim had not given her permission to talk to us. Okay, so the other part of it is we've got to be able to talk with him, I guess, without letting him know that we knew he was seeing a psychiatrist. I don't know how that sounds, but anyway, that was what I was thinking about all this. But anyway, so after this.
Let me ask you a question real quick. After you heard from Dr. Fenton, did that sort of elevate your level of concern about James?
Of course.
And what were you thinking at that point about James?
Well, I thought it would be really natural for him to be very depressed. I mean, I know he wanted graduate school. We knew he didn't feel this was a good fit, so we wanted to kind of make sure he wasn't too depressed about it and would be able to kind of move on from that.
And did you guys try and get back in touch with Dr. Fenton?
Yeah, I sent her, Arlene and I talked about it, and I'd been reading in Yahoo about Asperger's, okay. And I thought, well, okay, that, to me, it seemed to fit, kind of social difficulties, but still decent academically. I told Arlene that we should call her back and say maybe he's got Asperger's or something.
Did
you
or Arlene ever speak to Dr. Fenton again?
My understanding is Arlene left a voicemail and never heard from Dr. Fenton. So we had the one call with Dr. Fenton, and that was it.
Okay, and then you were going to tell the jury about the July 4th phone call.
Yeah, so we did finally talk to Jim, and in July 4th, I mean, my main goal was to find out, is he really depressed? Because I think I'd sent him an email recommending that he gets counseling. I was just hoping that would sort of, if he was going to see a shrink, he would keep going. And so, but anyway, so on the 4th of July, we wanted to sort of see, because I mean, we were thinking about flying out on the 4th of July. And so we called him, and we had what for us turned out to be a really long conversation. And so.
Was that usual or unusual?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was so it's like and so he was talking quite a bit, and and he didn't seem depressed, and he certainly did seem to be making sense and everything, so it wasn't that kind of chatty. But anyway, so we had a talk, and so at that point I think we were telling him, we were going to arrange to come out and see him, because I think I'd already told my boss, I'm worried about our kid, we probably got to make plans to see him, and so it was somewhere in that time. All
right. Given the sort of history with James on the phone, did his chattiness and willingness to talk a lot strike you as odd for the way he usually is?
Yeah, it was unusual, but it wasn't alarming.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, he usually didn't talk that much, and so that was kind of surprising. But I was looking for clues of depression, which would be kind of, I thought, even less talking.
Mm-hmm.
So.
When you, during the spring of 2012, were you calling him and leaving messages trying to get in touch with him?
Yeah.
And was he returning those calls or no?
No, but he would sometimes answer emails. So it's not like we were having no contact, but we were finding it hard to kind of have phone contact with him.
Your Honor, if I can approach with D-TR-393, 394, 395, 396.
Yes.
Mr. Holmes, have you seen those discs before?
Yes, I listened to them a couple days ago.
And what is on each one of those discs?
Most of them are just short voicemails of mine calling him, asking him how he's doing, asking him if he needs anything.
And so are these examples of your attempts during the spring of 2012 to try and get in touch with James?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission and publication of 393 through 396, please.
Based on the previous record, D-TR-393 through 396 are admitted, and that's inclusive. 393 through 396 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we can start with 393, please.
Hi, Jan. This is Dad. We're just calling to see how you're doing. It's kind of Sunday afternoon 5 here. I guess it's like 7 your time, or was it 6? I'm not even sure. Anyway, everything's fine here. We're just calling to see how you're doing and find out if you need anything. Okay? Not too much else. Arlene, did you have anything else you wanted to ask? Well, Arlene says love you. We love you too, and so take care. And hope everything's going fine. Give us a buzz or send us an email. Okay? Okay, take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
If we can publish 394, please.
Hey, Jim, this is Dad. I was just calling to find out how you're doing. Nothing special going on here. It's cloudy, and we're just thinking of you, okay? So I hope everything's going good. Drop us a line if you feel like. Send us an email or a call. Anyway, we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
395, please.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Dad. I'm just calling around, I guess 3 o'clock your time, 1 o'clock our time on Memorial Day, just to find out how you're doing. You're probably out and about, maybe going to a Memorial Day barbecue or something. Anyway, nothing special to report. Everything's fine here, and so I guess just wanted to call and say hi. Anyway, you take care, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay? Bye-bye.
And 396, please.
Hi, Jim. This is Dad. I was just calling to find out how everything's going there. We kind of miss you here, and we're hoping to sort of stay in touch. We haven't heard too much from you recently. If you get a chance, give us a call, and we'll, like to sort of touch base with you and see how everything's going. Okay? Anyway, you take care, and we love you, and just give us a call when you get a chance. Okay? I'll try to call or email you sometime soon just to see how everything's going. Okay? Take care. Bye-bye. It's Dad. Okay?
Would counsel approach for just a moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Brady, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, one of those voicemails, you referenced Memorial Day. So that would have been in late May of 2012. Are there dates connected to the other three voicemails?
Yes, there are.
Can you just read them off for the jury, please?
Sure. The first voicemail was April 1st. The second voicemail was April 29th. The third voicemail was Memorial Day, which is May something or other, and so end of May.
Late May?
Yeah. And then the last one is June 12th.
Now, as you're leaving those voicemails, you express to James that you're a little concerned because you haven't heard from him. Is that true that you had not heard from him much and were a little bit worried about that?
Yes, that's true.
Were you planning on going out to see him and check up on him?
We were planning, yes, I mean, definitely after we knew he wasn't going to continue in grad school, we were definitely going. And I would say we would probably go anyway, just to visit him.
As you were leaving those voicemails, did you have any idea what James was doing during that time?
No.
And you've heard the testimony about what he was doing during that time.
Yes.
Did you have even an inkling that any of that was going on?
No, it didn't even cross my mind.
If Dr. Fenton had told you how sick Mr. Holmes was, would you have done something to try and help your son?
Sustained.
When you had last seen James, which was in December of 2011, did you see him make any facial expressions that you thought were unfamiliar?
Yes, I did notice a couple of things. One is we were just kind of standing around, and I did notice kind of an odd facial expression, which a later picture of his kind of reminded me of it.
And if I can approach with D-TR-371.
You may. Sorry.
Mr. Holmes, is that sort of the expression that you thought you saw for the first time around December of 2011?
Yeah, it could be interpreted as kind of a smile or a grimace, or I wasn't quite sure what it was, or a smirk, I guess, as some people have referred to it.
Your Honor, can I move for the admission of 371 and ask that it be shown to the jury?
Mr. Brockler, do you have any objection? Yes, you may.
May I ask some further questions?
Yes, you may.
Sir, a couple questions.
Yes.
One, you don't know when that particular photograph was taken, and I'm talking about, is it 7? DTR7, do you see that, sir?
DTR 371.
I'm sorry, thank you, 371. You don't know when that photograph was taken?
I don't know exactly when it was taken, no.
And to be clear, the expression that you're describing there that you had seen before, you had seen it in December, is that fair?
That's correct.
And when you'd seen him in December, you described him as fatigued and suffering from mono?
Yes.
Aaron, can we approach?
Yes. All right, the objection is overruled. D-TR-371 is admitted and may be published.
Now, Mr. Holmes, is that the sort of facial expression you were trying to describe?
Yeah, this is a picture which reminds me of it.
And was in December of 2011, was he also making movements with his face that maybe you could describe or show to the jury that you thought he was doing that you had not seen before?
Yeah, it was more like this, just kind of odd facial expression. I don't know, it's hard for me to describe.
Okay.
And then he also wasn't making very good eye contact.
And that was something you noticed even back then?
Yeah, it was something I noticed back then, and it was part of the thing that when we sent that voicemail about Asperger's, it was kind of, that's what got me thinking about stuff like that, you know, facial expressions and lack of eye contact.
Mr. Holmes, where were you when you heard about what happened in the theater?
Arlene and I were asleep in San Diego.
Right, and how did you learn about what happened?
We received a phone call from somebody in the media who had said there was a shooting. And my first thought, of course, was that Jim had been shot. And so, you know, my initial impression was it was probably some gang thing. But then we...
And you thought that Jim was the victim?
Yeah, I had never, it didn't occur to me that he would be the shooter.
Right. What did you do with the information that he was the shooter? What did you do after learning that?
Well, once we found out, very shortly thereafter, the media arrived in front of our house, along with the police and the FBI. And then basically I just sent an email to work saying I had a family emergency. And then I booked a flight to Denver.
Right, you came to Denver?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see James while he's been in the jail here?
A few times.
How many?
I'm thinking 3, but yeah, I guess.
Is there any reason why you haven't seen him more than 3 times?
Well, we got to see him shortly after the shooting while he still had his red hair, and then that one the sheriff arranged. And then from what I understand, Jim doesn't allow any visitors. And so we hadn't been able to see him for a long time for that. And then every once in a while, we've been making like 12 or something trips here for the trials and the preliminary stuff. And so usually every time we come, we try to make arrangements with the sheriff to see if we can see him. And it doesn't happen very often.
When you saw him with the red hair, did he seem like the son that you knew?
No, he was clearly really messed up. And, you know, his eyes were bulging out, his pupils were dilated. He was able to talk to us, which was good. And he actually told us he loved us, which was good. But I could see, you know, something was really wrong with him.
Have you and your wife, tried to stay in touch with him through other ways besides visiting?
Yeah, we sent letters to him, but that's all limited, really, because of the trial and the fact that all letters, from what I understand, get released to both the prosecution and the defense, and so that's part of the reason I don't think he's written any letters, and I don't think he's going to until the trial's over.
Assuming Mr. Holmes stays in jail or in prison, do you and your wife still intend to try and visit him if he will see you?
Yes.
And will you write him letters?
Yes, we will.
And will you always do that?
Yes.
What is your fondest memory of your son?
I think he was happiest when he was playing soccer. It was kind of young kid. So probably in the Oak Hills time, I think that was probably the happiest time of his life, and probably ours too.
Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. The prosecution might have some questions for you, okay?
Sure.
Mr. Bruckler, do you have cross-examination? All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We have, over the last few hours, we've had the opportunity to listen to you talk about the defendant's upbringing, and we've seen, my goodness, many, many pictures of that time. You agree with that?
Yes.
Now, there are some things I want to talk with you about that help flesh out that total picture that aren't covered in the photographs and in the videos, okay?
Okay.
Now, there are some hiccups that took place along the way with his upbringing. You'd agree with that?
I guess so.
And I'll be more specific.
Okay.
When he was 8,
Mm-hmm.
and that is before you made the move from Salinas. Am I saying that right?
It's Salinas.
Salinas. Sorry,
Salinas,
sir. Thank you.
You're thinking of Salida.
Yes, sir. I probably am.
Okay.
Salinas back down to San Diego. Your wife took the defendant to a social worker because he had been acting out at home. Is that fair?
Yes.
Part of that acting out was he had been, what we've heard anyway, and you've been sitting here, is he'd been throwing things. Fair?
This is back at Prairie Dog in San Diego. Yeah, he had a sort of a late terrible twos or something, I guess.
Well, and sir, forgive me, I didn't know that he had gone and saw something in his age 2 down in San Diego. Had he sought treatment?
No, not at age 2. I was talking about terrible twos as having tantrums or whatever.
Oh,
so
okay.
I guess he did have some tantrums at what age? 8, 7? Okay.
Yes, sir, it's 8 in Salinas. And do you recall that? I mean, do you recall your mom, I'm sorry, your wife?
Actually, I don't. I didn't take him, and Arlene took him, and from what I understand, she didn't seem to get much help out of him.
Well, you understand, too, at least from sitting here, if not recollecting it yourself, that one of the issues that you guys had expressed concern about was his lack of socialization even at age 8. Do you recall that?
I don't recall lack of socialization. He seemed to have plenty of friends. That was more the issue we were worried about later, was lack of friends.
Do you recall at that time, too, that your wife, and I presume had conversations with you, but indicated to the social worker that your son showed signs of being introverted or introverted behaviors? Do you recall that at age 8?
That I don't recall. Okay.
There were 4 times that your wife took the defendant to see this social worker in Salinas. You went to the last one. Do you recall that?
Actually, I don't. So.
Do you recall that this took place January, February, March, and April of 1996?
No, actually, it doesn't really make any impression on me, so I'm sorry.
Okay. There was also then this period of time when you had moved back to San Diego that you had testified to. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What year was that?
We moved back to San Diego in 2000.
In 2000. And it was in 2001, sometime after that, that again, your wife took the defendant to see Mel Lipsy. Do you recall that?
Actually, we all went. That one I do remember.
And you all went together to all of I think there was 10 or more sessions. Do you recall that?
I think we did. You know.
And that was generalized family therapy in addition to specific issues related to the defendant?
Yeah, I think the reason we went were to help the family get adjusted to the move. And it was more focused, I thought, toward the kids.
Because everyone seemed to be having some sort of an effect from the move from Salinas down to San Diego. Is that fair?
I guess, yes.
Even your wife was having some of the effect of moving back down to San Diego. Do you agree with that?
I thought she was looking forward to moving down. I didn't think she was really struggling with the move, but
And then you guys went for about a year, is that fair?
we went for quite a few visits,
And then you just stopped going?
yes.
Presumably because you felt like whatever issues had been resolved.
Either that or it didn't seem to be helping anything. Because I didn't detect that Jim necessarily was becoming better socialized after all that work, so.
But the concern alleviated or decided, hey, we can deal with this on our own? I mean, what was that?
I think it was more, Mel said, there's nothing to worry about.
Okay. And so, to be clear then, at least on two occasions, when you thought that there was some specific issue related to your son, you guys took some action and went and saw either a social worker or Mel Lipsey, who I think may also have been a family therapist or
Yeah,
social
or something, whatever it was, yes.
Okay.
Mm.
Now then, your son had really always been good at school, hadn't he?
Yes, he had.
That made it a little bit easier, didn't it? In that, I mean, if whatever issues he was having socializing when you moved down to San Diego, somewhat it's offset by the fact that he is thriving in the academic setting. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree that the fact that he didn't have academic problems meant I had much less concern because I knew that was a kind of red flag for severe problems.
And despite that, even as early as high school, you had told us that he enjoyed paintball with his friends.
Yeah, he did that.
And strategy games, video games, right?
Definitely.
Not unusual for him to spend a good chunk of time playing video games over the course of his high school. Fair?
That's true.
And again, school seemed to be a good fit for him. Fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And education had been something that you placed importance on, correct?
Definitely.
In fact, one of the things that I think is apparent is that you have your PhD, don't you?
Yes.
And it's something that the defendant's aware of, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you had your PhD?
Years.
And forgive me, can I ask
1981.
you? 1981. So throughout the course of his entire life, you have been Robert Holmes, PhD.
I guess, yes.
In fact, it's the kind of signature block that appears on many of the emails we're going to talk about between you and your son in grad school. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah, certainly the ones that come out of my work email.
Yes. And that's something that you came to know was a goal of the defendant's, was that he wanted to be a PhD also.
I believe he did.
And you believe that because that's what he told you and that's what his conduct told you, fair?
Yeah, certainly his conduct told me, that's right.
He never told you that?
I think he wanted to go to graduate school. I wasn't totally sure as to his motivations, right? You know, I wasn't sure it's necessary that he wanted to get a PhD, but I kind of assumed that.
And to be clear, in high school, whatever limited friendships he had, he certainly did not ever have a girlfriend that he talked to you about or brought home, fair?
Definitely.
Did he ever go to prom or homecoming with a girl?
Nope.
In college, you talked about him going away to Riverside. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just for the nice lady here typing all the words.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Riverside's less than 2 hours away from San Diego.
Yes.
And you didn't see him much over that time at college, fair?
That's fair.
In fact, the conversations that you described that you had were largely over emails, correct?
Yes, that's.
And that's unchanged all the way through grad school. You'd agree with that, correct?
Yes.
During the time that he was in college, he succeeded academically?
Yes.
You were aware of that from him?
Yes, and the fact that I think Arlene had access to the Riverside website to transfer money for expenses, and so we could actually check his grades. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that in Colorado.
Understood. And so, again, during the time that he's in college, he never once brings home to you a girl. Is that fair?
That's true.
A woman, for that matter, yes?
Yes.
Never tells you that he's flirting with someone or dating someone?
That's true.
In terms of being through college, you'd mentioned in high school that he rarely ever brought any friends home. Fair?
Yes, that's true.
In college, do you ever recall him bringing any friends home from college?
I don't think so.
Again, pretty consistent from high school through college. Fair?
Yes.
He does so well at undergrad that he graduates, or he's in the honors program. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
That honors program had requirements that we've heard about where he had to complete community service. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that the community service he completed was to do the bus trip that we saw videos of today, correct?
Oh, to the Mexican orphanage?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And that goes back to something else. We also heard from a nice lady today from a church that you and your wife and family had attended. Was that in Salinas or San Diego?
That's in San Diego.
And there was a picture of him, I think, doing some sort of raking or rocks or weeding. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there was a weeding one, and I think there was a power washing.
And we heard, too, that was the product of him needing to do some community service hours for school. Fair?
Yeah.
In fact, in terms of attending the church, you largely did that to support your wife.
No, I've come to actually like the church. So
During that period of time.
probably, okay.
And you recall, having sat here through this time, hearing your son say that you guys would have to bribe he and Chris with Taco Bell to get them to go.
Oh, that was back in Salinas. Okay.
Then he graduates from Riverside, and he's got these fantastic grades. You'd agree with that.
Good grades, yes.
From the honors program, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry to keep doing that. It's just she's going to keep typing them down. And he applies to nothing but the best of the best schools. Fair?
Yes.
Did you know he was doing that? Did he tell you that he was applying to just the cream of the crop?
No, we did talk about what schools he was applying to. And then when I looked them up, I thought, wow, okay.
So he had a fair estimation of where he thought his skills and productivity were in relation to those great schools. You'd agree with that?
I agree where he wanted to go, yeah.
And they all rejected him, correct?
Oh, that's true.
In fact, do you recall if even one of them offered him an interview?
No, he didn't get any interviews.
And you said that after that happened, he had no Plan B school, correct?
Well, he didn't do it. He should have had a Plan B school when he originally applied, but yes, you're right, he didn't.
Yes, sir. So he came home, correct?
Correct.
And when he came home, had no job, right?
True.
He seemed to you to be disappointed, is how you described it with Miss Brady. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And so he didn't go out right away and go find a job, fair?
No.
He didn't start reapplying right away, correct?
No.
In fact, he ended up sitting around the house and playing video games, and you said, I think, sleeping late enough into the morning that you barely even saw him. Is that fair?
Yeah, he'd stay up late.
And that continued until you and or your wife took some sort of action, some intervention to get him to get a job.
Yes, I think that was a couple months.
And you said your wife suggested it, but if we were going to be accurate, wouldn't you say it's a little bit more than a suggestion to hold out the prospect of get a job or you won't be living here anymore?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of motivation it took for him to end up applying for that pill factory job, fair?
Yes.
But what you understand is that he didn't apply for the pill factory job. Instead, he applied for a temp agency position, and they found him the pill factory job. Do you recall that?
Oh, I didn't know that, but
does that sound familiar? Now that you hear it, does it sound familiar?
Actually, I didn't know he'd applied to a temp agency, so I knew he was looking for a job.
Yes, sir. And he got that position, and it was the shift that you talked about, and we've heard about it from some folks that worked with him. And he would go there and do his job, and then come home and sleep during much of the time that you might have had the opportunity to see him. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And he'd play video games still, correct?
I'm sure, yes.
You didn't notice him going out and socializing anymore even back then?
Yes.
And again, none of that struck you as all that unusual from what you'd been seeing over the years before, fair?
Fair.
Then he applies to graduate school. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he applies to the ones you described. Illinois, Iowa, CU. Were there others?
I don't remember, so
That's okay. He gets interviews at all three of those. You'd agree with that?
I think he did, yeah.
And he travels out to those.
Yeah, they fly him out and he does a day or two interview.
He got offers from Illinois and Colorado. Fair?
That's my understanding.
And do you recall, he says he chooses Colorado because they end up offering him more money than Illinois did. Do you recall that?
Yep.
He quits the job for the pill factory, correct?
Yes.
And he comes to move out here to Colorado, right?
Right. Okay.
Now, during the course of that time that he's out there, you actually came out to visit, you and your wife came out to visit him before he came home for that Christmas 2011. Do you recall that?
Yeah, we came out in May.
And you drove out. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we drove out.
And there's a series of emails that have all been admitted into evidence that discuss the different things that you were going to bring for him to help him along while he was out there. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall we probably did send him an email.
Well, and you had a car full of stuff to bring to him, correct?
That's right.
Like a bike. Yes.
Yeah, bike, I guess a snowboard, I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Snowboard. And in fact, there's an exchange in there where the defendant asks your wife to bring quarters because the laundry machine takes quarters. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but
That doesn't strike you as all that unusual, though.
no.
And at that time, by the way, when you leave there, you're convinced that he's into the graduate school program, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he's so busy, he doesn't really even spend much time with you and your wife while you're out there, having driven all the way out there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't think we spent too much time.
And so you then see him again in December of 2011, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't sure about Thanksgiving, but I want to try to remind you of something, and it's in those emails too. Do you recall that he stayed here in Colorado for Thanksgiving and had Thanksgiving with people he described as his friends from school?
Okay, yeah.
Is
that would make sense since I don't really recall definitely his being home for Thanksgiving.
Okay, thank you. He comes home over Christmas, and your recollection that you've described to us is that he seems to you to be fatigued and that he sees the doctor and has mono. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Now, you spent some time with him and your daughter Chris and your wife in the car driving to, was it Uncle Dex's?
Yeah, Uncle Dexter's.
How
Yep.
far away is that?
He's in Lake Havasu, Arizona, so it's maybe 300 miles.
Okay. Oh, that's a good drive, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's hours.
Yeah,
of
it's
driving.
hours.
Right. And you spend all that time with him. You see him interacting with family members, correct?
With Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he spent most of his time playing Angry Birds right in the car anyway, so.
But again, you come away from that trip back home, and there's nothing there that causes you enough concern to do anything different than you had done with him in the years before. Is that fair?
That is fair.
In fact, one of the things that was encouraging was that by the time he comes out for Christmas of 2011, you are aware that he has, for the first time ever, a love interest.
Yeah, that was good news.
Not only was it good news, it was completely unprecedented news. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, his first girlfriend.
And he's talking to you about her, correct?
He did say he had a girlfriend, they went out hiking.
That's Miss Dada? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's Gargi.
And by the time that he comes back for Christmas of 2011, they've done far more than gone hiking. And what I mean is they see each other at each other's apartments, they go out to dinner, they see each other at school. You're aware of these things?
We were not really aware of the extent of their involvement.
Forgive me for stepping on your words, sir. Despite this being the first, what we've come to find is the first love relationship that the defendant's ever had, he doesn't share with you those kinds of details. Is that fair?
No.
So were you aware that over the course of that Christmas break when he's back with you that they shared a couple texts, maybe a phone call or two?
No.
He has largely kept to himself for years before grad school, including undergrad. Would you agree with that?
With a small group of friends, yes.
Right. But I mean, he doesn't keep you and your wife involved in the greater details of his everyday life. You'd agree with that?
Oh, definitely. He was very responsible, and he really took care of himself.
And he didn't share with you a lot of the things that were going on with him, fair?
True.
Before we move on to the rest of that year, though, I want to ask you, too, we've seen a lot of pictures here of the defendant and his sister who testified yesterday.
Yes.
You'd agree that this wasn't the uncharacteristic, blissful relationship between a brother and a 5-year younger sister over the course of their entire relationship. You'd agree with that?
No, yeah, I guess I would agree with that.
Yeah, they've had ups and downs. Fair?
I'm sure.
And more than that, as the defendant got older and moved away to college, and then again even to grad school, the relationship between he and his sister became more and more tenuous. You'd agree with that?
Distant? I mean,
Sure.
yeah, I agree. I don't think they had different circles of friends, and they, each were pursuing whatever they were pursuing.
It wouldn't surprise you if over the course of the period of time from roughly April of 2011, when the defendant moved out, to here, and this shooting spree at the theater, that he and your daughter's only contact were in that car and with you over Christmas break.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
In fact, if you look at the emails that have been entered into evidence that cover that whole period of time, you'd agree that he never once asks how she's doing?
Judge, I'm going to object to foundation. Unless the witness has seen those emails, I don't think he can answer the question.
Overruled. Sir, you can only answer the question if you know. You can't speculate. So ask your question again.
Yeah. Sir, my guess is you've had an opportunity to review some of the emails that you exchanged with your son over the course of that year leading up to this mass shooting. Is that fair?
Actually, I've lost quite a few of them when I retired from my job.
Have you seen the ones where you provided any to review before you came here today to testify?
Yeah. I don't know if I've reviewed any emails prior to.
Well, here's what we can do.
Okay.
I'll ask you a question. If your memory is different than what I asked you, we'll go grab those pile of emails and I'll let you take a look at them, okay?
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And I'll re-ask the question. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what I'm asking you as well, so that we all know we're on the same page. You agree that over the course of the time that the defendant was here at school in Colorado, that you exchanged emails back and forth with him over that period of time, correct?
Yes, definitely. Yep.
And by the way, to characterize it more accurately, you're not emailing back and forth on a daily or even weekly basis. You'd agree with that?
Oh, yes, yes.
And in fact, before we get back to the emails, let me ask you about the calls. You'd agree with something that your son had told Dr. Woodcock 4 days after the shooting, and that was that he'd spoken to you and your wife maybe at most about once a month during the time that he was at grad school. Would you agree with that on average?
At most, yeah.
So these emails, I'm going to ask you if you recall the content of them. If you don't, I can go and get the exhibit, and I think it's People's TR 1227, and give you a chance to take a
Read it
look at it
again?
and see,
Okay.
and see if it reminds you. And if it doesn't remind you, you can let us know. But let me start with what I think you'll remember.
Okay.
In general, over the course of those handful of emails that you sent the defendant over the course of that year plus that he was out here, you don't recall him ever asking about how his sister is doing, do you?
I don't.
In fact, what you recall, I'm hopeful that you recall, is that you and your wife were the ones that provided him unsolicited information about how your daughter Chris was doing. You recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
And but for that, there would be no exchange of information sought by the defendant or provided by you about your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And that's not unusual for the kind of relationship that they had at that time in their lives, fair?
Yes, I would agree.
In fact, some of the emails indicate, and I know this is intended somewhat tongue-in-cheek, you are indicating to him that she is struggling with certain things, like flunking out of school, correct?
Yes.
And like you and your wife wished that she had lived closer to school instead of...
I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes. One of the objections is overruled. The other objection is sustained. And members of the jury, the reason I'm sustaining the one objection is because you might recall that the statements in the email exchanges between this witness and the defendant that were made by this witness were introduced for a limited purpose. And the limited purpose was to put the defendant's statements in context, so the defendant's statements would be intelligible. This witness's statements in the emails were not introduced for the truth of the matter in the contents of the email. They were not introduced for the truth of the contents. And so I'm sustaining the objection for that reason, so that no questions can be asked about the contents of the statements made by this witness in those emails, because those statements were introduced for the limited purpose of putting the defendant's statements in context. Does everyone understand that? And remember, folks, that I've given you the instruction that to the extent that you can consider evidence that was admitted during the trial for a limited purpose, you can only consider it for that limited purpose, with one exception, right? The exception is to the extent that evidence was admitted during the trial for the limited purpose of considering the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, that evidence may be considered for a different limited purpose. And that limited purpose is to prove the existence or absence of a mitigating factor. Okay, everybody understand that? And everyone's nodding their head yes. All right, it's 5 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and stop for the day. Mr. Brockler?
You know, it's always strong to end on a sustained objection, so.
It's the way it goes today. It's 5 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and adjourn for the day, and we'll pick up tomorrow with the rest of the cross-examination of Mr. Holmes. Folks, please remember that all my admonishments continue to apply, so you have to comply with all of them. And then remember the order I gave you earlier today. Those of you who are not sick cannot get sick. Use lots of sanitizer. And then those 4 of you who are sick, you got to get better. All right? I hope you feel better. I'll see you tomorrow at the usual time, okay? Have a good evening. Thank you. Hey, Brianna. Can you see? All right, please be seated, everyone. Mr. Holmes, you may resume your seat. Thank you. You can leave those exhibits over here on the table. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. It's 5 o'clock, and it occurs to me that we might be able to talk about instructions. I don't know if we'll get to the end of the defense's mitigation case tomorrow, the way we're going. I don't know how much more time Mr. Brockler will need with his cross-examination. I don't know how much redirect there will be with respect to Robert Holmes. And then the defense still has Arlene Holmes, and I don't know how long that's gonna take, but I suspect it'll take as long at least as Robert Holmes' testimony. And then there are the recordings or the video recorded depositions, and there are 8 of them, which I think are about 2 hours, a little longer than that, is that right? So approximately 2 hours. So given all that, do you think, what do you think the chances are that you'll be able to finish tomorrow, even if, or perhaps if we take an hour for lunch instead of the usual hour and a half?
I'm close to finishing tomorrow.
All right. In that case, then, why don't we, if you're okay with it, I would like to talk about instructions today, at least have an initial conference about jury instructions, phase 2 sentencing hearing jury instructions. I don't need all of the lawyers to stay here, but I need at least one or two, whoever is going to be addressing the instructions, to stay here. I would need to take a short break first, give everyone a break, and then we could start. And we would not stay past 6. 6 would be the latest that we would stay. So is that okay with everyone? Is that okay with the people, Mr.
Yes.
Bruckner? Okay, is that okay with you, Ms. Brady?
Yes.
Okay, let's take about a 10-minute break then, and then we'll get together again and talk about instructions. All right, the court will be in recess.
Good afternoon. Phil Tenser jumping back in again. Marshall is downstairs. If you're near a television, he is going on right at this moment on the 7 News television broadcast. But in the meantime, Judge Carlos Zamor has taken a 10-minute recess to adjourn to get ready. He wants to spend some time this afternoon. If he takes a 10-minute recess, it's going to be about 45 minutes worth of discussion about instructions. Now, what he wants to talk about specifically are the final instructions the jurors will get after this phase 2 situation, which is, of course, the mitigating factors, mitigating circumstances that the defense has been presenting. These instructions are going to detail how the jurors are to consider these issues, what their rules for deliberating is, and of course, how they're going to fill out their decision forms. As we saw after phase 1, which was aggravating circumstances, all of those forms and instructions were released subsequent to a verdict. At this point, we don't have copies of these things. They're not even finished writing them yet. That's what the judge wants to review. I know that they've discussed or alluded to drafts of these forms before, but the judge wants to keep us around just a little bit longer today. So even though the jury's being dismissed, we are going to stay on with you, covering this live as we get to hear about these discussions out loud for the first time, at least the first time that I've been around to cover. We are pulling in now our legal analyst, Dan Recht, to talk a little bit about Robert Holmes, the testimony we were hearing today, this groundbreaking thing. We've never heard testimony from the gunman's father before. This is the first time, and of course tomorrow will be his mother. But the most interesting thing perhaps, Dan, might be the things that we weren't allowed to hear, specifically the letters that the parents wrote to their son when he was in jail after the shooting. They said there were more than 40 of them, and the judge said you can ask questions about having written him letters, but the contents of the letters is not to be admitted. It will not be in evidence. Can you give us a little bit of an explanation for why the judge decided that, Dan?
I can. I'm not sure I completely agree with the judge, but I can explain it. The judge was saying the information in the letters was from after the fact. The letters were obviously written after the shooting in the theater, and so the judge ruled that those matters are irrelevant. He went on to say that they're hearsay, and even if they're relevant, the prejudicial value outweighs the relevant value. I don't know, but those were his rulings, and I'm not sure if it is hurtful to the defense, though, frankly, for this reason. I think the mother in particular will get on the witness stand, and I think she'll be the last witness. We can talk about that in a minute if you'd like to. And she will talk about all of the letters she sent her son and all of the love and concern she has for her son, and summarize generally what she, not the content of what she wrote, but why she wrote and how often she wrote. And so I don't think it's going to be terribly hurtful to the defense that those didn't come into evidence.
You did allude to Arlene Holmes, the mother, obviously, but firstly, whatever your thoughts on her, we'd love to hear, but also let's talk for a moment about what exactly we should be looking for. We know we don't have those jurors' instructions yet, but what should we be looking for, waiting for when they're ready to deliberate, how are they going to be asked to consider what these parents are saying?
Well, they won't be told specifically. I mean, this is all very vague stuff when it comes to mitigation. But I can tell you what the defense is trying to do here, and that is to show a background of a loving family, a loving parents, loving sister, that a normal childhood, a normal child, a loving child, and all in an effort to humanize James Holmes as best they can and to show as best they can the transformation from a regular, young, happy young man to a psychotic young man in his 20s. And so I don't know that they've succeeded in that, but that's certainly what they're trying to do. In addition, certainly with the parents, and with this it shouldn't be lost on any of us, they are certainly hoping that the jury will be more reluctant to have James Holmes executed because they will realize that a part of the parents gets killed when their child gets killed. And as I said earlier today, hopefully they will endear themselves to the jury, the parents, and the jury will feel some compassion for the parents, and that will rub off on their decision-making process with regard to execution or not.
Well, I guess the confusion that I've had, and I know the confusion that some of the people in the chat room who we've been talking to and working with have had, is that when you look at the law, at least the way that us non-lawyers understand it, there is this long list of items that are statutory suggested mitigating factors. But having had a loving family isn't one of those. How does all of this fit together? What do you think the defense's play is with all of this testimony?
Well, I don't have the language of the statute in front of me, but there's a catch-all in addition to the specific mitigators. And that's the reason the judge is allowing these things. I mean, if they weren't allowable under law, certainly we'd hear an objection, and certainly the judge would rule that they were excluded. And beyond what I just said, Marshall, I can't be more specific than that. The whole effort in any death penalty case, frankly, is to have the jury begin to see, or end with seeing, that the defendant, despite his terrible acts in the theater, is a human being, and hope that the jury has more trouble deciding to execute him because they have come to view him that way. I mean, that is, if you're going to distill what the defense is trying to do, that is it.
So, knowing that that is their goal here, does it become likely, say in 2 days we get a verdict and they decide to move to phase 3 or not? If they don't, obviously it's life imprisonment. If they do move on to phase 3, is the likelihood of the death penalty just exceptionally high? Does it sort of become a foregone conclusion if they get to phase 3?
I don't think so. This whole statutory scheme is new to the law, and therefore hasn't been, we don't have much precedent for it. I mean, actual trials using it. So I don't think so. I think they will have to, of course, they will have to deliberate again, but I think that last decision, the ultimate decision, the life and death decision, will still be difficult for the jury, and I don't think it's a foregone conclusion.
Let's talk a little bit about the strategy that George Brockler is using. On the chat room, some folks have thought that he's been maybe unfair is a safe word to use with Robert Holmes, the defendant's father, the gunman's father. He certainly hasn't been as aggressive as he was, as you might remember, with Dr. Gurr. what do you think about his approach to this very important and memorable witness?
Well, it's certainly strategically advisable not to be as aggressive with a grieving father as it is with an expert and a professional. So that makes strategic sense to me. I'm not sure I understood what the first part of your question. Are there people in the chat room, you're saying, that thought still George Brockler was being unfair to the father?
Yes, that's exactly right, Dan. That is what some people have said, and it's hard to know. Obviously, anybody could have feelings pro or con, anyone involved in this, but I'm curious to get your opinion since that was a matter of discussion today.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to repeat what I said for a second, it certainly was wise of Brockler to soft pedal to the extent he did the cross-examination because the father obviously isn't a professional witness. To the extent he was still being unfairly lawyerly and attacking unnecessarily, boy, that's a judgment call. Those are always really interesting questions and strategic decisions made by the attorney when they stand up to cross-examine. And or not.
All right, Dan. Well, we lost your signal for the last second there, but that's okay, and we apologize for that for all of our viewers. We are going to actually say goodbye to Dan and thank him, obviously, profusely for all of his guidance and expertise. We want to make sure we have all of our signals realigned for when court does resume. It should be, by my watch here on the wall, it was about 10 minutes ago the judge said we're taking a 10-minute recess, and so we all know that means in 4 or 5, maybe 20 minutes we'll be getting back here. So in just a few moments, let's in the meanwhile take a second to review exactly what's going to be happening. We're going to spend roughly 45 minutes this afternoon discussing the instructions that the jurors will be given. Again, the same 12 jurors who convicted him, who decided that after phase 1 we should go to phase 2 and not stop the process there. Those same 12 jurors are going to be given these instructions, and now they are going to debate and discuss their objections or changes to these phase 2 final instructions. They've already been given their preliminary instructions, things to listen for, how to take notes and such, but they're going to get those final instructions for phase 2 coming up shortly, potentially tomorrow afternoon, and that's why the judge wants to keep some of the attorneys around. He said many of them are allowed to go, but he wants to keep some of the attorneys around this evening through 6 o'clock in order to discuss the plans with the final wording for those instructions for phase 2. Of course, we can expect, based on what he said earlier, George Brockler, the district attorney who was in the middle of his cross-examination, is not likely to be one of those who remains around, A, because Judge Samore said not everyone needed to stay, and B, because George Brockler indicated that he was going to work this evening to comply with the judge's order that they need to provide a copy of their slideshow for their closing presentation regarding phase 2. They need to provide that to the court and to the defense, and George Brockler told the judge earlier today, you'll remember, that it's difficult to anticipate all of the angles that the defense is trying to play and to respond to them in his presentation, in his PowerPoint slideshow that he's building and that he's used in all of his presentations for the jury. Of course, what are they going to do with that, and when is it going to get done, is a question that the defense cares a great deal about because they want to know copies of it, they want to have objections for it, and the judge, after what happened previously in this case, doesn't want to get bogged down at the last minute waiting for the jury. You'll remember on the day of closing arguments, we expected them to happen early in the day, and it just kept dragging on and on and on into the afternoon and ended up with the jury staying until late into the evening to hear the end of the closing arguments back in the guilt phase of the trial. Now at the beginning of July, or earlier in July, at the beginning of the month. So where are we going to next is to discuss and hopefully get these things out of the way with some of the attorneys. We had In past discussions, we've had Mrs. Higgs for the defense, Mr. Orman as a primary person for the prosecution, but we haven't had the leadership folks, leading attorneys like George Brockler, Dan King, or Tamara Brady in the room for those discussions. Well, since we have now gone 15 minutes past the judge's, past when the judge dismissed the jury and told us we were going to take a 10-minute break, and since we don't have any indication yet of when things are going to resume, let's take a moment, let's play some video, and we'll take a breath for a second. And then as soon as court does resume, we'll of course interrupt and go back to the live signal. But we'll play some more from Robert Holmes, Bob Holmes' testimony. Of course, he's the gunman's father, and today was our first opportunity to hear from him. So let's play that for a few minutes and then rejoin court as soon as possible.
Great, thank you. We can take that down. And now, the exhibit D-TR-302, that's a writing. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Yeah, this is probably an essay by Jim. When was it? It's got 98 if I read the date correctly. But he talks about where he got his first name. And it turns out we have lots of Jameses and Jimmies running around all over our family. You know, my mom's grandfather's Jimmy, certainly my brother's James. You know, Arlene's brother, we called him Dexter, but his name was James Eagan. So Jim got it. Jim, he's writing about how he got all of his names, you know, from the family. And then I guess he'd also talked to my mom because she was into genealogy. And so my mom had traced us back. She was a DAR, colonial dame, and all this stuff. And so she had traced us back, I guess, to Charlemagne or something, right? And so she apparently told Jim about it, and Jim wrote it out in this essay.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of 302.
Mr. Brockler?
No objection, sir.
All right, without objection, D-TR-302. Please be seated, everyone. All right, back on the record. This is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with Ms. Nelson and Ms. Higgs, and the people are represented by Mr. Edwards, Mr. Orman, and Ms. Pearson. The record should reflect that yesterday, at the end of the day, I had my staff email to the parties a draft of the jury instructions for phase 2 of the sentencing hearing. And we will issue a notice marking these instructions just so that there is a record of them. So this will be in the file. But what I thought we would do is move through them in the order that they appear in the draft, and then have counsel tell me if they have any thoughts or comments, and then I can take up any additional instructions. As I said, we'll only stay here till 6, but I thought it was important to have an initial sort of preliminary instructions conference today. The record should reflect that the people submitted their proposed instructions some time ago, and the defense submitted its proposed phase 2 sentencing hearing instructions on Friday. And I have reviewed both sets, and I have taken both sets into account in putting together my draft. So let's start. The first one is the one that starts with members of the jury. Phase 2 of the sentencing hearing has been completed. Do the people have any objections to this particular instruction?
Yes, Judge.
And you don't have to stand. You folks can stay seated if you want. It might be easier. It's the end of the day. And it's past 5, so I'll let you stay seated if you wish, as long as you speak into the microphone.
Okay. Your Honor, on page 4, at the top of the page it starts, if you have a cell phone or other electronic device. What I'm looking at is the 4th full paragraph. Rather, in this phase of the sentencing hearing, each of you will be called upon to make decisions based upon your individual reason, moral judgment. We would ask that the court change the language to be, you will be called upon to deliberate and to make decisions based upon your individual reason, moral judgment.
So it would read, rather, in this phase of the sentencing hearing, each of you will be called upon to deliberate and to make decisions based on your individual reason, moral judgment.
Correct.
All right, does the defense have any objection to that?
Yes, we do. We object, Your Honor. We believe that the court discusses and addresses the issue of deliberation specifically in another instruction. There is absolutely nothing improper about the way the court has phrased this, and we ask that you keep it as is.
Mr. Edwards, what's your concern with this sentence as it appears right now?
Judge, one of the tensions in these jury instructions, the tension between the duty to deliberate and individual decision-making, and they should have equal force in your instructions. It shouldn't be, we have 20 instructions that talk about individual decision-making and one instruction that talks about duty to deliberate.
And Your Honor, I would just add that, this instruction mentions the word deliberation several times. I'm looking at the page that we're discussing, and there is leaving other electronic devices in the jury room during your deliberations. Lastly, though you may start deliberating when I tell you, there's plenty of talk of deliberations.
But in this particular sentence, it seems to me that as it is not completely accurate. It isn't just that they're going to be called upon to make individual decisions. It's not 12 jurors who are sent back to the jury room and are asked to give us their 12 individual decisions. They're asked to deliberate, and the jury in the end comes back with a verdict that includes or that takes into account 12 individual decisions based on reason, moral judgment. But it is the jury's verdict. It's not, the verdict of each specific person. So, and Mr. Edwards is right. There is some tension about that, and that's because of the way the law is. So I will add the requested language. So it'll read, rather, in this phase of the sentencing hearing, each of you will be called upon to deliberate and to make decisions based on your individual reason, moral judgment. Any other objections from the people with respect to this particular instruction? Mr.
Yes,
Edwards?
Judge. The next paragraph, your decision in this phase of the sentencing hearing are separate and distinct from all decisions you've made previously. Well, that's not entirely correct because they consider phase one.
I thought about that. I added this because it was in the people's proposed instructions. And it was in the defense's proposed instructions as well. So I figured there was an agreement. I remember when I was drafting these, thinking the exact same thing that you just said. This is confusing because it's not quite accurate to say these are completely separate and distinct. I understand the point that's being made, but I think it can be confusing because, for example, they're bound by the aggravating factors they found in phase one. And so phase one and the decisions made in phase one affects the decisions in this phase. The decisions made at the end of the trial affect the decisions that the jury makes in this phase in some indirect ways. Having said that, the jury has to make decisions in this particular phase based on the instructions that I'm giving them now. I wondered about that, but both of you had it in your proposed instructions. So, Ms. Nelson, what's the defense's position?
I agree with the court. I think it should remain as is, and if the court's considering changing it, I can make a further record, but this is a separate decision, and that needs to be very clearly expressed to them. I don't think there's anything confusing about this sentence, and I would ask that it remain as the court drafted it.
I don't want to take it out completely, but I'm open to suggestions if anyone has a better idea to make this clearer.
Your Honor, the next sentence in that paragraph, which is at the top of the next page, says none of those earlier decisions dictates what your phase two sentencing verdict should be, and that is a true statement. And I would suggest that you drop the first sentence and leave the second sentence.
And Your Honor, I object to that. This is a different kind of decision-making that we see here in Phase 2. It is an individual, reasoned, moral determination. That is different than the nature of the decision-making during the merits phase of the trial, and it's different than the nature of the decision-making required at Phase 1. And so they need to understand this is a new phase, it's separate, it's different, and it's distinct from all of the decisions that they have previously made in these proceedings. I think that's what that sentence conveys, is that it's distinct and it's separate and it's different, and that's accurate.
What if it said your decisions in this phase of the sentencing hearing may be affected by earlier decisions, but are separate and distinct from those decisions, or something along those lines?
I think that's confusing because it suggests that the outcome of Phase 1 may somehow dictate the outcome of Phase 2. I think that's too vague and confusing, and we would object to that change.
Right, but I can also see why this is also confusing. Like I said, when I drafted the instructions, initially I saw this in the defense's instructions, and I was concerned that it was confusing. But then I saw it in the people's instructions, and I figured, well, if they're both thinking this is okay, then this must be a stock sort of instruction. But my initial reaction to this particular sentence was that it could cause confusion.
Mind, Your Honor, is that this is just an introductory instruction. Taken as a whole, I think the instructions quite clearly articulate the role of the jury's verdicts in Phase 1.
What I might suggest, Judge, is that you rephrase it so it says, apart from your Phase 1 finding, your decision are separate and distinct from all other decisions, or something to that effect.
We object to that, Your Honor. We think that violates Mr. Holmes's constitutional rights to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding under the state and federal constitutions.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the last sentence in that paragraph to read as follows. None of your earlier decisions in these proceedings dictates what your Phase 2 sentencing verdict should be with respect to each count of murder in the first degree. I think that makes the point clearly, and then that makes the first sentence obsolete. So I'll delete the first sentence, but I'll change the second sentence as I've indicated over the defense's objection. What else do the people have with respect to the first instruction?
That's all, Judge.
All right, the defense, what do you have with respect to the first instruction, Ms. Nelson?
We have a couple of things on the first page of the instruction, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In the first paragraph, it seems to me that this instruction has sort of been lifted from other, it's sort of the general instruction that the court's been giving at the end of every at the conclusion of every step we've been through, including the merits phase as well as Phase 1. And so, and my concern is with that, the section, the portion of the first sentence that reads, I'm sorry, it's the second sentence. During the course of the trial and Phases 1 and 2 of the sentencing hearing, you have received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in reaching your Phase 2 sentencing verdicts. You know, Phase 2, as we've discussed at length, is an individual reasoned moral determination. And we continue to maintain the position that the jury can consider more than simply evidence. And so I'd incorporate by reference all the arguments that we made with respect to the language in the other instructions that we've discussed regarding the penalty phase, regarding individual reasoned moral determination having to be based on evidence. But we also object because it doesn't reference the individual moral determination. It's not just evidence, and they're making a decision based on evidence like any other phase of the trial. It's just based on facts. It's a reasoned moral judgment, and so we think that it's necessary to amend that first paragraph to reflect that concept.
Do the people have a position, a response?
Yes, Your Honor, our response is all of the evidence is correct interpretation of the law, and as to individual reason, moral judgment, that is on page 3 of the instruction anyway.
I agree with the people. The reason moral judgment is extremely clear throughout these instructions. I mean, it is repeated throughout. This sentence doesn't say all you can consider in phase 2 is evidence and you cannot consider anything else. This is just saying that whatever evidence the jury can consider for purposes of this decision, that evidence has been introduced already and has been given to them in the trial in phases 1 and 2. And I think that's an accurate statement of the law, so the objection is overruled. In terms of whether reasoned moral judgment by a juror can just be based on nothing related to the case, I think I've made myself clear on that I disagree. Ms. Nelson is right that it can't just be based on evidence, but that's not what the instructions say. So on the one hand, it's true that it cannot be limited to just evidence because part of the decision has to include the juror's reasoned moral judgment. But the exercise of reasoned moral judgment can't be made independent of the evidence. It can't be a juror who says, well, I'm going to exercise my independent reasoned moral judgment not based on the evidence or not based on the instructions, but based on just my own, what I brought into the courtroom with me before the trial started, my own morality. On my own morality, I'm going to vote this way, and it has nothing to do with the evidence, and it has nothing to do with the instructions the court gave. It's just my own morality. I don't think that's what the state of the law is. So what's next?
Then actually the next objection sort of feeds into this first one, which is the first sentence in that bullet point of the first page. You must reach your phase 2 sentencing verdicts based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the instructions of law provided by the court. That, again, we contend that doesn't seem entirely accurate because it is an individual moral determination. And here it is saying you can only base your decisions on the evidence and the law. And it does seem to exclude moral judgment and mercy. And it also seems to conflict with the portion of the instruction on page 4 that states your phase 2 sentencing verdicts are not dictated by law. So we would propose just perhaps rephrasing, you may consider the evidence presented during the trial when reaching your phase 2 sentencing verdicts. However, to the extent that I tell you that you may only consider certain evidence for limited purpose, etc. I think that the purpose of this bullet point is not to explain or flesh out in great detail how the jurors go about making this individual reasoned moral decision. It seems basically aimed, this bullet point seems aimed at the limiting instructions. And so I would just propose taking out that problematic language and rephrasing it to be more targeted towards the limiting instruction that bullet point is getting at.
The reference to the instructions of law provided by the court, in my view, includes reasoned moral judgment. That's what the instructions say. So to me, the reasoned moral judgment is implied by this sentence, and again, that's made clear throughout the instructions. What's the people's position with respect to the requested change as to that sentence?
We agree with the court. It's my understanding the way the law works is this. As evidence comes in the courtroom, the individual has their moral judgment. They take the evidence, they filter it through their moral judgment, and they figure out the mitigation and the aggravation and the weight. So the reasoned moral judgment is a reasoning process. It has nothing to do with what comes into that process. What comes into that process is the evidence they've heard in the courtroom.
Okay. What's next, Ms. Nelson?
So is the court overruling my objection on that?
Yes, the objection is overruled for the reasons that I indicated.
On the 4th page of that instruction, in the same paragraph that Mr. Edwards had objected to, that last paragraph on that page that begins your decisions in this phase,
Yes.
we just maintain that the Phase 2 sentencing verdict should be based on each conviction of murder in the first degree and incorporate by reference our arguments regarding merger that were made at previous charging conferences.
Okay, and I incorporate by reference my rulings with respect to those issues. Anything else with respect to that first instruction?
No.
All right,
Thank you.
let's go to the second one. Mr. Edwards, anything from the people on the second instruction that says you are instructed that despite your findings in Phase 1, a death sentence is never mandatory or required by law? And again, I think that there was an instruction along these lines submitted by both or tendered by both parties, although not necessarily with this particular language, and although not necessarily as a separate standalone instruction. What's the people's position as to this instruction? Any objection?
Your Honor, we have no objection to that instruction.
All right, the defense?
Your Honor, we object to the word despite and ask that the court amend the wording of the instruction to read regardless of your findings in Phase 1. The word despite suggests that there's something that needs to be overcome about the Phase 1 verdicts, that somehow the Phase 1 verdicts justify death sentence, but despite all that, you can still make your own decision in Phase 2, so.
I disagree, but I'm happy to change it. Do the people want to be heard on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will change it to regardless, although I don't agree with the interpretation of despite by Ms. Nelson. The next instruction says you should consider all of the evidence presented throughout the proceedings related to mitigating factors. Mitigating factors include, and I think the defense had indicated that it would submit a theory of mitigation instruction. The people had submitted one that reads similar to this one. So this one is blank, and if you're not ready yet to provide that, Ms. Nelson, we can move on and we can come back to it tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor, we're not
Okay.
prepared
All right.
to submit that.
Okay, and, the order that I put these instructions in is so that I would first tell them what sort of mitigating factors, or give the jury an example, examples of mitigating factors, or perhaps a theory of mitigation instruction, depending on what the defense submits and how I rule on that. The next instruction is sort of, or defines mitigation and provides information about how mitigation may or may not be limited, mostly how it's not limited. And then the next instruction talks about the process that the jury has to go through in deliberations. So that was the order that I put them in. I thought that made the most sense. With that explanation in mind, what's the people's position about the instruction that starts, a mitigating factor is not a justification or excuse for the crime, and then it goes from there. This is the one that defines mitigation and tells the jury how mitigation is not limited to particular things or a particular party having introduced evidence, certain evidence of mitigation.
Your Honor, in the second paragraph, the last sentence, the last phrase, it says defendant's personal history, character, background, and mental health. Well, the statute and Lockett talk about personal history, character, and background. Mental health is a mitigator that the defendant is asking for. It's the same as if when you say aggravating factor, you say the killing of more than two people or more than one person. So what you're doing by doing that, Your Honor, is putting mental health, basically telling the jury that they have to consider mental health. And mental health doesn't have to be considered. They can find it's not mitigation, and therefore should be in the defendant's theory of mitigation instruction, but should not be in that phrase.
All right, Ms. Nelson?
Your Honor, I don't even understand the argument. Mental health is very obviously a part of a person's personal history, character, and background. It's a huge issue in this case. There's no question about it. It is mitigating, and they are not free to disregard it as a mitigating factor if they find that it exists. It's perfectly appropriate to be in that instruction. And again, this is not a goose gander type situation. There is specific Eighth Amendment jurisprudence that has been clearly established by the United States Supreme Court that the jury has to fully be able to understand, appreciate, consider, and give effect to all relevant mitigating evidence that's presented by the defense. And so I would ask that remain in the instruction.
Yeah, I don't read the instruction the same way that Mr. Edwards does. And I know that he has a lot of experience in this area, but the jury doesn't have that experience, and that they're not going to infer from it what I think he is inferring from it. This just simply is giving a broad overview of mitigation, the concept of mitigation, what it can include. This is not going to be any news for the jury. This is not the court saying, hey, any evidence of mental health, you have to find that that's mitigation. This is just saying mitigation could include mental health. It is up to them to determine whether that amounts to mitigation or not. So the objection there is overruled. What else do you have, Mr. Edwards?
Your Honor, in the next paragraph, it says a juror, this is third sentence, a jury may find a mitigating factor, circumstance, and evidence, even if it has not been specifically called to his or her attention by the parties. Another tension in these jury instructions is between reliability and arbitrariness. The defense has to be able to say, this is mitigation. And all the case law that's been decided in argument on the other instructions in the introduction to Phase 2, it's got to be a reliable process. And when you say, jurors, you can find whatever you want to, and you don't even have to articulate it, you're putting arbitrariness into the process. It's a reliable process. It's just not reliable as to the prosecution, but arbitrary as to the defense. It's not arbitrary as to mitigation. They have to delineate it in their theory of mitigation instruction. In the Owens case, the public defenders put in 65 specific mitigators. In the Ray case, they put in 84 specific mitigators. So they have a theory of mitigation, and that's it. There is no law that I am aware of, and I'd love to have the defense cite it, that says the jurors can arbitrarily decide something is mitigation that has not been instructed on, has not been argued by the defense.
Ms. Nelson?
I'm completely befuddled by Mr. Edwards' argument, quite frankly, Your Honor. The issue of arbitrariness within the Supreme Court's Eighth Amendment jurisprudence all has to do with aggravation and with proper narrowing of eligibility of capital defendants for the death penalty. It has nothing to do with mitigation, and in fact, quite to the contrary, there is myriad support in the case law for this issue, for this concept, that a juror has to be able to consider and give effect to any reason that could be a basis for a sentence less than death. I would cite the court to Lockett versus Ohio, Eddings versus Oklahoma, Mills versus Maryland, McCoy versus North Carolina, Tenard versus Dretke, Henry versus Linnell, just to name a few. There is absolutely no requirement that the defense has to offer this as a mitigating factor to the jury. I think the court's video instructions had similar language to this. I think we discussed this during or litigated this issue when we were going over the court's video instructions. We also discussed this with the prospective jurors at length during voir dire, this exact concept. This is totally consistent with what these jurors have been told all along, and anything that suggests that it has to be presented by the defense in order for the juror to find it to be a mitigating factor unconstitutionally limits mitigation, and I would say to Mr. Holmes's constitutional rights under the state and federal constitutions to due process, a fair and impartial jury, and a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding. Fifth, Sixth, Eighth, 14th Amendments, and Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Sections 16, 20, 23, and 25.
All right. Do you have any cases that specifically talk about this issue that say that it doesn't have to be something presented by the defense as mitigation, that the jurors can on their own figure out that it's mitigation even though the defense did not present it as mitigation?
Well, frankly, I think Lockett supports that position. In Lockett, the United States Supreme Court was dealing with an Ohio statute that specifically listed several mitigators. And the United States Supreme Court found that that was unconstitutional because it restricted a juror's consideration of any relevant mitigation at all. So I would cite to Lockett, but I also I cite to all of the cases, and I stand by the record that I made previously. All of these cases talk about how a juror's consideration of mitigation can't be limited. And in addition, I would cite to the statute, the Colorado's capital statute, which says that jurors, all of the relevant evidence that was presented at the merits phase of the trial can be considered by the jury at sentencing, subject to the limitations that we're well aware of and that we've discussed. So I don't see any support in the law for notably Mr. Edwards hasn't cited a case in support of his position either. I think I have cited case law that supports my position, but I just have no idea where this concept is coming from, frankly.
All right, I'll take that under advisement. Mr. Edwards, do you have any case law that you want to cite?
No, Your Honor, but if you look at Lockett itself, Lockett talks about relevant mitigation. Well, who decides what is relevant? It's not the jury that decides what's relevant, it's the court that decides what's relevant. So relevancy determination is up to the court. So those cases that have been cited by the defense do not support their position. If they can come up with one case that they can show the court that the jury can arbitrarily decide what is mitigation if it's not argued, I will withdraw my objection. But there is no case out there that says that, Your Honor. Not one case says the jury can arbitrarily decide. What those cases, mitigations cases, talk about is all kinds of mitigation that is presented by the defense, is filtered through the judge's relevancy determination, and argued to the jury.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I can just cite the court to a specific quote from McCoy versus North Carolina.
What's the citation?
494 U.S. 433 440, 1990.
494 U.S.
433 440.
Okay.
A state cannot prevent the consideration of evidence if the sentence could reasonably find that it warrants a sentence less than death. If the sentencer could reasonably find that it warrants a sentence less than death. That means that the sentencer can reasonably find that it warrants a sentence of less than death. And this is consistent with this whole line of cases from the U.S. Supreme Court. Every time this issue comes up, no matter which context it comes up in a statute, it comes up in Eddings versus Oklahoma, where the court refused to consider something that was presented as mitigating or found that it wasn't mitigating. Then it comes up in McCoy and in Mills, where it's this requirement that the jurors unanimously find mitigation before they can consider it. Anytime this issue comes up, and regardless of the context, the U.S. Supreme Court always holds that you cannot put limitations on a juror's consideration of mitigating evidence.
Okay, what's next, Mr.
Judge,
Edwards?
can I respond to McCoy?
Yes.
Because in McCoy, they talked about specific mitigation. They talked about impaired ability to appreciate criminality of conduct because of his mental condition, borderline intellectual functioning, under the influence of mental or emotional disturbance, age, several decades exhibited signs of mental or emotional disturbance or defect, ability to remember events of the day of murder was impaired. All those were put on by the defense. The court wouldn't let the jury consider that. Well, it was put on by the defense, it was argued by the defense, and the jurors were deprived of the ability to consider all that evidence. And so again, it's the attorney presenting it, filtered through the judge who finds that it's relevant, and argued to the jury.
Wait, I don't have McCoy in front of me. You're saying that all that evidence was presented, but the jury was prevented from considering it. How was the jury prevented from considering it?
I don't have the case in front of me, I just have my note, and that is all the evidence that McCoy versus North Carolina talked about as mitigation.
Right, but you're saying it was introduced into evidence, right?
Yeah, it was introduced into evidence.
So how was the jury not allowed to consider it?
Well, the same way as in the Texas cases. And what happened in the Texas cases is there were 3 jury instructions that were given under Texas law. And this is as Texas law developed. And what the Texas courts ended up doing was saying, defense, you can present the evidence, but in answering those 3 questions, there was no way for the jury to consider mitigation. So the judges, the trial courts, were permitting the defense to put on whatever mitigation they wanted to. But in answering those 3 questions, they just didn't mesh. Mitigation was not a consideration in those 3 questions.
Your Honor, may I add something? Because it occurred to me that this is another very big problem in this case, which is that this is an insanity case, and we had 2 months of a merits trial in this case. And a lot of the mental health evidence, quite frankly, came from the prosecution. I mean, they put experts on the stand who diagnosed Mr. Holmes with a very serious mental illness, and we may be relying on that. We may not touch upon all of that in our closing, but the point is, I mean, it certainly would be absurd for jurors to believe that they couldn't consider the testimony of Dr. Reed, that this was a serious mental illness, that it was the but-for cause of the shooting, or that they couldn't consider Dr. Metzner's testimony in the merits phase as mitigation because we didn't put it on, because they put on those witnesses. That just makes no sense in this case. And the problem is, we're relying on all of this evidence that came before. And a lot of it was presented by the prosecution, but that doesn't mean that the jury can't find it mitigating if it touches upon Mr. Holmes' mental health. And the court's given us 40 minutes for a closing argument in phase 2. We might not hit upon every single thing that was mitigating about the merits phase of the trial.
Well, but I don't know if that's a good example, because you're going to include mental illness, obviously, mental health, obviously, as one of your mitigators. So it's not like a juror is going to think, mental health should have been a mitigator. It wasn't mentioned by defense counsel, but I'm going to consider it a mitigator. That's not going to happen, because obviously mental health is at the center of this case. So let's move on. I'll read Lockett and the other cases cited, McCoy and the other case cited by Ms. Nelson, and then we'll go from there. What's next on behalf of the people with respect to this instruction?
Your Honor, the same principle applies to the entirety of that paragraph. And so I'm not going to specifically argue it any more than we already have. The last paragraph that starts "the court instructs" on the next page, I'm not sure that you need aggravation or as an aggravating factor. It should just not be considered as an aggravating factor, because that's all the jury's been exposed to is aggravating factors. They don't know this difference between you have statutory aggravating factors, and you have these other aggravators, and you have aggravating circumstance. At this point, they haven't been advised of the distinction. I don't know if they ever will be in this case. But I think it should just be as an aggravating factor.
Instead of aggravation? Is that what I'm not sure.
Well, you take out as aggravation, you still have as an aggravating factor.
Oh, I see. Right. The court instructs you that you may not in any fashion consider any mitigating factor as an aggravating factor is what you're requesting. All right. Any objection, Ms. Nelson? Yes.
We think that you need both to make it clear to the jury, because otherwise, I certainly think it's possible that they'll think, okay, well, we've already found the aggravating factors, but I can consider this as, aggravating in some other sense. So I don't think it hurts at all to keep it in, and we're requesting that the court keep it in.
All right, I disagree. I'm going to take it out. The request is granted. The point is made without those words, and it's actually better without it. It avoids any confusion. So there's no reason to say two different things if I'm saying the same thing, and that's all I intended to say was the aggravating factor. So, all right, anything else from the people with respect to this particular instruction?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Nelson, do you have anything other than, I obviously understand there's a disagreement with respect to that third paragraph, but anything else with respect to this instruction?
A few things, Your Honor. In the first paragraph, we would ask that the court include, this is from our proposed instruction 71, that second sentence, rather a mitigating factor is a fact or circumstance which in fairness or mercy may be considered as extenuating or reducing the degree of the defendant's moral culpability or diminishing the appropriateness of a death sentence. We would again cite the court to the cases that I relied upon previously, as well as Tenard versus Dratke in particular.
Do the people have a response?
If I might have a moment, Judge. Do you have anything to say about that? Okay, I don't have any objection on that, Judge.
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate change. So I will add that language. It'll make the sentence a little longer than I would like, but I'll just add or, I'll put a comma after culpability, and then it'll say or as diminishing the appropriateness of a death sentence. What else?
Then on the second page of that instruction, well, it's actually the sentence that bleeds over from the first page to the second page. Therefore, any list of mitigating factors mentioned in these instructions cannot and does not limit your deliberations. This is the phase where we're talking about each individual juror having to find for himself or herself the existence of mitigation. And so it just didn't read right to me to say it cannot limit your deliberations. And we would propose cannot and does not limit your individual determination about mitigation instead of the word deliberations.
Without waiving your general objection to this paragraph, do the people have a position on that request?
Yes, Judge. What we would ask that it says does not limit your deliberations or your individual moral judgment.
Or your individual reasoned moral judgment?
Yes.
But I think it has to say your individual determination about mitigation, because that's what we're really talking about, is their findings regarding what's mitigating and what isn't.
What the defense is asking for is anti-deliberation.
I don't understand that. No. We're asking them to find, that's the whole point of phase 2, is that they individually find mitigation. Each juror finds for himself or herself the existence of mitigation.
Okay, I'll think about that one. Okay, the next instruction is the one that starts with, when you retire to deliberate on your phase 2 sentencing verdicts, each juror must first independently determine with respect to each count whether one or more mitigating factors exist. Do the people have any objections to this instruction?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to that first sentence because it's anti-deliberation, because it says each juror must first independently determine, which suggests to the jury that they have to go out and each stand in a corner and decide for themselves what mitigation is without deliberating.
All right, Ms. Nelson?
The instruction, that sentence has the word deliberate in it. I don't see how that can be considered anti-deliberation. I understand the prosecution may not like the fact that what is required of jurors at phase 2 is to make individual decisions about mitigation, but that's what the law requires. It's an individual reasoned moral decision. There's plenty of language in here about deliberating. I just don't, I fail to see how that's an anti-deliberation language. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Each juror does have to independently determine, with respect to each count, or in our position, each conviction, whether one or more mitigating factors exist. That's exactly what the law requires the jury to do. And that's totally consistent with what the court has been instructing the jury all along. And in fact, I think this language is pretty consistent with what the court instructed the jury on in the introductory instructions to phase 2. And I'm concerned if we're going to be changing the law on the jury now in these final instructions. I don't remember the prosecution making any similar objections to the court's introductory instructions to phase 2. And if my memory, I don't have them in front of me, but if my memory serves me correctly, it's pretty similar.
And I think counsel for both sides used similar language in individual voir dire as well. I don't remember anyone taking the position that the jurors don't have to individually determine whether any mitigation exists as an initial matter.
Judge, that's not our point. Our point is that the sentence says each juror must first independently determine.
So they independently?
First. No, I'm not arguing that. First is the problem. First is the problem. Because if you say first, what you have to do is go out and independently decide. Okay. So if you took out first, each juror must independently determine. If you took out first,
All right,
then
does
I'd
the
have no
defense have
objection.
any objection to first coming up? I don't know that it's that big of a deal. As a matter of logic, that's sort of the first thing jurors are going to have to do. I mean, you can't assign any weight to a mitigating factor unless you first have found that there is a mitigating factor. And
No.
you can't do the weighing process unless you have first found that there are mitigating factors to weigh against the aggravating factors.
Then
So
put first before when at the beginning of the sentence.
first, when you retire to deliberate,
Yeah.
okay. Is that okay with you, Ms. Nelson?
No, we object. We think it should remain where it is. Doesn't read correctly if you put it in the beginning of the sentence.
Given what the rest of the instruction reads, I'm going to take out first, because it's clear later on that that has to happen first. And I don't think I need to be telling the jurors what is the first thing they have to do in deliberation. So I'll take out the word first. For the record, the next paragraph starts with, once a juror has determined that a mitigating factor exists, and it goes from there. And it's clear what the process throughout is. So I don't like it at the beginning of the sentence either. I agree with Ms. Nelson. It doesn't read right, but I also don't think it's ideal to have it in there. So what else do the people have with respect to this instruction, Mr. Edwards?
The next page, first paragraph, it currently reads, each juror must individually decide. We would ask that it read, each juror must, after deliberation, but individually decide.
All right, Ms. Nelson?
I don't understand that. That's not the law. So we object.
And I'm telling them throughout that they have to deliberate, so I don't think that's necessary. All right, so the request is denied. What's next, Mr. Edwards?
Your Honor, if I can just interrupt briefly, the court said you would go till 6, and I have an appointment. I'm just trying to figure out where I should, whether I should delay it, how late the court really actually intends on going.
We'll stop here in a couple of minutes. You're free to go if you want, but we'll stop in a couple of minutes. Mr. Edwards, do you have anything else with respect to this particular instruction?
No, Your Honor.
All right, does the defense have anything with respect to this instruction?
A few small things, Your Honor. On the first page, last sentence, but the juror may not give a mitigating factor we think it should say he or she has determined exists.
No objection.
Okay, that's a good change. What else?
And then we would ask the court on the next page of that instruction, in the first sentence, each juror must individually decide what weight to give to each mitigating factor he or she has determined exists with respect to account. We would ask the court to remove with respect to account. And I understand that the court is trying to convey to the jury that they have to engage in this weighing process for each individual count. And again, we maintain our objection to that and that it really should apply to each individual conviction. But setting that aside, I think that's adequately conveyed in the instructions. I think the court says with respect to each count enough. And it's just, I don't know, it just struck me as odd to include it there. I mean, in the beginning of the very next paragraph, the court says with respect to each count, each juror must weigh the mitigating factors that he or she has determined exist against the aggravating factors. So,
Any objection, Mr. Edwards?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I agree with that proposal. What else?
we would object to the court sending back copies of the Phase 1 verdict forms with the jury. That just we don't think it's necessary. The jury just found aggravation, and if they have any questions about what their own findings were, I suppose they can inquire, but we don't object to that.
I think I have to do one of two things. Either I send back the verdict forms with the jury, or I tell them specifically, remind them specifically what the aggravating factors were that they found in these instructions. So, what's your preference? Yes.
To be that the court just instruct them on the aggravators that they did find.
Okay, do the people have any objection to that?
Yes, we do. We would ask the court to send back the verdicts so that the jury is very clear about each count and what aggravating factor they found.
Well, they found the same 4 aggravating factors with respect to all the counts, so I'm just gonna list them here.
And the concern, Your Honor, is that that if the verdict forms are sent back, they're also reminded about the aggravator that they didn't find.
Right. Okay.
Improper.
I agree with that argument. Anything else, Ms. Nelson?
The last thing on this instruction is just that very last sentence of the instruction, and I would just incorporate by reference the arguments that we've previously made. The exercise of your reasoned moral judgment must be based upon the evidence presented during the proceedings. And this again goes back to the concerns that we raised previously, tying the jurors, limiting the jurors' exercise of moral judgment to the evidence.
Okay. I'll incorporate by reference the rulings I have made with respect to that issue, or the comments I have made, and the ruling I have made with respect to that issue. And I'm assuming that people stand by their comments as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It's 10 after 6, and so let's go ahead and stop for now. Before we leave, do you want to give me each side? Is there a big issue that you see in the rest of the instructions? Not small stuff, but if you give me a heads up about any global issues or any particular concern that you have, then I will know that it's something that I need to look into. Do you have anything, Mr. Edwards?
If I can just list some of them. Not the next instruction, the instruction after that, talks about you must not be imposed by prejudice.
Oh, you know what? That's missing some. I think that might be missing some language. Let me check that. That might be a typo. Okay.
One of the last instructions says there is no requirement that you articulate, explain, or justify to your fellow jurors why you reached a particular determination. And it's our position that that's arbitrary. If you can't articulate it, and it plays off that it's got to be presented to the jury. It's got to be in a theory of mitigation instruction. Perhaps also in an instruction or in their argument, but.
Which is that the instruction that starts with, there's no requirement that you articulate, explain, or justify to your fellow jurors why you reach a particular determination?
Right.
Okay, you're objecting to that paragraph?
Yes, so we don't know of any laws.
I think that people may have included language along those lines in their tendered instructions, so.
And Your Honor, if I can just add, I know that we talked extensively to the jurors about this during voir dire. And just noting for the record, Mr. Edwards wasn't present for any of that, but I don't recall any objection from the prosecution. And the same goes for this concept, and I know, I have a vivid image of Ms. Spengler in my mind telling jurors that they can put on their mitigation caps and go looking for mitigation. Same issue here with the whole concept of whether or not jurors can use their own use their own sense of judgment to find mitigation. It doesn't have to be something that is pointed out to the jurors by the parties or argued by the defense. I know we discussed this with individual jurors during voir dire without objection. So.
All right, Ms. Nelson.
If that was wrong, Judge, if that was done and that is wrong, what the court needs to do is advise the jurors today on what the law is.
I understand. That's why we're having this discussion. I mean, I'm not gonna misadvise them if it's not supported by the law just because somebody may have said something about it in voir dire without objection, but I understand the point Ms. Nelson is making. All right, Ms. Nelson, do you have any, yeah?
I've got a very short one-sentence instruction.
Can you show it to, oh, you
I
give,
gave a
great.
copy to the defense admin.
Yes, thank you. And for the record, this reads as follows. While you may consider compassion for the defendant based upon the evidence, any compassion for any other person, including the defendant's family, friends, and other people, is not mitigation and should be excluded from your consideration. All right, Ms. Nelson, do you have anything major or global that you might want to make me aware of before we adjourn for the day? You're not obviously limited to what you're going to say now. I'm just asking if there's anything that I should have a heads up on before tomorrow.
You know, Your Honor, I perceive most of my objections as fairly quick. The one thing I did want to call the court's attention to, because it's sort of a change in position for us after reflecting upon it a little bit more last night, is that the instruction on reasonable doubt, the freestanding instruction on reasonable doubt,
yes.
We were just reading over the language of this instruction last night, and we kind of came to the conclusion that it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in the context of a Phase 2 sentencing decision, because it talks about a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence, or the lack of evidence in the proceedings, when really what we're talking about here is a degree of moral certainty that each individual juror has to have. And that's mentioned in the previous instruction, the instruction just before that instruction, where the court says, in Phase 2, the use of the term beyond a reasonable doubt does not refer to a party's burden of proof. It refers to the level of moral certainty that each individual juror is required to have before he or she may conclude that the mitigating factors that exist do not outweigh the aggravating factors, etc. And so our request would be that that's how we define reasonable doubt for them in Phase 2, and that we don't include this stock instruction that's really drafted for a regular non-capital merits phase of a trial.
Mr. Edwards, do the people have a position on that?
Yes, I totally object. The statute says that these decisions have to be made beyond a reasonable doubt. The Colorado Supreme Court has said beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not defined it as the defense has defined it. They've defined it as it is in the jury instruction.
Okay.
Pattern jury.
All right, I'll think about it. Okay. All right, folks, thank you very much for staying so late. I appreciate that. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
It's been quite a long day, almost 10 hours total from start to finish with today's hearing, or the day in the Aurora theater shooting trial sentencing Phase 2. Just how long of a day was it? Check my Twitter in about 1 minute and you'll see how Erica has handled the end of the day. She'll make an appearance. Tomorrow morning we will start again with the dad, Robert Holmes, taking the stand, finishing cross-examination. There'll likely be some redirect. And then we expect Mom to take the stand at some point, because we've heard hinting to that. But we also know that there's about 7 or 8 people, I've lost count of how many people were recorded testimony when the jury was unavailable Friday, and when they were unavailable before the jury got called back for the beginning of sentencing. So there's still those recordings to play. And then it seems that the jury will get the case for Phase 2, and that was hinted at earlier today that might be by Thursday afternoon. And we know the jury has Friday off, so we may not know until the start of next week how they will decide Phase 2. We'll get into that with Dan Recht again tomorrow, in the fact that, is this the ultimate test for will there be life in prison? If the jury goes beyond today, does that mean it's almost all but assured that we're going to see a death penalty? Because after Phase 2, if we get to Phase 3, that will be just family victims or victims of family of victims killed in the shooting, as well as some of the survivors once again. And you would think that if the jury has decided that the aggravating factors have outweighed the mitigating factors, that will only continue to add to the aggravating side. We'll get to that bridge when we cross it, but first we have to finish with the mitigation testimony, which will continue tomorrow with Robert Holmes on the stand around 8:40 and we'll start our coverage at about 8:30 in the morning. For Phil Tenser and Erica Tinsley, who has woken back up, I'm Marshall Zellinger. We'll see you tomorrow.